Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was left at Spinner's End at age 2 and raised by Severus Snape as a potions prodigy. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Alchemist's Burden. The rain came sideways at Spinner's End, driven by a November wind that seemed personally offended by the existence of the narrow brick houses huddled along the riverbank. The street lamps had given up hours ago, half of them broken, the rest flickering with the exhausted patience of things that had stopped hoping for repair. Severus Snape stood at his kitchen window, watching the rain assault the glass, and drank directly from a bottle of Ogden's old fire whiskey. He'd stopped bothering with glasses 3 months ago. Stopped bothering with most things, really. The house behind him was a testament to abandonment. Not the dramatic kind, no cobwebs or rats or spectacularly broken furniture. Just the quiet surrender of a man who had stopped seeing the point. Unwashed dishes in the sink. Books left open on every surface, their spines cracking from neglect. Cauldrons in the basement that hadn't bubbled in weeks, their residues crusting into permanent stains. He was 22 years old and felt ancient. The knock at the door didn't startle him. Very little startled Severus Snape anymore. He'd learned to expect the worst, and the worst kept obliging him with faithful regularity. He set down the bottle and walked through the darkened hallway, wand sliding into his hand with the automatic reflex of someone who'd survived a war. The door was warded 6 ways from Sunday, paranoia being the one habit he hadn't managed to drink away, so he already knew who stood on the other side. He opened it anyway. Albus Dumbledore looked older than Severus had ever seen him. The perpetual twinkle was absent from those blue eyes, replaced by something that might have been exhaustion or might have been grief. Water dripped from his long silver beard, from the pointed hat that had seen better centuries, from the heavy traveling cloak wrapped around his shoulders. In his arms, swaddled in blankets that were already soaked through, was a sleeping child. "No," Severus said, and tried to close the door. Dumbledore's foot blocked it. For an old man, he moved with surprising speed. "Severus, please. 5 minutes. I said no." Severus's voice was flat, empty of everything except finality. "Whatever this is, whatever you're planning, I want no part of it. I did what you asked. I gave you everything, every name, every plan, every scrap of intelligence I could gather. The war is over. I've paid my debt." "The war is over," Dumbledore agreed quietly. "But some debts cannot be paid so easily." Severus's eyes dropped to the bundle in the old man's arms. The child stirred slightly, making a small sound of discomfort, and the blankets shifted enough to reveal a glimpse of dark hair. Black hair. Messy, untamable black hair, exactly like, "Get out. The blood wards have failed." The word stopped Severus mid-motion, his hand frozen on the door. "That's impossible," he said slowly. "The sacrifice, Lily's sacrifice, you said it would protect him. You said her sister's blood would anchor the protection for years. I said it should protect him." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "I was wrong. Petunia Desley's hatred for magic, for her sister, runs deeper than I anticipated. The wards won't take root. They've been degrading since the moment I placed Harry on that doorstep. As of 3 days ago, they collapsed entirely. Then find somewhere else. An orphanage. A wizarding family. The Weasleys would probably take another mouth to feed without blinking. The protection requires blood. Lily's blood, specifically. There are only 2 people alive who share any connection to that bloodline." Dumbledore paused, letting the implication settle. "One has already proven, unsuitable." Severus laughed. It was an ugly sound, dragged up from somewhere toxic in his chest. "And you think I'm suitable? I'm a Death Eater, Albus. A spy, perhaps, but a Death Eater nonetheless. I stood in the Dark Lord's inner circle and listened to plans for murder and torture and did nothing to stop them. You did everything you could, I couldn't save her. The words tore out of him, raw and ragged and far too loud for the narrow hallway. In the bundle of blankets, the child whimpered but didn't wake. I couldn't save her, and now you want me to, what? Raise her son? James Potter's son? He spat the name like a curse. Lily's son, Dumbledore corrected gently. Look at him, Severus. I don't want to look at him. I don't want anything to do with him. Take him somewhere else. Take him anywhere else. There is nowhere else. Dumbledore's voice hardened just slightly. I have spent the last 72 hours pursuing every alternative. The protection requires someone who loved Lily deeply enough to anchor the magic. Petunia's blood connection should have been sufficient, but her hatred poisoned it. The only other option is someone whose love was strong enough to overcome even death. Severus closed his eyes. He could feel it, suddenly, the weight of the past pressing down on him like stone. Lily at 11, red hair catching the sunlight as she laughed at something he'd said. Lily at 15, defending him against Potter and his gang of thugs even as Severus pushed her away. Lily at 17, looking at him with such disappointment that he'd wanted to die. Lily at 21, dead on a nursery floor because he'd been too much of a coward to defy a monster. The protection needs love, he said flatly. I don't love that child. I can barely stand to look at him. You will love him. You don't know that. I know that you loved his mother more than you've ever loved anything in your life. I know that her eyes look out from his face. I know that every time you see him, you will see her, and that will either destroy you or save you. Dumbledore's voice was quiet now, almost kind. I am gambling, Severus. I am gambling everything on the hope that it will save you. Both of you. And if you're wrong, then Voldemort will return someday, and find the child who defeated him defenseless. The name landed like a physical blow. Severus flinched despite himself. I am not asking you to love him immediately. I am asking you to keep him alive long enough for love to grow. Can you do that? For Lily. It was manipulation. Severus knew it was manipulation. Dumbledore wielded guilt the way other wizards wielded wands, and he was being played like a particularly sad violin. He knew all of this. He looked down at the sleeping child anyway. The boy couldn't have been much older than 2. Small, even for that age, the Dursleys clearly hadn't been overfeeding him during his brief stay at Privet Drive. His face was round and babyish, still carrying the softness of early childhood, but there was something about the set of his brow, even in sleep, that suggested stubbornness. And his eyes, when they briefly flickered open at a particularly loud crack of thunder, were exactly the color Severus remembered. Lily's eyes. In James Potter's face. God, he was going to be sick. Fine, he heard himself say. Fine. Give him to me and get out. Dumbledore's expression shifted into something that might have been relief or might have been satisfaction or might have been the peculiar combination of both that seemed to be his default setting. He held out the bundle, and Severus took it with the awkward stiffness of someone who had never held a child in his life. The boy was heavier than he'd expected. Warm, even through the wet blankets. He smelled like rain and something else, something softer, sweeter. Baby smell, Severus supposed. He'd never been close enough to one to know. His things are outside, Dumbledore said. A trunk, mostly clothes and toys. There's also, I don't care. Leave it on the step. Go away. Severus, I said go away. For a long moment, Dumbledore simply looked at him. The rain continued its assault on the doorstep, spraying both of them with cold water, and the child, Harry, his name was Harry, Severus would have to remember that, stirred again in his arms. I will send additional funds monthly, Dumbledore said finally. And I will visit to check on his progress. If you need anything, I won't. If you need anything, Dumbledore repeated firmly, send word. You're not alone in this, Severus. I've always been alone in everything. Why should this be different? He closed the door before Dumbledore could respond. Leaned against it for a moment, breathing hard, and tried to convince himself that he hadn't just made the worst decision of his life. The child in his arms opened his eyes again. Lily's eyes, staring up at him from James Potter's face. Confused. A little frightened. Very, very young. No, said Harry Potter, in the clear, carrying voice of a toddler who had learned the power of refusal. Severus stared down at him. What? No, Harry repeated, more firmly this time. His small face screwed up with displeasure. Down. You can't, down. The child began to wriggle, squirming with the boneless determination of someone who had not yet learned that adults were in charge. Severus, who had faced down werewolves and dark wizards and the casual cruelty of Voldemort himself, found himself completely unprepared for the assault of tiny limbs and indignant noises. Stop that. Hold still. I said, Harry bit him. It wasn't a hard bite, the boy barely had teeth, but the shock of it made Severus jerk backward. The child took the opportunity to launch himself out of the blankets with surprising force, landing on the hallway floor with a thump that should have hurt but apparently didn't. He immediately began to crawl toward the kitchen, making investigative noises. No. Severus lunged after him. The stove, the knives, come back here, you insufferable. Harry ignored him completely. He'd found a lower cabinet and was attempting to open it with the focused determination of an explorer discovering a new continent. Severus scooped him up, tucking him under one arm like a particularly difficult package, and carried him into the sitting room. He deposited the child on the worn sofa and stood over him with what he hoped was an authoritative expression. You will stay here, he said firmly. You will not move. You will not touch anything. You will. Harry looked up at him with those impossible green eyes, lower lip trembling, and began to cry. Not loud crying. That might have been easier, something to fight against, something to ignore. This was quiet crying, the heartbroken sobbing of a small creature who had no idea where he was or who this strange dark man was or why everything was so wrong and scary and wet. Severus had no idea what to do. He stood there, frozen, while the child wept. The sound scraped against something raw inside his chest, some wound he'd thought had scarred over, some grief he'd thought he'd buried deep enough to forget. Lily's son was crying, and he didn't know how to make it stop. He started to reach toward the boy, then stopped. I don't. What do you want? What do you need? Harry just kept crying. In the end, Severus did the only thing he could think of. He sat down on the sofa, picked up the sobbing child, and held him. It was awkward. Wrong. His arms didn't know what to do, his body was stiff with the unfamiliarity of physical contact. But he held on anyway, because there was nothing else to do, and after what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the crying began to slow. Harry's small body relaxed against his chest. The sobs became hiccups, then sniffles, then the heavy breathing of exhaustion. He fell asleep like that, curled against Severus with one tiny fist clutching the front of his robes. Severus sat perfectly still, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. What have I done? He whispered to the empty house. The house, wisely, didn't answer. The trunk Dumbledore had left contained clothes sized for a child slightly larger than Harry, hand-me-downs, by the look of them, probably from the Dursley boy. There were a few toys, cheap plastic things that buzzed or rattled when shaken. A thin baby blanket with a faded pattern of broomsticks. A stuffed animal of indeterminate species that might once have been a dog. No photographs of Lily. No mementos of her life. Nothing to tell the boy who his mother had been. Severus set the trunk aside and began methodically converting his spare bedroom into something resembling a nursery. It was past midnight. Harry was still sleeping on the sofa, protected by a monitoring charm that would alert Severus if he woke or moved. The rain had finally stopped, leaving behind the particular silence that followed storms, heavy, watchful, waiting for something. The spare room had been his mother's, once. Before she died, before his father drank himself into an early grave, before Severus had inherited this miserable house and done nothing with it except fill it with books and potions and the accumulated debris of a wasted life. He cleared out the old furniture with brutal efficiency. Vanished the moth-eaten curtains. Scrubbed the walls clean with a spell that left them slightly damp but free of the yellowed nicotine stains his father had contributed. Conjured a small bed, too large for a 2-year-old, but he could add rails to keep the boy from falling out. By 2 in the morning, the room was adequate. Bare, but clean. Safe, or as safe as anything in this house could be. He went downstairs to check on Harry and found the boy sitting up on the sofa, perfectly awake, watching him with those unnerving green eyes. "You should be asleep," Severus said. Harry tilted his head, considering this statement. Then he held up both arms in the universal toddler gesture of "pick me up." Severus picked him up. "You're going to have a room," he said stiffly, carrying the child upstairs. "Your own room. There's a bed, and blankets. And that thing." He nodded toward the stuffed animal, which he'd placed on the pillow. "I assume that's yours." Harry's eyes went wide when he saw the toy. He made a sound of recognition, something that might have been a word, though Severus couldn't parse it, and reached for it with eager hands. "Pafoo," he said, clutching the ragged thing to his chest. "Pafoo." "Padfoot," Severus corrected automatically, recognizing the name with a twist of bitter amusement. Black's animagus form. Of course Potter would have given his son a toy named after his precious friend. "It's a dog. Or it was, once." Harry didn't seem to care about the toy's tragic decline from recognizable animal to ambiguous lump of stuffing. He hugged it tight, burying his face in its matted fur, and for a moment looked almost peaceful. Then he looked around the bare room, and his expression crumpled again. "Mama," he said, the word small and broken. "Mama?" Severus felt something in his chest crack. "Your mother." He stopped. Started again. "She's not here. Want Mama." "I know." The words came out rough, scraped raw by a grief he'd thought he'd learned to carry. "I know you do. I'm sorry. Mama come back?" "No." It seemed important to be honest, even with someone too young to understand. Lies were poison, Severus had learned that the hard way. "No, she's not coming back. She's gone. Forever." Harry's eyes filled with tears again. But he didn't cry, not this time. He just clutched his stuffed dog and stared at Severus with an expression that was far too old for his face. "Stay?" he asked. "You stay." Severus looked down at Lily's son, at the boy whose existence was a constant reminder of his greatest failure, whose face carried the features of the man who tormented him for 7 years, whose eyes were the exact color of the only woman he'd ever loved. "Yes," he said. "I'll stay." He didn't know if it was a promise or a threat. The first week was hell. Harry, it turned out, was not a quiet or compliant child. He was curious, determined, and completely fearless, a combination that made him extraordinarily difficult to keep alive. Within the first 3 days, he had attempted to climb the bookshelf in the sitting room, gotten his head stuck between the railings of the staircase, eaten something from the kitchen floor that Severus was still trying to identify, and found his way into the basement laboratory despite the wards that should have kept him out. "How?" Severus demanded, finding the boy perched on a workbench and examining a vial of something volatile. "How did you get past the proximity charm? How did you even see the door?" Harry held up the vial, sloshing its contents dangerously. "Pretty," he announced. Severus lunged for it. The vial slipped from Harry's grasp, hit the stone floor, and exploded in a cloud of purple smoke that smelled strongly of sulfur and regret. Severus grabbed the child and threw up a bubblehead charm around them both just as the fumes reached face level. They stood in the haze, Severus's heart pounding against his ribs, while Harry giggled at the pretty colors. "You absolute menace," Severus snarled. "That was extract of runespore venom. Do you have any idea what would have happened if you'd breathed that in? Your lungs would have dissolved. Your brain would have liquefied. You would be dead." Harry patted his cheek with one small hand. "Boom," he said happily. Severus carried him upstairs, warded the basement door with 7 additional layers of protection, and sat down at the kitchen table to contemplate his life choices. He was not equipped for this. He had never been equipped for this. His own childhood had been a masterclass in what not to do with children. He had learned from Tobias Snape exactly how to crush a child's spirit, how to make them afraid of footsteps and raised voices and the slam of doors. He had promised himself he would never become his father, but that promise had been easier to keep when he'd planned to never have children at all. And now here was this boy, this impossible, infuriating, terrifyingly fragile boy, and Severus had no idea how to keep him alive, let alone raise him into something resembling a functional human being. The worst part was that Harry didn't seem to hate him. Children were supposed to be perceptive about these things. They were supposed to sense when adults didn't want them around, when they were burdens rather than blessings. Harry should have been cowering from Severus's sharp voice and sharper temper, should have been counting the days until someone better came along. Instead, the boy followed him everywhere. Sat at his feet while he read. Demanded to be held when he was tired. Called him Sev because Severus was too many syllables for a 2-year-old mouth. "My name is Severus," he corrected for the 100th time. "Sev," Harry repeated stubbornly. "Severus. Sev." He gave up. The accidental magic started in the second week. Severus was aware, in an academic sense, that magical children often displayed uncontrolled bursts of power during early childhood. He'd done it himself, turning his father's beer bottle into a snake when he was 4, levitating his mother's sewing basket when she cried. It was normal, expected, nothing to be concerned about. But Harry's magic wasn't normal. The first incident happened when Severus was chopping ingredients for dinner. He'd left Harry in the sitting room with strict instructions not to move, not to touch anything, and absolutely not to come into the kitchen where there were sharp things and hot things and things that could kill small children. Harry, naturally, ignored all of these instructions. Severus heard the clatter of small feet, turned to tell the boy to go back, and caught a glimpse of Harry's face twisting with something like determination. Then the knife in Severus's hand wrenched itself from his grip and flung itself across the room, embedding in the wall a full 6 inches from where the blade had been heading. The blade had been heading towards Severus's own chest. They stood there, frozen, staring at the quivering knife. "Bad," Harry said firmly. "Sharp things bad." Severus looked at the trajectory. Looked at the knife. Looked at the cutting board, where he'd been chopping with his usual absent efficiency while his mind wandered to darker places. He hadn't even noticed that he'd been about to nick himself. The cut would have been minor, a slip of the blade, nothing more. But Harry had seen it somehow, had perceived the threat before it happened, and had moved the knife with nothing but instinct and raw magical power. "What are you?" Severus whispered. Harry toddled over and tugged at his robes. "Hungry," he announced, apparently already bored with the conversation. "Dinner?" Severus made dinner. His hands shook the entire time. The second incident was worse. It was the end of November, 3 weeks into this impossible new life, and Severus made a mistake. A stupid mistake, born of exhaustion and grief and the particular kind of despair that came from pretending to be functional when everything inside was falling apart. He'd been working in the laboratory. Just a simple potion, a basic calming draft, something to take the edge off the nightmares that had gotten worse since Harry's arrival. He'd left Harry upstairs, supposedly napping, supposedly safe behind the wards he'd strengthened a dozen times. He'd forgotten that toddlers were natural boundary breakers. The fumes from the draft were mild, soothing, actually, if you inhaled them properly. But he'd been distracted, adjusting quantities without really thinking, and the proportions had gone wrong. The gentle lavender haze turned green. Turned thick. Turned toxic. Severus realized his mistake too late. The bubblehead charm he'd cast instinctively wasn't strong enough, the fumes were eating through it. His vision blurred. His lungs seized. He was going to die in his own basement, poisoned by his own carelessness, and Harry was going to be alone upstairs. The thought broke through the fog. Harry. Alone. Unprotected. Dumbledore wouldn't come for days. No one would know. The boy would starve or wander or touch something he shouldn't, and it would be Severus's fault, again, always his fault. The toxic cloud vanished. Not dissipated. Not dispersed. Vanished, as if it had never existed, leaving behind nothing but clean air and the sharp scent of spent magic. Severus collapsed against the workbench, gasping, and looked up to see Harry standing in the doorway. The child's eyes were glowing. Not a metaphor. Not a trick of the light. His irises had turned luminescent green, like killing curse light, like the color of the spell that had rebounded off him and destroyed the Dark Lord. Sev, fall down, Harry said, his voice strange and layered, carrying harmonics that no 2-year-old voice should hold. Bad smoke. Made it go away. The glow faded. Harry blinked, looking confused, and then his face crumpled into the precursor of tears. Scary, he whimpered. Sev, scary. Smoke was hurting. Severus crossed the room in 3 strides and gathered the boy into his arms. Held him tight against his chest, ignoring the trembling in his own limbs, ignoring the impossible thing he'd just witnessed. It's gone now, he said roughly. You're safe. We're both safe. He stopped, not knowing how to finish. Harry had just performed magic that most adult wizards couldn't manage. He'd vanished toxic fumes, something that required understanding of the substance, intent to destroy, and enough raw power to overcome natural resistance to transfiguration. He was 2 years old. What are you? Severus asked again, but this time it wasn't fear in his voice. It was wonder. After that night, things changed. Severus stopped thinking of Harry as a burden to be endured and started thinking of him as a puzzle to be solved. The boy was extraordinary, powerful beyond anything Severus had seen in children his age, intuitive in ways that suggested his magic was closer to the surface than most. Proper training could shape that power into something precise and controlled. Or lack of training could let it run wild, dangerous to Harry and everyone around him. Severus chose training. He started small. Not spells, Harry couldn't hold a wand yet, and wouldn't for years, but the foundations of magical discipline. Focus exercises disguised as games. Breathing techniques hidden inside bedtime stories. Simple meditation practices that looked like nothing more than sitting quietly together while Severus read. Close your eyes, he would say. Listen to my voice. Tell me what you hear. Clock, Harry would answer, his small face scrunched with concentration. Wind. Sev, breathing. Cat outside. Deeper. Listen deeper. Water. In the pipes. And, something humming. In the walls. The magical current. Harry could hear it at 3 years old. Good, Severus would say, and something that might have been pride would curl warm in his chest. That's very good. The routine developed slowly, shaped by necessity and trial and error. Mornings were for basics, letters, numbers, the building blocks of language that Harry absorbed with terrifying speed. Afternoons were for what Severus called quiet time, which was really the meditative practice that would one day become a clemency. Evenings were for stories, history, the slow accumulation of knowledge about the world Harry would eventually inherit. And always, woven through everything, were the potions. Harry loved the potions. Severus had expected resistance. The basement laboratory was dangerous, after all, and what child wanted to spend hours watching cauldrons bubble? But Harry sat on his elevated stool, charmed to hover at exactly the right height, and watched Severus work with the focused attention of a cat watching prey. "What's that?" "Boomslang skin." "What's it do?" "It adds flexibility to the final product. Without it, the transformation would be rigid. Painful." "What's that?" "Lacewing flies. They must be stewed for 21 days exactly. The timing is critical." "What's that?" "That is your finger, which is about to be removed from the cauldron before it poisons my entire batch. Sit back." By the time Harry was 3, he could identify 47 ingredients by sight and smell. By 3.5, he was grinding his own beetle eyes, under strict supervision, with a mortar and pestle sized for his small hands. Again, Severus would say, examining the powder. "The consistency is wrong. Grinding is not chopping. You need to crush, not cut." Harry would nod solemnly and try again, his tongue poking out from the corner of his mouth in concentration. He never complained. Never asked to stop. Never seemed to notice that other children his age were playing with toys and running in gardens while he was learning the precise measurements of poisonous substances. Maybe that should have worried Severus. Maybe he should have considered that a normal childhood was important, that socialization and play and the carefree joy of early years were things Harry deserved. But Severus had never had a normal childhood either, and he'd turned out. Well. He'd turned out. The point was that Harry seemed happy. Genuinely, honestly happy in a way that Severus hadn't expected and didn't quite know how to handle. The boy laughed easily, smiled often, showed none of the wariness or fear that children developed around adults who didn't want them. Because Severus did want him. Somehow, impossibly, that had become true. The realization crept up on him slowly, like poison working through the blood. One day he was resenting every moment of the boy's presence, the next he was looking forward to seeing those green eyes light up at the prospect of a new lesson. One day he was counting the minutes until Dumbledore would check in, the next he was dreading the old man's visits, afraid of what he might be coming to take away. When exactly had this child stopped being Lily's son and started being his? "Sev." Harry's voice interrupted his brooding. The boy was standing in the doorway of the sitting room, stuffed dog clutched under one arm, looking up at Severus with an expression of serious concentration. "What is it?" "Bad dream." Severus glanced at the clock. Just past 2 in the morning. He'd been sitting here for hours, staring at nothing, thinking about everything. "Come here," he said. Harry crossed the room and climbed into his lap with the easy confidence of a child who expected to be caught. Severus wrapped an arm around him, steadying the slight body against his chest. "Tell me." "Green light," Harry said quietly. "And screaming. A lady screaming." And then, he stopped, his small face troubled. Then it was dark. Really, really dark. Lily. Harry was dreaming about Lily's death. The memory was still there, buried deep, surfacing in nightmares that a 3-year-old couldn't possibly understand. "Those are old dreams," Severus said, keeping his voice calm through sheer force of will. "They can't hurt you anymore." "Who was she?" "The screaming lady." Severus closed his eyes. He'd known this conversation was coming. Had been dreading it and anticipating it in equal measure. "Your mother," he said. "Her name was Lily. She was the best person I ever knew." Harry was quiet for a long moment. "Then, did she love me?" "More than anything in the world." "Then why did she leave?" The question was innocent. Children didn't understand death, not really. They understood presence and absence, comfort and loss. Harry wasn't asking why Lily had died, he was asking why she wasn't here. "She didn't want to leave," Severus said. "A very bad man came, and she protected you. She stood between you and the bad man, and she gave everything she had to make sure you were safe." "The green light?" "Yes. The green light." Harry nodded slowly, processing this information with the peculiar gravity of young children confronting heavy truths. Will the bad man come back? I don't know, Severus admitted. But if he does, I'll protect you. The way your mother did. You'll stand in front? I'll stand in front. Harry relaxed against his chest, apparently satisfied with this answer. His breathing slowed, evened out, and within minutes he was asleep again. Severus didn't move. Didn't want to risk waking him. And perhaps, just perhaps, didn't want to let go. I'll protect you, he repeated quietly, to the sleeping child, to the empty room, to the memory of the woman whose eyes looked out from her son's face. I swear it on my life. I swear it on everything I am. I will keep you safe. It wasn't the first promise he'd made to Lily Evans. But it was the first one he intended to keep. Winter settled over Spinner's End like a siege. The old house creaked and groaned under the weight of snow, drafts sneaking through gaps that Severus thought he'd sealed years ago. He reinforced the warming charms, added new wards against the cold, and bought Harry a proper winter cloak from a shop in Manchester that specialized in children's clothing. Too big, Harry complained, swimming in the heavy wool. You'll grow into it. When? When you stop being so insufferably small. Harry scowled at him, an expression that looked remarkably like one Severus had seen in his own mirror. Then he wrapped the cloak around himself like a cocoon and waddled off to find his stuffed dog. December brought Dumbledore's first official visit. Severus had been dreading it. Half of him was convinced the old man would take one look at Harry, decide Severus was doing everything wrong, and remove the child to somewhere more suitable. The other half was convinced Dumbledore would approve of everything, and that would somehow be worse. The headmaster arrived on the 15th, appearing at the door without warning, snow dusting his shoulders and that damnable twinkle restored to his eyes. Severus. You're looking well. I'm looking exhausted. There's a difference. May I come in? Severus stepped aside, one hand itching with the urge to slam the door in the old man's face. But Dumbledore was already inside, shaking snow from his cloak, looking around with the polite interest of someone cataloging everything they saw. You've made changes, he observed. New wards on the basement. Cushioning charms on the furniture corners. Is that a monitoring rune matrix on the ceiling? Children are suicidal, Severus said flatly. This one more than most. I've had to child-proof a house that was never intended to contain anything more fragile than a particularly aggressive potions experiment. And where is young Harry now? In his room. Playing. Might I see him? Severus wanted to say no. Wanted to keep the old man as far from Harry as possible, to protect this strange new life he'd built from the machinations of someone who thought in centuries and moved people like chess pieces. But Dumbledore would see him eventually. Better to control the circumstances. Fine. But don't overwhelm him. He doesn't take well to strangers. They climbed the stairs to Harry's room. Severus knocked once, a habit he'd developed early, respecting the boy's space, and pushed open the door. Harry was sitting on the floor, surrounded by books. Not children's picture books, actual books, pulled from Severus's own shelves. Advanced Potion Theory. Herbology texts. A worn copy of magical drafts and potions that had been Severus's own at Hogwarts. He was moving his finger along the lines, mouthing words, his brow furrowed in concentration. Sev. He looked up with a bright smile that faded slightly when he saw Dumbledore. Who's that? An old acquaintance, Severus said carefully. This is Albus Dumbledore. He runs the school you'll attend when you're older. Harry studied Dumbledore with the sharp-eyed wariness of a child who had learned to be careful around new adults. Then his gaze dropped to the headmaster's robes. Stars, he said. On his clothes. Are they real? A mere enchantment, I'm afraid. Dumbledore crouched down to Harry's level, his joints creaking audibly. Though I once met a man who tried to sew actual starlight into a robe. It burned through the fabric rather spectacularly. Harry considered this. That was dumb. Dumbledore laughed, a warm sound that seemed genuine. Indeed it was. You have your mother's practicality. Something flickered across Harry's face, curiosity, mostly, but with an edge of the pain that always accompanied mentions of Lily. You knew my mum? I did. She was one of my favorite students. Was she good at potions? Exceptional. Though I suspect you already know that. Harry nodded solemnly, then returned his attention to the book in front of him. Apparently, Dumbledore had been evaluated and found acceptable but not particularly interesting. Severus led the headmaster back downstairs, leaving Harry to his studies. He's reading, Dumbledore said, once they were seated in the sitting room. Complex texts. At 3 years old. He's learning to read. There's a difference. The difference appears remarkably small. Dumbledore accepted the tea Severus grudgingly offered, his eyes thoughtful. You've been teaching him. Obviously. More than basics. He has an extraordinary mind. It would be criminal to waste it on nursery rhymes and building blocks. Severus. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but firm. He's 3 years old. He should be playing with other children, learning to make friends, experiencing the world. He's safe, Severus interrupted. He's healthy. He's learning at a rate that would shame most Hogwarts students. What exactly is your complaint? I'm not complaining. I'm concerned. About what? That I'm raising him to be competent. That I'm preparing him for a world that will try to tear him apart the moment he steps into it. Severus's voice had gone cold, the temperature in the room seeming to drop with it. You told me to keep him alive. That's what I'm doing. If you don't like my methods, find someone else. There is no one else. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every one of his considerable years. And I'm not asking you to change course. I merely want to ensure that Harry grows up with more than just knowledge. That he learns to love, to trust, to form connections with people outside this house. He has connections. With whom? You. Is that so unacceptable? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he smiled, and this time the expression reached his eyes. No, he said softly. It's rather remarkable, actually. I confess I didn't expect this. Expected what? For you to care for him. Genuinely care, I mean. Not merely protect him out of obligation. Dumbledore set down his teacup. When I brought him to you, I hoped, but I didn't dare believe. You've surprised me, Severus. In the best possible way. Severus didn't know how to respond to that. Didn't know how to explain that this transformation hadn't been a choice, hadn't been something he'd decided to do. Harry had simply grown on him. Like lichen on stone. Like roots cracking through foundation. Like love, creeping in through wounds he'd thought had scarred over. Is there anything else? He asked stiffly. Harry has lessons in an hour. One more thing. Dumbledore's expression turned serious. Have you noticed anything unusual about Harry's magic? Any incidents of accidental power? Severus's face gave away nothing. Years of spying had taught him to control every micro-expression, every tell that might betray his thoughts. Some minor events. Typical for a child his age. Indeed. Dumbledore's eyes were too knowing, too sharp. Because I've been monitoring the wards, you see. The protective enchantments I placed around this house. And there have been fluctuations. Surges of power that suggest something rather more than minor accidental magic. Children are unstable. Their magic reflects that. True. Dumbledore stood, collecting his cloak. But most children's magic doesn't pulse in patterns that echo the protective wards themselves. Most children's magic doesn't feel like. He stopped, shaking his head. No matter. I'm sure you'll tell me if anything concerning develops. Of course, Severus lied smoothly. He walked Dumbledore to the door, exchanged meaningless pleasantries about holiday plans and ministry politics, and watched the old man disappear into the snowy evening with a crack of apparition. Then he went upstairs, sat down on the floor next to Harry, and pulled a book toward himself. Sev. Harry looked up from his own reading. You're doing the angry face. I'm not angry. The face says different. Severus forced his expression into something more neutral. Harry had become distressingly good at reading him. The old man, Dumbledore, he'll be watching us, he said carefully. Watching you, specifically. He's interested in your magic. Harry's green eyes flickered with something that might have been understanding. Because of the green light? Because of what happened when I was a baby? Partly. Severus chose his next words with care. There are people who believe you're special. Important. They'll want to use you for their own purposes. What do you believe? The question caught him off guard. Harry was staring at him with an intensity that seemed impossible for a 3-year-old, waiting for an answer that would shape how he understood himself. I believe, Severus said slowly, that you are special. That you are important. But not because of prophecies or famous dark wizards. You're special because of who you are. Because you work hard. Because you're curious. Because you want to learn and grow and become something extraordinary. He reached out, hesitantly, and rested a hand on Harry's messy hair. You're not a weapon or a symbol or a chess piece. You're a boy. My boy. And I will never let anyone use you. Harry leaned into the touch, a small smile curving his lips. Okay, he said simply. I believe you. It was the most trust Severus had ever been given. He swore silently that he would die before he betrayed it. Christmas morning arrived with thin winter light and the distant sound of church bells from the village. Severus woke to the weight of something small and warm bouncing on his chest. Wake up, Harry commanded. It's present time. It's 6 a.m. That's wake-up time. For who? Roosters. 4 presents. Severus allowed himself to be dragged downstairs, where a modest pile of packages waited beneath the small tree he transfigured from a collection of potion-stirring rods. He'd never decorated for Christmas before, had never seen the point, when there was no one to share it with, but Harry had been so excited by the idea of a tree that Severus had found himself unable to refuse. He'd become distressingly bad at refusing Harry anything. This one first. Harry shoved a badly wrapped package into his hands. I made it. Mrs. Chen helped. Mrs. Chen was their neighbor, one of the few muggles on Spinner's End who didn't actively avoid Severus. She watched Harry occasionally when Severus needed to visit the apothecary or handle business that couldn't include a small child. She'd apparently also been teaching him to make Christmas presents. Severus unwrapped the package carefully, discovering a lumpy object that might have been a scarf or possibly a very confused snake. I knitted it, Harry said proudly. The stitches are a bit wonky, but Mrs. Chen said that gives it character. It's lovely. You hate it. I do not hate it. Severus wound the chaotic creation around his neck, where it hung with all the grace of a strangled python. I will treasure it always. Harry beamed at him, and something in Severus's chest expanded painfully. Now yours, he said, pushing a small box across the floor. Harry tore into the wrapping with the savage efficiency of a child who had never learned patience. Inside the box was a leather case, and inside the case was a knife. Harry breathed. A potion's knife. Your potion's knife. Sterling silver with a moonstone inlaid handle, charmed to never dull. Severus leaned forward. This is not a toy. This is a tool, a dangerous tool, that requires respect and careful handling. You will not use it without supervision until you've demonstrated proper technique. You will not remove it from the laboratory. You will not, He was cut off by Harry launching himself across the floor and wrapping small arms around his neck. "Thank you, thank you, thank you." The words were muffled against Severus's shoulder. "It's perfect. It's the best present ever." Severus sat very still, arms hanging awkwardly at his sides. Physical affection still didn't come naturally to him, probably never would, but he was learning to accept it. To even, on occasion, return it. He wrapped his arms around the small body and held on. "You're welcome," he said quietly. "Merry Christmas, Harry." "Merry Christmas, Sev." They sat like that for a long moment, in the thin winter light, surrounded by torn wrapping paper and the smell of pine and the particular warmth that came from belonging somewhere. Outside, the snow continued to fall. Inside, something had changed. Severus Snape had never expected to be a father. Had never wanted to be one. Had sworn that he would never inflict his broken self on an innocent child. But here he was, on Christmas morning, with a badly knitted scarf around his neck and a small boy in his arms, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, he felt something close to peace. It wouldn't last. He knew it wouldn't last. The world beyond these walls was full of dangers, old enemies and new threats and the ever-present shadow of the Dark Lord's return. Harry's life would never be simple, and neither would Severus's. But that was a problem for another day. Today, there was only this. This moment. This boy. This fragile, impossible, precious thing they had built together. Family. Severus closed his eyes and allowed himself to believe that maybe, just maybe, this was enough. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Small Revolutions. The summer of 1983 arrived like an uninvited guest, bringing with it thick humidity that turned Spinner's End into a sweltering trap. The old brick houses held heat like ovens, and even the river seemed to sweat, its sluggish waters carrying the stench of industrial runoff and rotting vegetation. Severus Snape had never minded the heat before. He'd spent summers in this house as a child, hiding in the basement from his father's rages, finding the cool stone walls a refuge from more than just the weather. But that was before he'd acquired a 3-year-old shadow who wilted dramatically at temperatures above 70 degrees. "Hot," Harry announced for the 14th time that morning. He was sprawled on the sitting room floor like a starfish, wearing only his underpants and a look of profound betrayal. "Sev. It's hot. I'm aware. Make it stop being hot. I am a wizard, not a weather deity." "What's a deity?" "A god. An all-powerful being that controls the forces of nature." Severus didn't look up from the cooling charm he was attempting to modify. Standard temperature regulation worked well enough for potion storage, but adapting it for an entire house was proving more complicated than anticipated. "I am neither all-powerful nor interested in controlling nature. I simply want to stop sweating through my robes." Harry considered this. "Can't you just magic the hot away?" "What do you think I'm doing?" "Looking grumpy at a book." Severus set down his quill and fixed the boy with a look that had made seventh years quail. Harry stared back, unimpressed. "The book," Severus said with exaggerated patience, "contains theoretical frameworks for atmospheric manipulation within enclosed spaces. The looking grumpy is concentration. And if you would stop interrupting me every 30 seconds, I might actually succeed in making this house bearable." "Oh." Harry rolled onto his stomach, propping his chin on his hands. "Can I help? Can you perform complex arithmetic calculations while maintaining awareness of runic stability matrices?" "What's arithmetic?" "Mathematics for magic." "I know mathematics. You taught me counting and adding and the one where you take things away, subtraction." "That one." Harry scrambled to his feet, apparently too interested to remember that he was dying of heatstroke. "Can I learn the magic mathematics?" Severus opened his mouth to refuse. The boy was 3 years old. Arithmancy was a subject that most wizards didn't encounter until their 3rd year at Hogwarts, and even then, half of them couldn't grasp the basics. The idea of teaching number theory to someone who still occasionally put his shoes on the wrong feet was absurd. But Harry was looking at him with those eyes, Lily's eyes, bright with curiosity and that particular hunger for knowledge that Severus recognized because he'd felt it himself, once, before the world had beaten it out of him. "Sit down," he heard himself say. "And put on some clothes. I refuse to teach arithmancy to a half-naked child." Harry's face split into a grin that made the heat almost bearable. By August, Harry could count in base 12. It had started as a simple explanation of magical number systems, the way wizarding measurements operated differently from Muggle ones, the 12 uses of dragon's blood, the 7-day potion cycles, the 3 components of wand composition. Numbers, Severus explained, had power. Not in the mystical sense that some wizards claimed, but in the way they described and predicted magical behavior. Harry had absorbed this information like a sponge absorbing water, then demanded more. "But why 12?" he asked, for the third time that day. They were in the laboratory, where cooling charms actually worked properly, surrounded by bubbling cauldrons and the sharp scent of pickling brine. "Why not 10? 10 is easier. 10 is easier for Muggles because they have 10 fingers." Magical systems developed independently, based on different observations. Severus measured out 3 drams of powdered moonstone, demonstrating proper technique while he talked. 12 divides more evenly. Halves, thirds, quarters, sixths. Magical resonance follows patterns of divisibility. So magic likes numbers that share nicely. It was a child's way of phrasing it, but not inaccurate. Magic likes balance, Severus corrected. Numbers that divide evenly create balanced ratios. Balanced ratios create stable magic. Stable magic is less likely to explode in your face. Is that why the stewed lacewings need 21 days? Because 21 divides by 3 and 7? Severus's hand froze over the cauldron. He turned slowly to look at Harry, who was perched on his usual stool, swinging his legs and apparently unaware that he'd just made a connection that most adult potioneers never grasped. "Yes," Severus said carefully. 3 days for each phase of the infusion cycle, repeated 7 times for the magical primes. The interaction between 3 and 7 creates the fundamental resonance that allows the lacewings to integrate with other ingredients. So if you stewed them for 14 days, 2 times 7, would they work differently? Because 2 is even and 3 is odd. They wouldn't work at all. 14-day lacewings produce an inert substance with no magical properties. Severus set down his measuring spoon. "How did you know to ask that?" Harry shrugged, a gesture that seemed too casual for the weight of what he'd just demonstrated. "The numbers talk to each other. In my head. When you said 21, I could see how it came apart into pieces, and the pieces fit with what you said about balance. The numbers talk to each other. Not really talking. More like shapes. 21 looks like a triangle sitting on a line. The triangle is the 3 and the line is the 7. And the way they fit together feels right, like when a puzzle piece clicks in." Severus stared at his ward, his son. He'd started thinking of Harry that way, though he'd never say it aloud, and tried to process what he was hearing. Magical intuition for numbers was rare. Extraordinarily rare. Most arithmancers developed their skills through years of study and practice, learning to see the patterns that governed magical mathematics. But some, a very few, were born with an innate sense for numerical relationships, an ability to perceive the underlying structure of magical theory without being taught. Lily had been like that. Not with numbers specifically, but with potions. She'd had an instinct for ingredient combinations that no textbook could explain, a feel for the art of brewing that transcended mere technique. Apparently, her son had inherited something similar. "We need to test this," Severus said. "Properly. Scientifically." Harry's face lit up. "Like an experiment?" "Exactly like an experiment." The tests continued through the rest of the summer. Severus designed them carefully, balancing rigor with the attention span of a 3-year-old. Simple at first, asking Harry to identify which numbers felt magical, then checking his answers against known arithmetic principles. Then more complex, presenting him with ingredient lists and asking which quantities seemed wrong, which proportions felt unbalanced. Harry was right more often than chance could explain. Significantly more often. 3 ounces of beetle eyes, Severus read from a deliberately modified recipe. 7 drams of salamander blood. 2 sprigs of wolfsbane. 4 unicorn hairs. Harry's nose wrinkled. The beetle eyes are wrong. Should be 2 ounces. Or 4. 3 doesn't fit with the others. Why not? Because. Harry screwed up his face, trying to articulate something that clearly came to him as feeling rather than thought. 3 is pointy. And 7 is pointy too, but a different kind of pointy. When you put them together with 4, which is square, and 2, which is flat, the 3 sticks out. It makes everything wobbly. And if the 3 were a 2? Then it would be flat pointy square flat. Much better. The flat and square hold the pointy steady. Severus made a note in his journal. Harry's synesthetic number perception was consistent across multiple tests. He assigned shapes and textures to numbers in ways that corresponded surprisingly well to actual arithmetic properties. The pointy numbers were primes. The flat numbers were powers of 2. The square numbers were, appropriately, perfect squares. It wasn't conscious knowledge. Harry had no idea what a prime number was, couldn't explain why 7 was different from 6 in mathematical terms. But some part of his mind perceived these properties anyway, translating them into sensory experiences he could understand. You have a gift, Severus told him, at the end of another testing session. A genuine, rare gift. Do you understand what that means? Harry shook his head, looking slightly overwhelmed. It means you have a responsibility. Severus crouched down to meet the boy's eyes. Gifts can be developed or wasted. You can learn to understand this ability, to control it, to use it for great things. Or you can ignore it, let it atrophy, become nothing more than occasional odd feelings that you can't explain. I want to learn, Harry said immediately. I want to understand. It will be difficult. Harder than anything we've done so far. I don't care. There was steel in the child's voice, a determination that belonged to someone much older. Teach me. Please. Severus looked at his son, yes, his son, he could admit that now, at least to himself, and felt something that might have been hope. Very well, he said. We'll start tomorrow. Autumn brought cooler weather and a new addition to Harry's education, practical potions work. Not brewing, not yet. Harry's fine motor skills weren't developed enough for the precision work that potion making required. But preparation, the cleaning, chopping, measuring, and organizing of ingredients, was well within his capabilities, and it formed the foundation that all brewing built upon. A potion is only as good as its ingredients, Severus lectured, demonstrating the proper way to slice valerian root. The finest technique in the world cannot compensate for materials that are poorly prepared or improperly stored. This is why we spend more time preparing than brewing. Harry watched with intense focus, his new silver knife clutched carefully in both hands. The grain of the root runs this direction. Severus indicated the faint lines in the pale flesh of the valerian. Cut against the grain, and you release the essential oils too quickly, the root becomes bitter, loses potency. Cut with the grain, at a 45-degree angle, and the oils remain trapped until heated. The difference is subtle, but in a complex potion, subtle differences compound. Like how a little bit wrong plus a little bit wrong plus a little bit wrong makes a lot wrong. Precisely. Severus handed over the root and knife, positioning himself behind Harry to guide his hands. Now you try. Slowly. There's no prize for speed. The first cut was clumsy, the angle too steep, but the basic motion was correct. Severus adjusted Harry's grip, showed him how to use his other hand as a guide, and watched the second cut come out cleaner. Better. Again. By the end of the session, Harry's pile of sliced valerian was uneven but usable. More importantly, he'd maintained focus throughout, no wandering attention, no complaints about boredom, no requests to do something more exciting. You did well, Severus said, and meant it. Harry beamed. Can we do more tomorrow? If you complete your other lessons satisfactorily, yes. I'll complete them very satisfactorily. That's not, Severus sighed. Fine. Very satisfactorily it is. The incident with the laboratory happened in late October. Severus had been working on a commission, a complex healing draft for St. Mungo's, one of the few ways he earned legitimate income, when the reaction went wrong. Later, he would trace the error to contaminated asphodel, a batch that had been improperly dried by his supplier. In the moment, all he knew was that the cauldron started smoking, the smoke turned from gray to green to a sickly yellow, and his lungs seized as the toxic fumes filled the basement. He'd been careless. Overconfident. Working without proper protective charms because he'd brewed this same potion 100 times without incident. The bubblehead charm wouldn't form, his wand hand was already shaking, his vision blurring, the poison working faster than his reflexes. He stumbled toward the door, crashed into a shelf, sent bottles shattering across the floor. The additional fumes mixed with the original, creating something worse, something that burned. He was dying. He knew he was dying. The irony was not lost on him: survived the Dark Lord, survived the war, survived the trials and the guilt and the empty years afterward, only to be killed by a simple brewing error in his own basement. Harry. The thought cut through the fog. Harry was upstairs, safe behind the wards, but when Severus didn't emerge, when the boy came looking. He tried to crawl. Made it perhaps a foot before his arms gave out. The darkness was closing in. And then it wasn't. The air changed. Not gradually, not like ventilation clearing smoke, but all at once, one moment poison, the next clean and cool and breathable. Severus gasped, pulling oxygen into starving lungs, and through tear-blurred eyes he saw something impossible. Harry was standing in the doorway. His eyes were glowing. Not the subtle luminescence Severus had seen before, but actual light, brilliant green, the color of new leaves, the color of killing curses, the color of everything that had ever mattered. And the light was spreading, radiating outward from the boy in waves that washed over the laboratory like water, touching every surface, cleaning as it went. The spilled potions vanished. The broken glass repaired itself. The yellow smoke simply ceased to exist, not dispersed but erased, as if it had never been. Harry stood at the center of his own small miracle, 4 years old and burning with power that shouldn't be possible. Sev, he said, his voice carrying harmonics that vibrated in Severus's chest. Sev was hurt. Had to help. And then the light faded, the glow died, and Harry collapsed. Severus caught him before he hit the ground. Barely. His own body was screaming in protest, lungs still raw, muscles still weak, but he managed to gather the unconscious child in his arms and carry him upstairs. He laid Harry on the sofa, checked his pulse, steady, his breathing, even, his pupils, responsive. No obvious signs of magical exhaustion, though given what the boy had just done, there should have been. An adult wizard performing that kind of purification would have needed days to recover. A child should have been comatose for a week. Harry opened his eyes after perhaps 20 minutes. Blinked. Looked around in confusion. What happened? His voice was normal again, small and sleepy and utterly ordinary. I had a bad dream. There was yellow smoke and you couldn't breathe and I was so scared. It wasn't a dream. Severus's voice came out rougher than he intended. You saved my life. Again. I did. The smoke was real. The danger was real. And you, how to explain this? How to tell a 4-year-old that he'd just performed a feat of magic that most adult wizards couldn't manage? You made the bad smoke go away. All of it. Just like before. Harry's brow furrowed. I don't remember. That's probably normal. Severus had no idea if it was normal. Nothing about this child was normal. How do you feel? Tired. And hungry. Harry's stomach growled on cue. Really hungry. Severus laughed. It was an unfamiliar sound, rusty from disuse, but genuine. Then we'll get you something to eat. And tomorrow, we're going to start new lessons. What kind of lessons? The kind that might help you remember what you do when the light comes. Severus smoothed the boy's hair back from his forehead, his hand lingering on the lightning bolt scar. You have power, Harry. More power than you know. It's time we started learning to control it. The new lessons were about the mind. Severus had learned occlumency the hard way, taught by the Dark Lord himself, in sessions that felt more like torture than instruction. He discovered that the only way to survive in Voldemort's presence was to hide his true thoughts behind walls of carefully constructed lies, to bury his real self so deep that not even the most talented legilimens could find it. He would not teach Harry that way. He refused to. But the fundamentals, the ability to organize thoughts, to control emotional responses, to observe one's own mental processes from a position of calm detachment, these could be taught gently. These would help Harry understand what was happening when his magic surged out of control. Close your eyes, Severus said. They were sitting on the floor of the sitting room, facing each other, the curtains drawn against the autumn afternoon. Breathe slowly. In through your nose, out through your mouth. Harry obeyed, his small face scrunching with concentration. Now. Imagine your mind is a house. Like this house, but yours. It can look however you want, big or small, simple or complex. What does it look like? Harry was quiet for a long moment. It's got a lot of rooms. And stairs. And the stairs go in weird directions, like that picture you showed me. The Escher print? Yeah. Like that. Stairs going up that are also going down. Fascinating. Most beginners visualized simple structures, a single room, perhaps a small cottage. Harry's mind apparently came pre-furnished with architectural impossibilities. Good. That's your mind house. Now I want you to walk through it. Tell me what you see. There's a front door. It's green. Harry's breathing had evened out, his body relaxing as he focused inward. Inside there's a hallway with lots of doors. Some are open and some are closed. The open ones have stuff in them, memories, I think. I can see us making potions. And Christmas. And green light. His breath hitched. It's all right, Severus said quietly. You don't have to go into that room. Just notice that it's there. Notice how it feels. It feels cold. And scared. But also. Harry's head tilted. There's something else in there. Something that isn't just the memory. It's like a piece of something. Sitting in the corner. It's really dark. Severus's blood ran cold. Don't touch it, he said, keeping his voice carefully calm. Just observe it. What does it look like? Like a shadow. But thicker. It's all curled up, like it's sleeping. Harry's face twisted. It doesn't feel nice. It feels angry. And hungry. But really small, like it's waiting to grow bigger. The Horcrux. It had to be. Severus had suspected for years, ever since the night the Dark Lord fell, that something had gone wrong with that killing curse. The scar wasn't natural, didn't behave like any cursed scar in the literature. And now Harry was describing exactly what a fragment of soul might look like to someone viewing it from inside their own mind. Harry, listen to me very carefully. Severus leaned forward, catching the boy's hands in his own. That shadow is not part of you. It doesn't belong in your house. But we're not going to touch it or try to remove it right now, because we don't understand it well enough yet. For now, I want you to build a wall around it. Can you do that? A wall? In your mind house. Around the room where the shadow is. Make the wall thick and strong, so nothing can get in or out. Harry's face went blank with concentration. For a long moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then he nodded, slowly. Done. I made it out of stone. Big blocks, like a castle. Good. Perfect. Now come back out of your mind house. Climb back up the stairs, go through the front door, and open your eyes. Harry emerged from the meditation with a gasp, blinking in the dim light of the sitting room. What was that thing, Sev? The shadow? Severus considered lying. Considered telling him it was just a bad dream, a figment of imagination, nothing to worry about. But he'd promised himself he would never lie to this child. Not about important things. I think, he said slowly, that it's a piece of the bad man who hurt your mother. A piece that got stuck inside you when he tried to hurt you too. Harry's eyes went wide. There's a piece of the bad man in my head. A very small piece. And it can't hurt you, not as long as you keep it walled up. Not as long as you don't let it grow. How do I not let it grow? By being yourself. By staying connected to the people who love you. By learning and growing and becoming strong. Severus squeezed Harry's hands. The shadow feeds on fear and anger and loneliness. As long as you're brave and loved and never alone, it will stay small and weak forever. Harry processed this information with the gravity of someone much older than 4. Will you help me? He asked finally. Help me stay brave and loved and not alone. Always, Severus said, and meant it with everything he had. Always. Winter came early that year, bringing with it ice storms that turned Spinner's End into a frozen maze. Severus used the weather as an excuse to intensify their indoor lessons, building on the foundation they'd established in the autumn. The acclimacy exercises became routine, 15 minutes every morning, sitting together in the quiet sitting room while Harry explored his mental landscape. The shadow in its stone prison remained dormant, watched but not disturbed. Harry's control over his own thoughts improved steadily, though he was still far from true mental discipline. The arithmancy continued as well, now incorporating practical exercises. Severus would give Harry simple potions recipes and ask him to identify errors by feel. The boy's accuracy was remarkably consistent. He caught wrong proportions, mismatched ingredients, incompatible quantities with an instinct that bordered on prescient. The problem is here, Harry said, pointing to a line in a deliberately sabotaged recipe. Powdered moonstone and crushed pearl shouldn't be the same amount. Pearl is heavy and moonstone is light, so you need more moonstone to balance. How much more? 1.5 times. No, wait. 1 3/7. Because moonstone likes 7 and pearl likes 3, so you have to make them talk to each other. He was right. The correct ratio for moonstone to pearl was exactly 1 3/7 to 1, a proportion that most potioneers simply memorized without understanding why. You continue to astonish me, Severus murmured, more to himself than to Harry. Is that good? It's unprecedented. I've never seen anyone learn this quickly, at any age. He paused, choosing his next words carefully. There will be people who are threatened by your abilities, Harry. People who will want to use you or control you or stop you from reaching your potential. You need to understand that. Like the bad man. The bad man is one example. But there are others. Some of them will seem nice at first. Some of them will claim to want to help you. You'll need to be careful about who you trust. Harry's face was serious beyond his years. I trust you. I know. And I'm trying to earn that trust, every day. Severus met the boy's eyes directly. But I also want you to think for yourself. To question everything, including me. If something doesn't feel right, say so. If you don't understand why we're doing something, ask. I would rather you challenge me 100 times than follow blindly once. Because following blindly is how people get hurt. Because following blindly is how people end up doing things they regret. Severus's voice had gone rough with old pain. I followed blindly once. Made choices I can never undo. I won't let you make the same mistake. Harry reached out and patted his arm with the awkward comfort of a child who didn't quite know what to do but wanted to help anyway. You're not bad, Sev. You're good now. Good is not something you are. It's something you do, every day, in every choice. Severus covered Harry's small hand with his own. Remember that. Spring arrived with suspicious gentleness, as if the weather was apologizing for the brutal winter. The snow melted, the ice cracked, and Spinner's End emerged from its frozen cocoon looking somehow more hopeful than Severus remembered. Or perhaps the hope was inside him. Harry turned 4 in March, or rather, Severus declared that he turned 4 in March, since no one actually knew the boy's real birthday. July 31st was too dangerous to celebrate openly. Anyone who knew the Potter family history would recognize the significance. So Severus had picked a date at random, told Harry it was his birthday, and proceeded to ignore the calendar's pedantic objections. Am I really 4? Harry asked, eyeing the small chocolate cake Severus had attempted to make. Cooking was not among his talents, but he was learning. You are now. But what if my real birthday is different? Then your real birthday is wrong and should feel ashamed of itself. Severus lit the 4 candles with a wave of his wand. Make a wish. Harry closed his eyes, his face scrunched with concentration. Then he blew out the candles with more enthusiasm than accuracy, requiring a second attempt to extinguish the final stubborn flame. What did you wish for? Severus asked. Can't tell. Then it won't come true. A superstition with no basis in magical theory. Still not telling. Harry's grin was infectious. Severus found himself almost smiling back. Insufferable child, he muttered, and cut the cake. The summer of 1984 brought a new development, other children. Severus had been avoiding this particular issue since Harry's arrival. Socialization was important, he understood that intellectually, but the logistics were nightmarish. Harry couldn't interact with Muggle children without risking accidental magic exposure. He couldn't interact with wizarding children without revealing his identity. The narrow path between these constraints seemed impassable. But Harry needed friends. Needed to learn how to relate to people who weren't surly potions masters with emotional availability issues. The solution, when it came, was unexpected. Her name was Sarah Chen, and she lived 3 houses down with her grandmother. She was 6 years old, curious about everything, and possessed of a remarkable ability to accept the inexplicable without demanding explanations. The first time she saw Harry levitate a toy, an accident, he'd been frustrated with a puzzle and the pieces had started floating, she watched with wide eyes, nodded once, and said, "My gran says there's more things in heaven and earth than anybody knows." Guess she was right. Then she went back to her side of the puzzle as if nothing unusual had happened. Severus, who had been watching from the kitchen window in barely concealed panic, felt something unclench in his chest. "She's not scared of me," Harry reported that evening, still glowing from the afternoon's play. "She said the floating was neat and asked if I could teach her. I said I didn't know how, and she said that was okay, she'd figure it out herself." "She won't be able to. She's a Muggle." "What's a Muggle?" And so began another difficult conversation, one of many, as Severus navigated the complex task of explaining the wizarding world to a child who was only beginning to understand his place in it. Muggles are people without magic. Most people in the world are Muggles. They don't know about witches and wizards, and we work very hard to keep it that way. Why? Because they might be frightened of us. Or jealous. History has shown that Muggles and magical folk don't always coexist peacefully. But Sarah's not frightened. Sarah is exceptional. Severus chose his next words carefully. Some muggles are more accepting than others. More able to see magic without needing to explain it away or destroy what they don't understand. Sarah seems to be one of those. So I can still be her friend? Yes. But you must be careful. Don't show her your magic on purpose. Don't talk about potions or spells or anything that might raise questions. If she sees something accidentally, let her draw her own conclusions. Okay. Harry was quiet for a moment. Sev. Are muggles less important than magical people? No. The answer came out sharper than Severus intended. No, Harry. Muggles are not less important. Some wizards believe they are, believe that magic makes them superior, but those wizards are wrong. They're dangerous and cruel and exactly the kind of people you must never become. Like the bad man. The bad man was the worst of them. He believed muggles were barely human. He killed them, killed anyone who disagreed with him, without remorse. Severus met Harry's eyes directly. I followed him once. I believed his lies. It's one of the greatest shames of my life. But you changed. I changed too late. Too late to save, his voice caught. Too late to save the people who mattered most. Harry crossed the room and climbed into his lap, a gesture that had become natural over the years. He wrapped his arms around Severus's neck and held on. You're not too late for me, he said. You saved me. You're still saving me. Severus closed his eyes and let himself be held. Sarah became a regular presence that summer, appearing at the door most afternoons with some excuse or another. Her grandmother needed to rest, she was bored, could Harry come out and play? Severus watched their interactions carefully, alert for any sign that Sarah was asking too many questions or that Harry was revealing too much. But the children seemed to have developed their own unspoken rules, a boundary that both instinctively respected. Sarah didn't ask about the strange things she occasionally witnessed. Harry didn't volunteer explanations. They played in the small garden behind the house, built elaborate structures from scavenged materials, invented complicated games with rules that only they understood. She's good for him, Mrs. Chen observed, on one of the rare occasions when she came to collect her granddaughter in person. She was a tiny woman, barely 5 feet tall, with eyes that saw more than they should. He was too serious before. Like a little old man in a child's body. He's had a difficult start to life, Severus said carefully. Haven't we all? Mrs. Chen fixed him with a look that felt uncomfortably penetrating. You've done well with him. Better than I expected, when you first moved in with that baby and no idea what you were doing. You knew. I know what a man looks like when he's drowning. And I know what he looks like when he starts learning to swim. She patted his arm with surprising gentleness. Keep going, Mr. Snape. You're not drowning anymore. She collected Sarah and left, and Severus stood in his doorway for a long moment, wondering how a Muggle grandmother had managed to see straight through him. The autumn brought colder weather and a decision that Severus had been avoiding for months. Harry needed more than he could provide. The boy was brilliant, yes, absorbing knowledge at a rate that even Severus found remarkable. But knowledge wasn't enough. Harry needed to learn how to exist in the world beyond Spinner's End, how to navigate social situations, how to be a child as well as a student. He needed a school. Not Hogwarts, that was years away, and besides, the whole point of hiding Harry's identity was to protect him from the scrutiny that would come with his fame. But a Muggle primary school, that might work. As long as Harry could control his accidental magic, as long as no one looked too closely at the strange quiet boy with the unusual guardian. I'm enrolling you in school, Severus announced, one evening over dinner. Starting in January. You'll attend classes with other children your age. Harry's fork paused halfway to his mouth. Real school. With Muggles. With Muggles. You'll learn what they learn, reading, writing, arithmetic, history. And you'll learn how to exist among them without revealing yourself. Is it safe? Nothing is ever completely safe. But I believe the benefits outweigh the risks. Severus set down his own fork. You need to know how to function in both worlds, Harry. The magical world will always be part of your heritage. But you may need to move through the Muggle world as well, someday. Better to learn now, while the stakes are low. Harry considered this with his usual gravity. Then he nodded. Okay. I'll go to Muggle school. A small smile crossed his face. Maybe Sarah will be there. Sarah attends a different school. But you may make new friends. Or enemies. Yes, Severus admitted. That too. But you're not defenseless. You have your mind, your training, and, if absolutely necessary, your magic. Just remember, magic is a last resort. Always try other solutions first. What kind of other solutions? Wit. Cunning. The ability to make your enemies underestimate you, then outmaneuver them completely. Severus allowed himself a thin smile. These are skills that will serve you far better than any spell, in the long run. Harry's eyes lit up with interest. Will you teach me? I'll teach you everything I know. Which, I should warn you, includes some very Slytherin approaches to problem solving. What's Slytherin? And so began another lesson, this one about the 4 Hogwarts houses, their values, their histories, and the complex politics that had developed among them over 1,000 years. Harry listened with rapt attention. When Severus finished, he said, Slytherin sounds interesting. But I don't think I'd want to be only one thing. What do you mean? Well, Slytherin is cunning and ambitious. But Gryffindor is brave. And Ravenclaw is clever. And Hufflepuff is loyal. All of those seem important. Why would you only pick one? Severus stared at his son, his brilliant, impossible son, and felt a surge of pride so intense it almost hurt. That, he said slowly, is perhaps the most intelligent thing anyone has ever said about the house system. Harry beamed. School began in January, and promptly became a source of endless frustration. Not for Harry, the boy adapted to the new environment with surprising ease, navigating the social complexities of a Muggle classroom with the same analytical approach he brought to everything else. Within weeks, he'd identified the power structures among his classmates, the teacher's individual quirks and preferences, and the optimal strategies for existing peacefully among children who had no idea what he was capable of. The frustration was Severus's. They're teaching him what? He demanded, staring at the homework Harry had brought home. It's called whole language learning, Harry explained patiently. You're supposed to guess what words mean from context instead of sounding them out. That's pedagogically insane. How do they expect anyone to read unfamiliar words? Mrs. Patterson says exposure is the key. Read enough and you'll just know. Mrs. Patterson is an imbecile. Severus grabbed a piece of parchment and began furiously scribbling. Tonight, we're reviewing phonics. Proper phonics. If that school won't teach you to decode text systematically, I'll do it myself. Harry watched with amusement as his guardian worked himself into a genuine rage over primary school curriculum. Sev. What? I already know how to read. You taught me when I was 3. Severus paused mid-scribble. Yes. Well. The principle remains. You just like being angry at incompetent teachers. I like nothing of the sort. Severus set down his quill with wounded dignity. I simply have standards. High standards. Standards that apparently exceed those of the entire Muggle educational establishment. Harry grinned and went back to his, correctly spelled, phonetically decoded, homework. Spring brought the 1-year anniversary of a realization that Severus still couldn't quite believe. He loved this child. It hadn't happened suddenly. There was no moment of dramatic revelation, no single incident that transformed obligation into devotion. Instead, it had grown slowly, imperceptibly, like the gradual accumulation of sediment that eventually builds mountains. Somewhere between the late-night feedings and the early morning lessons, between the accidents and the achievements, between the arguments and the apologies, Severus Snape had stopped being a reluctant guardian and become a father. He didn't say it aloud. The words felt too large, too fragile, too likely to shatter if exposed to air. But he showed it in other ways, in the care he took with Harry's education, in the patience he found for childhood's endless questions, in the fear that gripped him whenever the boy was out of his sight. And Harry showed it back. In the trust he offered so freely. In the way he reached for Severus's hand when they walked together. In the simple assumption that Severus would be there, always, because that's what fathers did. Sev. Harry's voice came from the doorway of the laboratory. He was holding a piece of paper, his expression uncertain. What is it? At school, they asked us to draw our families. For a display thing. Harry crossed the room and held out the paper. I drew us. Severus looked at the drawing. Two figures stood in front of a house, holding hands. One was tall and dark-haired and dressed in black. The other was small and messy-haired and wearing a green jumper. Above them, in careful letters, Harry had written, "My family." "It's just us," Harry said. "Is that okay? The other kids have mums and dads and brothers and sisters. We're just, us." Severus set aside his work. Crouched down to Harry's level. Looked into those green eyes, Lily's eyes, and saw nothing but hope. "Us is enough," he said. "Us is everything." Harry smiled. The night terrors came back that spring. They'd been dormant for months, but something, the stress of school, perhaps, or the anniversary of the attack approaching, triggered their return. Harry woke screaming in the dark, thrashing against invisible enemies, crying out for a mother who couldn't answer. Severus learned to respond quickly. Down the hall at the first sound, through the door before the fear could fully take hold, gathering the trembling child into his arms and holding on until the dream released its grip. "Green light," Harry sobbed, the same words every time. Screaming. She was screaming and then she stopped and then, "I know. I know. It's over now. It's over. Why do I keep seeing it? Because some wounds take a long time to heal." Severus rocked him gently, a gesture that had become automatic. "Your mind is trying to process what happened, even though you were too young to understand it at the time. Will it ever stop?" "Yes." Severus had no way of knowing if this was true, but he said it anyway. "Eventually, yes. The dreams will fade. The memories will lose their power. And every time you wake up, you'll remember that you survived. That you're safe. That I'm here. Promise?" "I promise." He held Harry until the boy fell asleep again, then sat in the dark bedroom for a long time, thinking about promises and scars and the terrible weight of memories that never truly faded. Summer arrived with its usual assault of heat and humidity, and Severus made a decision. They were going to leave Spinner's End. Not permanently, the house was protected, warded, one of the few places in Britain where Harry could exist without constantly looking over his shoulder. But the boy had never been outside the immediate neighborhood, had never seen anything of the wider world, magical or muggle. It was time to change that. "We're going on a trip," Severus announced. "To Wales. There's a cottage, my mother's family owned it, before. It's been empty for years, but it should still be habitable." Harry's eyes went wide. "A trip? A real trip? Like a holiday?" "Like a holiday, yes. We'll stay for 2 weeks. You can explore. See the countryside. Maybe learn to swim in the lake. There's a lake. A small one. The water's cold, but," he didn't get to finish. Harry had launched himself across the room and attached himself to Severus's midsection like a particularly enthusiastic barnacle. "Thank you. Yes, well. You're crushing my spleen. Kindly detach. Harry did not detach. If anything, he squeezed harder. Best Sev ever, he declared, muffled against Severus's robes. And Severus, who had never been anyone's best anything, found that he had no idea what to say. So he said nothing. Just stood there, in his shabby sitting room, letting a small boy hug him, and tried to remember how to breathe around the pressure in his chest. Wales was everything Severus remembered and nothing like it at all. The cottage stood at the edge of a forest, overlooking a lake that sparkled silver in the summer sun. The mountains rose in the distance, their peaks still touched with snow despite the season's warmth. The air smelled of pine and water and the particular wildness of places where humans had never quite taken hold. Harry was enchanted. Sev, look, a fox. A real fox. Can I follow it? You may observe it from a reasonable distance. Do not attempt to approach, touch, or feed it. But, foxes bite, Harry. And may carry diseases. Fine. Harry pouted for approximately 3 seconds, then spotted a butterfly and forgot his disappointment entirely. They spent 2 weeks exploring, swimming, cooking over an open fire. Harry learned to identify edible plants, to fish, badly, to navigate by the stars. Severus learned what his own laugh sounded like, a discovery that startled them both. You should laugh more, Harry said, one evening, as they sat on the cottage porch watching the sun set behind the mountains. I'm not a naturally amusing person. You don't have to be amusing to laugh. You just have to be happy. Severus looked at the boy beside him, sunburned, dirty, grinning with the pure joy of someone who had spent a perfect day doing exactly what they wanted. I suppose, he said slowly, I haven't had much practice at being happy. That's okay. Harry leaned against his side, warm and present and impossibly real. I can teach you. Like you teach me things. You think you can teach me to be happy? Sure. It's easy. Harry's voice was drowsy, sleep pulling at him after a long day in the sun. You just have to notice when good things happen. And then let yourself feel good about them. That's simple. That's simple. Severus looked out at the sunset, at the lake reflecting fire and gold, at the mountain standing eternal against the fading sky. He let himself feel good about it. And somewhere deep inside, something that had been frozen for a very long time began, finally, to thaw. They returned to Spinner's End in mid-August, sunburned and exhausted and carrying a lifetime's worth of memories from a single fortnight. The house looked different, somehow. Smaller. Darker. But also more like home than it had ever felt before. I don't want to forget, Harry said, standing in the doorway of his bedroom. Wales, I mean. I want to remember it forever. Then remember it. Severus paused in the hallway. That's what memories are for. The good ones help us survive the bad ones. Do you have good memories? From before? A few. More than he'd realized, actually, until recently. They were buried for a long time. Hidden under other things. But they're still there. That's good. Harry yawned hugely. I'm glad you have good memories. You deserve good memories. He wandered into his room, already half asleep on his feet, and Severus stood in the hallway for a long moment, turning those words over in his mind. You deserve good memories. Maybe he did. Maybe he didn't. But for the first time in longer than he could remember, he found himself wanting to make new ones. Starting tomorrow. Starting now. Starting with every day he had left with this impossible, extraordinary child. He went to his own room, lay down in the darkness, and fell asleep thinking about happiness. It was a strange feeling, after so many years. Strange, and frightening, and more precious than anything he'd ever known. He held on to it carefully. And for the first time since Lily died, he dared to hope that it might last. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, a proper education. The autumn of 1986 arrived with a bite that promised an early winter, stripping the last stubborn leaves from the trees along Spinner's End and leaving the street looking skeletal and exposed. Harry stood at the window of his bedroom, watching the wind chase debris down the cobblestones, and felt the familiar restlessness that always came with the changing seasons. He was 6 years old now, and the world had begun to feel too small. Not Spinner's End itself, the house remained his sanctuary, the laboratory his favorite place on earth. But the boundaries of his existence had started to chafe. School was tedious, the other children simultaneously too loud and too simple, their concerns about football matches and television programs feeling impossibly remote from his own reality. Even Sarah, dear Sarah, who accepted his strangeness without question, couldn't truly understand who he was or what he was becoming. Only Sev understood. And sometimes, Harry suspected, even Sev didn't fully grasp the shape of the thing growing inside him. "You're brooding," Sev's voice came from the doorway. "I can hear you thinking from downstairs." Harry didn't turn from the window. "I'm not brooding. I'm contemplating." The distinction being, brooding is unproductive. Contemplating might lead somewhere useful. He heard the soft sound of Sev crossing the room, felt the familiar presence settle beside him at the window. They stood together in silence, watching the wind tear at the world outside. "Tell me," Sev said finally. Harry struggled to put it into words. The feeling was vast and formless, like trying to describe the color of magic or the taste of numbers. "I know things," he said slowly. "Things I shouldn't know. Things you haven't taught me yet. Like there's a library inside my head, and sometimes books fall open by themselves." "Give me an example." "Yesterday, in the laboratory. You were preparing the base for the Wolfsbane modification, and I knew, that the aconite needed to be harvested under a waning moon or the alkaloids would be wrong. You hadn't told me that. I'd never read it anywhere. But I knew it anyway." Sev was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was careful. "You were correct. The aconite must be harvested during the waning moon, specifically between the 3rd and 7th days of the lunar phase. It's not in any standard text, it's knowledge that's been passed down through certain potions' lineages, closely guarded." "So how did I know?" "That," Sev said, "is an excellent question." Harry finally turned to look at him. His guardian's face was unreadable, but Harry had learned to see past the mask. There was concern there, certainly. But also something that looked almost like wonder. "Is something wrong with me?" "No." The answer came immediately, with a certainty that Harry found reassuring. "Nothing is wrong with you. Something is different, yes. Something is unusual. But different and unusual are not synonymous with wrong." "Then what is it?" Sev was silent, and Harry recognized the particular quality of that silence. His guardian was deciding how much truth to share. "There are theories," Sev said finally, "about the nature of magical knowledge. Some scholars believe that magic itself has a kind of memory, a repository of everything that has ever been discovered or invented. Most wizards can't access this knowledge directly, they must learn it from books or teachers, the same way muggles learn. But occasionally, very rarely, someone is born with a thinner barrier, let's say. A more permeable connection to the magical substrate. Like a leaky roof. More like a selective membrane. Information seeps through, but only when it's relevant. Only when you need it." Sev turned to face him fully. "I've suspected for some time that you might have this ability. Your progress has been too fast, too intuitive, for conventional learning to explain. But I needed to be certain before I told you." "Why?" "Because this gift, if that's what it is, comes with dangers. The information you access isn't always reliable. It's not organized, not curated, not designed for a child's mind. And there are those who would exploit this ability if they knew you possessed it." Harry absorbed this, turning it over in his mind the way he turned over arithmetic equations, looking for the patterns beneath the surface. "Dumbledore," he said. "He'd want to know. Dumbledore wants to know everything. That's what makes him both useful and dangerous." Sev's expression darkened. "I haven't told him about this. I haven't told anyone. And I want you to promise me that you won't reveal it either. Not to Sarah, not to your teachers, not to anyone. I promise." Harry paused. "But Sev, if the information isn't always reliable, how do I know when to trust it?" "That," Sev said, "is what we're going to learn to figure out. Together." The training intensified over the following weeks. Sev devised tests, increasingly complex scenarios where Harry had to distinguish between genuine magical intuition and his own assumptions or wishful thinking. They started with potions, naturally, since that was the domain Harry knew best. "Tell me about this ingredient." Sev held up a dried plant, its leaves crumbled and colorless. Harry focused, reaching for that strange inner library. Information flickered at the edges of his awareness, names, properties, uses, but the details were fuzzy, uncertain. "It's something in the nightshade family. Related to belladonna but not the same. The leaves are used for." He trailed off. The knowledge simply wasn't there, or if it was buried too deep to access. "I don't know," he admitted. "I can't reach it." "Good." Sev set down the plant. "That's Dipney. A valuable healing herb, but one you haven't encountered yet. The fact that you couldn't access detailed information suggests your intuition is bounded by relevance and proximity. You can't simply know everything, only things that connect to knowledge you already possess. So the library isn't complete. No library is complete. But yours may be more extensive than most." Sev handed him a vial of translucent liquid. "Now. This one." Harry took the vial, turning it in his fingers. The liquid caught the light, refracting it into rainbows against the laboratory walls. He focused inward, searching. "Basilisk venom," he said, the word arriving with absolute certainty. "Diluted, obviously, pure venom would eat through the glass. It's used as a catalyst in certain dark potions, but also in some healing applications. The dilution ratio is critical. Too weak and it's useless, too strong and it destroys everything it touches." He looked up to find Sev staring at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. "What? You shouldn't know that." Sev's voice was strange, tight. "Basilisk venom isn't in any standard curriculum. It's not even in most advanced texts. The only place I've encountered detailed information about its properties is in certain restricted sources." "Dark sources?" "Some." Sev took the vial back, handling it with noticeably more care than Harry had. "The point is, this knowledge didn't come from me. I've never discussed basilisk venom with you. Which means your intuition is drawing from somewhere else, somewhere deeper than our lessons." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the laboratory's temperature. "The shadow," he said quietly. "In my mind house. Is it leaking?" Sev was very still for a moment. Then he shook his head. "No. The walls you built are holding. I check them every time we do occlumency exercises." He paused, visibly wrestling with something. "But the shadow, the fragment, it has memories of its own. Memories from before it was created. If your mind has become permeable to magical knowledge generally, it's possible that some of that knowledge is filtering through from the source. The bad man's memories." "Yes." Harry set down the vial very carefully, as if it might explode. "I don't want his memories in my head. I know. And we're going to work on strengthening your filters, creating barriers that let through useful information while blocking anything tainted by that connection." Sev crouched down to meet his eyes. "But Harry, this is important, having access to dark knowledge doesn't make you dark. What matters is what you do with that knowledge. How you choose to use it. What if I can't tell the difference? What if his thoughts start feeling like my thoughts? That's why we practice occlumency. That's why you know your own mind so well. Sev's hands gripped his shoulders firmly. You are Harry. You are my son. You are curious and brilliant and sometimes irritatingly stubborn, and nothing, from that shadow is going to change who you are. Do you understand? Harry took a breath, then another. The fear didn't disappear, but it receded, pushed back by the solid certainty of Sev's presence. I understand. Good. Now. Sev stood, his expression shifting back to professional detachment. Let's continue. I want to map the boundaries of this ability more precisely. By December, they had developed a working theory. Harry's magical intuition was real but limited. He could access knowledge that connected to things he already knew, drawing on what Sev called the magical commons, the accumulated wisdom of centuries of wizarding practice. The stronger his existing foundation in a subject, the more detailed information he could access. But there was a secondary channel, darker and more troubling. Some knowledge came not from the commons but from the shadow in his mind, fragments of Voldemort's vast and terrible learning that bled through despite the walls Harry had built. Learning to distinguish between the two sources became Harry's most important lesson that winter. The dark knowledge feels different, he explained to Sev one evening, as they sat by the fire reviewing the day's exercises. It's colder. More certain. When I access something from the commons, it feels like remembering a dream, fuzzy around the edges, open to interpretation. But the other stuff feels like fact. Like absolute truth. That's dangerous. I know. Because absolute truths are usually wrong. Harry had learned that from Sev's endless lectures on scientific method. Nothing is absolutely true. Everything has context and limitations. Exactly. So when you encounter knowledge that feels too certain, I question it. Test it. Don't trust it until I can verify it independently. Sev nodded, a rare expression of approval crossing his features. You're learning faster than I expected. I'm motivated. Harry stared into the fire, watching the flames dance. I don't want him in my head. Every time I feel that cold certainty, I think about what he did. What he took from me. And I want to burn it all away. That anger is useful. Channel it into discipline, into control. Sev's voice was quiet. But don't let it consume you. Anger is a tool, not a master. The moment you stop controlling it, it starts controlling you. Is that what happened to him? The bad man? Among other things, yes. He was angry for so long that he forgot how to be anything else. His anger ate everything good inside him until there was nothing left but hunger and cruelty. Harry was quiet for a moment, processing this. I don't want to be like that. Then don't be. Sev's hand found his shoulder, warm and grounding. You have something he never had, Harry. You have people who love you. People who will tell you when you're going wrong and help you find your way back. As long as you hold on to that, as long as you let yourself be loved, you'll never become what he became. Do you promise? I promise to try. That's all anyone can promise, really. To try, every day, to be better than we were yesterday. Harry leaned into his guardian's side, feeling the familiar comfort of Sev's presence. I'll try too, he said. Every day. The new year brought a shift in Harry's education that had been building for months. You've outpaced the standard curriculum, Sev announced, spreading a collection of books across the kitchen table. In potions, certainly. In theoretical magic, probably. Even your occlumency is advanced beyond what most adult wizards achieve. Harry eyed the books with interest. Several had titles and languages he didn't recognize, Latin, maybe. And something else, with strange angular letters. What does that mean? It means we need a new approach. Sev tapped one of the books, a thick leather-bound volume that seemed to hum with contained energy. These are advanced texts. Some from my own education, some from other sources. We're going to move beyond basics and into genuine mastery. Mastery of what? Everything I can teach you. Sev's expression was serious, but his eyes held that particular gleam that Harry had learned to recognize as excitement. Potions, obviously, I'll teach you what I know, which is considerable. But also theory of magic, including branches that Hogwarts doesn't cover until NEWT level or later. Defensive magic, when you're old enough for a wand. History that goes beyond goblin rebellions and giant wars to the real patterns underlying magical civilization. Harry reached for the humming book, but Sev's hand intercepted his. Not that one. Not yet. That's for when you're older and your mental defenses are stronger. What is it? A text on the nature of the soul. Sev's voice was careful. It contains information that's directly relevant to your condition. But it's also dangerous knowledge, easily misused. You need to be ready before you access it. Harry pulled his hand back, recognizing the warning for what it was. Sev never restricted information without good reason. Okay. What do we start with instead? Sev smiled, a rare, genuine smile that transformed his harsh features. We start with the language of magic itself. Latin, it turned out, was not optional. Every spell, every incantation, every formal magical working is rooted in Latin, Sev explained, as Harry struggled through his first conjugation tables. Not because Latin has inherent magical properties, but because centuries of wizards using Latin have imbued the language with magical associations. When you speak Latin while channeling magic, you're drawing on all that accumulated intent. Amo, amas, amat, Harry muttered, scratching the words onto parchment. I love, you love, he loves. What does love have to do with magic? In this case, nothing. We're building vocabulary and grammar before we move to magical applications. Sev corrected his letter formation with a tap of his wand. Your handwriting is atrocious. Penmanship matters in magical scripts, sloppy letters can alter the meaning of runes and enchantments. Mrs. Patterson says my handwriting is fine. Mrs. Patterson has the standards of a particularly undiscriminating goat. Again, from the beginning. Harry sighed but complied. The work was tedious, far less engaging than potions or arithmancy, but he'd learned to trust Sev's methods. Every skill had a purpose, even if that purpose wasn't immediately obvious. By spring, he could read simple Latin texts. By summer, he was translating passages from medieval grimoires, puzzling through archaic descriptions of magical theory with growing facility. This one says that magic requires 3 components, he reported, bent over a crumbling manuscript that Sev had produced from somewhere mysterious. Intent, focus, and animus. What's animus? Soul. Spirit. The animating force that makes a living thing more than just matter. Harry looked up, pieces clicking together in his mind. That's why Muggles can't do magic. They have animus, but it's not connected to the magical commons the way ours is. One theory, yes. Sev sat down across from him. The exact nature of the difference between magical and non-magical souls is one of the great unanswered questions. Some scholars believe it's qualitative, magical souls are fundamentally different in kind. Others believe it's quantitative, all souls have magical potential, but only some have enough to manifest observable effects. What do you believe? I believe that the distinction matters less than people think. Sev's voice was careful, the tone he used when sharing personal opinions rather than established fact. Lily, your mother, used to say that magic was like music. Everyone can appreciate it, everyone is moved by it, but only some people can compose or perform. That doesn't make the listeners less important than the players. Harry was quiet for a moment, absorbing this glimpse of the woman he'd never known. She sounds nice. She was extraordinary. The word came out rough, edged with old grief. You have her eyes, you know. But you're also developing your own kind of extraordinary. Different from hers, but no less remarkable. Sev. Yes. Tell me more about her. Please. Sev was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was distant, wrapped in memories. She was brave. Impossibly brave, the kind of courage that made Gryffindor Tower look timid. She walked into danger without hesitation when someone she loved was threatened. But she was also kind, deeply, genuinely kind in a way that most people only pretend to be. A pause. She believed in redemption. Believed that anyone could change, could become better, if they truly wanted to. Even people who didn't deserve that belief. Like you. Like me. The admission was barely audible. She believed in me long after I'd stopped believing in myself. I threw that belief away, betrayed it in the worst way possible, and she died before I could. Another pause, longer this time. Before I could prove she was right. Harry set down the manuscript and moved around the table to sit beside his guardian. He didn't say anything, there were no words for a grief this old and deep. He just pressed close, offering his presence, the way Sev had done for him during so many dark nights. They sat like that for a long time, in the quiet of the kitchen, while dust motes danced in the afternoon light. The summer of 1987 brought an unexpected visitor. Lucius Malfoy arrived at Spinner's End on a Tuesday afternoon, immaculate in dove-grey robes, his white blonde hair gleaming against the grimy backdrop of the industrial street. He looked as out of place as a peacock in a coal mine, and his expression suggested he was well aware of the comparison. Harry watched from an upstairs window as Sev opened the door, his body language shifting into something Harry had never seen before, deferential, almost servile, nothing like the sardonic confidence he usually projected. Interesting. And troubling. He couldn't hear the conversation, but he could read the tension in Sev's shoulders, the forced casualness of Malfoy's gestures. After perhaps 10 minutes, Malfoy swept away down the street, and Sev retreated inside. Harry found him in the kitchen, pouring a drink with hands that weren't quite steady. Who was that? An old associate. Sev drank deeply, then set down the glass. His name is Lucius Malfoy. He was a Death Eater, like me. Unlike me, he escaped prosecution by claiming to have been under the Imperius curse. Was he? No. Lucius was one of the Dark Lord's most willing servants. But he's rich and well-connected and knows where too many bodies are buried. The Ministry found it convenient to believe his lies. Harry processed this, filing the information away. What did he want? To remind me that certain people haven't forgotten my past. That my current position is tolerated, not guaranteed. Sev's jaw tightened. And to inquire, ever so casually, about my young ward. Harry felt a chill. He knows about me. He knows Albus placed a child with me several years ago. The specifics remain obscure, which is how I intend to keep them. But Lucius is curious. Lucius is always curious about potential assets and leverage. He wants to use me for something. He wants to determine whether you're useful. If you are, he'll move to acquire influence over you. If you're not, he'll lose interest. Sev met his eyes directly. My goal is to ensure you appear sufficiently unremarkable to warrant the latter. I can do unremarkable. Harry had been practicing unremarkable at school for years, hiding his abilities, pretending to be normal, blending into the background. But Sev, if he's dangerous, shouldn't we tell someone? Dumbledore, maybe? Dumbledore knows everything about Lucius Malfoy and has done precisely nothing. The Malfoys are too wealthy, too influential, too deeply entangled with the Ministry's power structure to prosecute without bringing down half the government. Sev's voice was bitter. This is one of the things I've been trying to prepare you for, Harry. The wizarding world is not just. It's not fair. Power protects power, and those without it must learn to survive by other means. Like cunning. Like cunning, yes. Like patience and discretion and the ability to appear harmless while building strength in secret. Sev crouched down to meet his eyes. The Malfoys have a son. Draco. He's your age, will be in your year at Hogwarts. When the time comes, you'll need to navigate that relationship carefully, not too close, not too hostile, nothing that draws attention or creates complications. You're worried. I'm always worried. It's what keeps us alive. Harry reached out and took his guardian's hand. I'll be careful. I promise. Sev squeezed his hand briefly, then stood. Good. Now, we have work to do. The best defense against people like Lucius is competence. Let's make sure yours is unassailable. The following months brought an intensified focus on practical skills. Sev taught him to observe, really observe, the way a spy learned to read a room. Tell me about the man at the corner table, Sev would say, during their rare excursions into Muggle London. They'd sit in a cafe, ostensibly having lunch, while Harry practiced analyzing strangers. Businessman. Left-handed. Recently divorced, the mark on his ring finger is still visible, but the ring is gone. He's pretending to read the paper, but his eyes keep going to the window. He's waiting for someone, and he's nervous about it. Good. The woman by the door. Muggle. Definitely Muggle, she's wearing synthetic fabrics, and her shoes have rubber soles. She came in alone but keeps checking her phone, probably coordinating with someone. The bag she's carrying is heavier than it looks. Either she's shopping or... Harry studied the woman more carefully. Something about her posture, her positioning. She's watching someone. Not us, the man in the corner. Same person he's waiting for, maybe. Or she's here to make sure the meeting doesn't happen. Sev allowed a small smile. Excellent. Your instincts are developing nicely. What's actually going on? I have no idea. But the analysis is sound, which is what matters. Sev signaled for the check. In the magical world, these skills will be even more important. Wizards hide their intentions behind masks and manners. Learning to see through those masks can mean the difference between survival and catastrophe. Harry turned 7 in March, and Sev gave him his first real book on magical theory. Not a children's primer, not a simplified overview, an actual academic text, dense with terminology and equations, exploring the fundamental nature of magical energy. I can't read half these words, Harry complained, after struggling through the first chapter. Then learn them. There's a glossary in the back. This would take years to understand properly. Yes. It would. Sev's expression was unreadable. You have years, Harry. Not everything needs to be mastered in a month. Some knowledge takes time to grow into. Harry looked down at the book, Principia Magica, the title read, by someone named Adalbert Waffling. The pages were yellowed with age, the binding cracked from use. Sev's own copy, probably, from his Hogwarts days or after. Why are you giving me this now? Because you're ready to start. Not to finish, to start. Because understanding how magic actually works, at a fundamental level, will make everything else you learn more powerful and precise. Sev sat down across from him. Most wizards never read this book. They learn spells by rote, potions by recipe, and never question why things work the way they do. They're competent, but they're not masters. I want you to be a master. Why? The question seemed to catch Sev off guard. Because you're capable of it. Because the world is dangerous, and mastery provides protection. Because, he stopped, seeming to wrestle with something. Because you're my son, and I want you to have every advantage I can give you. It was the first time Sev had used that word, son, out loud. Harry felt something warm expand in his chest. Okay, he said. I'll read it. Even the parts one don't understand. Good. We'll discuss what you've read each week. Ask questions, challenge assumptions, argue with the author if you disagree. That's how real learning happens. The autumn brought new complications at school. Harry had outgrown the Muggle primary school so completely that his presence there had become almost farcical. He read at a level that put most adults to shame, solved mathematical problems that his teachers couldn't check without calculators, and had long since stopped bothering to hide his boredom with lessons designed for children who still struggled with basic multiplication. The other students had noticed. "Freak," Tommy Caldwell hissed, as Harry walked past his desk. "Think you're so smart, don't you?" Harry ignored him, the way he'd learned to ignore the petty cruelties of children who didn't understand him. But Tommy wasn't satisfied with being ignored. "Hey, I'm talking to you, freak." A hand grabbed Harry's shoulder and spun him around. Tommy was bigger than him, most children were. Harry had inherited his mother's small frame, and his face was twisted with the particular malice of someone who enjoyed having power over those weaker than himself. Harry met his eyes calmly. "I heard you. I simply had nothing to say in response." "Oh, you think you're clever?" Tommy's grip tightened. "My dad says your guardian is some kind of criminal. Says he probably kidnapped you or something. Maybe we should tell the police." The words hit harder than they should have. Not because they contained any truth. Harry knew exactly who Sev was and why they lived the way they did, but because they threatened the careful anonymity he'd maintained for years. "Your father doesn't know what he's talking about," Harry said, keeping his voice flat. "And I'd suggest you remove your hand before something regrettable happens." Tommy laughed. "What are you going to do? You're half my size." Harry could feel his magic stirring, responding to his emotions. He pushed it down firmly. The last thing he needed was an accidental display of power in front of witnesses. "I'm going to walk away," he said. "And you're going to let me? Because if you don't, I'll tell Mrs. Patterson exactly what you've been doing with the money from the lost and found box." Tommy's face went pale. "How do I observe things? It's a skill." Harry gently removed Tommy's hand from his shoulder. "Leave me alone, and I'll keep observing quietly. Bother me again, and I'll start sharing what I've seen." He walked away, heart pounding but face calm, and didn't look back. That evening, he told Sev what had happened. "You handled it well," Sev said, after a moment's consideration. "Blackmail isn't elegant, but it's effective. And you didn't lose control of your magic." "I wanted to. For a moment, I really wanted to make him sorry. But you didn't. That's what matters." Sev studied him carefully. "The anger, was it yours, or the shadows?" Harry had to think about that. The rage he'd felt, the desire to hurt. "Mine," he said finally. "The shadow is cold. This was hot." "Good. Normal anger is manageable. It's the cold kind you need to watch out for." Harry nodded, filing this away for future reference. "Sev. The things Tommy said about you, people believe them, don't they? In the wizarding world, I mean. They think you're a criminal." "I was a criminal." Sev's voice was matter-of-fact. "I served the Dark Lord willingly. I did terrible things. The fact that I changed sides doesn't erase that history. But you're good now. I try to be good now. There's a difference." Sev met his eyes. "When you enter the wizarding world properly, when you go to Hogwarts, you'll face prejudice because of your association with me. People will assume you've been taught dark magic, that you've been corrupted, that you can't be trusted. You need to be prepared for that. I don't care what they think. You should care. Not because their opinions matter, but because understanding their prejudices lets you predict their behavior. Know what people expect from you, and you can either meet those expectations or subvert them, depending on what serves your purposes." Harry considered this. Like being unremarkable when Malfoy is curious. Exactly. Perception is a tool, Harry. Learn to control how others perceive you, and you control half of any interaction before it even begins. Winter arrived early that year, blanketing Spinner's End in snow that made the ugly street almost beautiful. Harry watched the flakes fall past his window and thought about perception, about masks, about the growing distance between who he was and who the world saw. He was 7 years old, and he was already living a double life. The quiet, strange boy at school who got good grades and kept to himself. The brilliant student at home who could brew potions most adults couldn't manage and read theory that most wizards never encountered. The child with a monster's memories lurking in the shadows of his mind, walled off but never quite forgotten. Which one was the real Harry? Maybe all of them. Maybe none. He went downstairs, where Sev was marking up a potions journal with increasingly irritated marginalia. "This article is drivel," Sev muttered, not looking up. "The methodology is sound but the conclusions are idiotic. How did this get published? What's it about? The supposed limitations of magical intuition in potion making. The author claims that instinctive brewing is necessarily inferior to systematic approaches." Sev made a disgusted noise. As if centuries of master potioneers achieving results that systematic methods can't replicate don't exist. Harry sat down across from him. "Do you think I rely too much on intuition?" Sev set down his quill. "I think you have a gift that most potioneers would kill for. The question isn't whether you rely on intuition, the question is whether you can also work systematically when intuition fails you." "Can I?" "You're learning." Sev studied him with that assessing look he got when he was about to assign a new challenge. "Actually, this gives me an idea. Let's test it." He stood and headed for the basement. Harry followed, curiosity piqued. In the laboratory, Sev set up 2 cauldrons side by side. "You're going to brew the same potion twice," he explained. "Once using your intuition, no recipe, no instructions, just your sense of what's right. Once using only the systematic method, strictly following the written recipe, no deviations, no instinctive adjustments." "What potion?" "Draught of Living Death." Harry felt his eyebrows climb toward his hairline. The Draught of Living Death was one of the most complex potions in the standard curriculum, not typically attempted until any WT level. "I've never made it before." "I know. That's why it's a useful test. Your intuition will have to work from general principles rather than specific experience. And the systematic version will show whether you can follow precise instructions even when they feel wrong." Harry looked at the 2 cauldrons, then back at Sev. "All right. Where do I start?" The intuitive version came first. Harry let himself fall into the meditative state he developed for occlumency, quieting his conscious mind and allowing deeper instincts to surface. Information rose from somewhere beneath thought, ingredient lists, sequences, techniques that felt right even though he couldn't have explained why. Wormwood and asphodel, the fundamental base. Valerian roots, sliced thin and added counterclockwise. Saprophoros bean, the crucial ingredient that most brewers crushed when they should have. He paused, the knowledge crystallizing. "The bean shouldn't be crushed at all," he murmured. "It should be pressed. Just enough to release the juice, not enough to break the cell walls." He selected a silver knife and used the flat of the blade to press the bean gently against the cutting board. A bead of clear liquid emerged, far more juice than crushing would have yielded. The brewing continued, Harry's hands moving with confidence even as his conscious mind struggled to keep up with his instincts. Stir clockwise until the potion turned purple, then counterclockwise until it went pale pink. Add the valerian at the exact moment the surface began to shimmer. Lower the flame before the first bubble broke. When he finished, the potion was a perfect lilac, smooth as cream, exactly matching the descriptions he'd read of ideal draught of living death. "Good," Sev said, his voice carefully neutral. "Now the systematic version." Harry moved to the second cauldron, and Sev handed him a recipe written in precise, formal language. Every step was specified exactly, measurements to the grain, temperatures to the degree, timing to the second. Harry followed the instructions meticulously, fighting his instincts at every turn. The recipe said to crush the saprophyros bean, so he crushed it, even though he knew, that pressing was better. The recipe said to stir 7 times clockwise at one specific point, so he stirred 7 times, even though something inside him screamed that 6 would be enough. When he finished, the potion was adequate. Not bad, it would certainly work, but noticeably inferior to the intuitive version. The color was slightly off, the consistency not quite as smooth, the magical resonance less harmonious. Interesting, Sev murmured, examining both cauldrons. Very interesting. The recipe was wrong. The recipe was written by someone who didn't have your intuition and was following received wisdom rather than testing alternatives. Sev conjured 2 vials and took samples from each cauldron. You've demonstrated that you can work systematically when required. But you've also demonstrated that your instincts are valuable and shouldn't be ignored. So what's the lesson? The lesson is balance. Sev stoppered the vials. Use systematic methods as a foundation, a safety net for when intuition fails or knowledge is lacking. But don't let rigid adherence to written rules prevent you from reaching your full potential. The best potioneers combine both approaches, they know the rules well enough to break them intelligently. Harry nodded slowly, the principles settling into place alongside everything else Sev had taught him. Can I try again? With a fresh cauldron? I want to see what happens when I use both methods together. Sev's expression shifted into something that looked almost like pride. Yes. I think that's an excellent idea. Spring came, and with it a decision that had been building for months. You need to withdraw from the Muggle school, Sev announced, over breakfast. You've learned everything they can teach you, and the social complications are becoming unmanageable. Harry felt a mixture of relief and unexpected sadness. School was tedious, yes, and navigating the politics of children who couldn't understand him was exhausting. But it was also his only regular connection to the outside world, his only contact with people who weren't Sev or Sarah. What about socialization? We'll find other solutions. There are magical families who might be persuaded to allow supervised visits. And Sarah will still be here, there's no reason you can't maintain that friendship. Magical families like the Malfoys? Sev's expression tightened. Not the Malfoys. There are others, less prominent, less dangerous. We'll be selective. Harry considered this, turning the implications over in his mind. You want to start introducing me to the wizarding world. Preparing me for Hogwarts. You're going to be a public figure, Harry. Whether we like it or not, the moment you enter that castle, everyone will know who you are. Better to make some connections beforehand, establish yourself on your own terms rather than arriving as a complete unknown. Or arriving only known as your ward. Yes. That too. Harry pushed his breakfast around his plate, thinking. Okay, he said finally. But I want to keep seeing Sarah. And I want to make my own judgments about the magical families. No pretending to like people I don't actually like. Agreed. Sev nodded. We'll start slowly. One introduction at a time, carefully managed. And you're right, honesty about your preferences is important. False friendships are worse than none at all. The first introduction came in late April. Augusta Longbottom was terrifying. She swept into Spinner's End like a force of nature, her vulture-topped hat casting bizarre shadows on the grimy walls, her face set in an expression of permanent disapproval. Behind her, almost invisible in her wake, trailed a small boy with a round face and nervous eyes. Severus. Her voice was clipped, carrying decades of aristocratic disdain. I trust this meeting was Albus's idea. It was. Sev's voice was equally cool. Though I believe we both see the potential value in allowing our charges to become acquainted. Humph. Augusta's sharp eyes found Harry. So this is the boy. He doesn't look like much. Harry met her gaze calmly. I'm told that's rather the point, Madame Longbottom. Something flickered in those fierce eyes, surprise, perhaps, or reluctant approval. He has a tongue on him, at least. Neville, come here. Stop hiding behind my skirts. The round-faced boy shuffled forward, looking like he wanted to sink through the floor. Harry studied him with interest, same age, similar build, utterly different demeanor. "Hello," Harry said. "I'm Harry." "And Neville," the boy stammered. "Neville Longbottom." Neville's eyes widened slightly, as if he hadn't expected to be addressed like a person rather than an accessory. "Oh, okay." Harry led him upstairs, leaving the adults to whatever complicated negotiation they were conducting. Behind him, he heard Augusta's voice cut through the silence. "The boy is remarkably self-possessed for his age." "He's had to be," Sev replied. "The world hasn't given him much choice." Neville, Harry discovered, was not what he appeared to be. Behind the nervous stammer and the frightened eyes was a mind that processed information in ways Harry found fascinating. Neville didn't think in abstractions the way Harry did. He thought in growing things, in life cycles, in the patient accumulation of small changes that eventually transformed everything. "This is a magical plant," Neville said, examining the small pot of moly that Harry had been cultivating as a long-term project. His voice was steadier now, away from his grandmother's intimidating presence. "Really magical, not just useful for potions. You can feel it." Harry watched the other boy's hands, which moved over the leaves with surprising confidence. "Can you tell what it is?" "Moly. The white flowers give it away, but also," Neville closed his eyes, his fingers resting lightly on the soil. "It's happy. Well tended. The magical signature is strong but calm. You can feel its emotional state. Plants don't have emotions exactly. But they have conditions. This one is in good condition." Neville opened his eyes, seeming almost embarrassed. "My gran says it's not a useful talent. Says herbology is well enough for a hobby but no foundation for a proper career." "Your gran is wrong." Neville blinked. "Understanding living things, feeling their conditions, as you put it, that's a foundation for everything. Potions, healing, agricultural magic, even combat in some cases." Harry sat down cross-legged on the floor, and after a moment, Neville joined him. "What else can you do?" "Nothing important. My magic barely manifests at all. My gran thought I might be a squib until last year, when I bounced after Uncle Algy dropped me out a window." Harry stared at him. "He dropped you out a window? To test if I had magic. If I didn't, someone would have caught me before I hit the ground. And if the someone was too slow?" Neville shrugged, the gesture carrying a weight of resigned acceptance that made Harry's stomach turn. "Then I suppose they would have known for certain." Harry filed this information away, adding it to his growing understanding of how wizarding families operated. The Longbottoms, apparently, tested their children's magic through potentially fatal methods and dismissed genuine gifts as unimportant. "Your family sounds terrible," he said, because honesty seemed more useful than politeness. Neville's face went through several expressions before settling on something like shocked amusement. "No one's ever just said that before. Is it not true?" "It's..." Neville seemed to struggle with the concept. "Gran loves me. She just expects things. Because of my parents." "What about your parents?" "The amusement died. They're in St. Mungo's permanent ward. They were hurt during the war by Death Eaters." The words hung in the air between them. Harry understood, suddenly, why Augusta Longbottom had looked at Sev with such cold eyes. Why this meeting had required Dumbledore's intervention. Why Neville had been so frightened to enter the home of a former Death Eater. "I'm sorry," Harry said. "About your parents. And I'm sorry that my guardian's former colleagues were responsible." Neville looked at him with an expression that was hard to read. "You're not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "Someone scary. Someone cruel." Gran said the Snapes are dark wizards, that nothing good comes from this house. Neville's gaze dropped to his hands. But you seem normal. Well, not normal. But not dark. Harry considered how to respond. Sev made mistakes, he said finally. Bad ones. He spent years trying to make up for them. I don't think that makes him dark anymore, I think it makes him human. Can people really change like that? I think they have to want to. Really want to, not just wish for it. Harry met Neville's eyes. Does that make sense? Neville nodded slowly. Yeah. It kind of does. They sat in silence for a while, an unexpected understanding growing between them. Two boys shaped by the war's aftermath, carrying burdens that children shouldn't have to bear. Do you want to see the laboratory? Harry asked eventually. The potions equipment, I mean. Some of the plants there are interesting, I could use help identifying a few specimens I've been cultivating. Neville's face lit up. Really? You'd let me help? You're the expert, apparently. Harry stood, offering a hand to pull Neville up. Just don't tell your grandmother. I'm not sure she'd approve of you touching anything in this house. Neville took his hand. I won't tell her anything, he said, with a firmness that surprised them both. Some things are just between friends. Friends. Harry hadn't used that word about anyone except Sarah before. Yeah, he said. Between friends. The summer passed quickly after that. Neville visited twice more, each time seeming slightly less terrified and slightly more himself. They worked together in the laboratory, Harry handling the potions work while Neville coaxed plants into producing better yields, faster growth, stronger magical properties. It was a partnership that neither of them had expected but both found valuable. You complement each other, Sev observed, watching them work one afternoon. His intuition for living ingredients meshes well with your instinct for the brewing process itself. He knows things I don't, Harry agreed. And he's not afraid to tell me when I'm wrong. A valuable trait in an ally. Harry glanced up at his guardian. Is that what he is? An ally? That's for you to decide. But the foundation is there, if you choose to build on it. Autumn came, and with it Harry's 8th year. He was reading the Principia Magica properly now, understanding perhaps one word in 3 but recognizing patterns that connected to everything else he'd learned. Magic, it turned out, was not random, it followed rules, obeyed principles, operated according to laws that were as consistent as physics if infinitely more complex. Intent shaped power. Focus directed it. The soul provided the engine that made transformation possible. And somewhere in the dark corners of his mind, a shadow waited, patient and cold, holding memories of a soul that had done terrible things with these same principles. Harry built his walls higher. Practiced his occlumency harder. Learned to distinguish between what was his and what was not. He was 8 years old, and he was already preparing for war. Not the kind of war that involved armies and battles, not yet, anyway. But the subtler war, the constant struggle to remain himself in a world that wanted to shape him into something else. The boy who lived. The Death Eater's ward. The prodigy. The threat. He would be none of those things. He would be Harry. Whatever that meant. Whoever that turned out to be. Sev, he asked, one evening, as they sat together reviewing the day's lessons. Yes. When you look at me, what do you see? Sev was quiet for a long moment, his dark eyes unreadable. I see a child who has been given an unfair burden and is carrying it with more grace than anyone has a right to expect. I see a mind that astounds me and a heart that humbles me. I see someone who could become anything, hero or villain, leader or scholar, saint or monster, and who is choosing, every day, to become something good. Harry swallowed around the tightness in his throat. What if I choose wrong? Then I'll be here to help you choose again. Sev's hand found his shoulder. That's what family is for. Family. Not obligation. Not debt. Not the ghost of a woman who died too young. Family, built from nothing but choice and time and the stubborn refusal to give up on each other. Harry leaned into the touch and let himself believe that maybe, just maybe, it would be enough. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Weight of Names. The argument started over breakfast. Harry was 9 years old, and he'd found the photograph. It had been tucked inside a book on advanced potion theory, probably used as a bookmark and then forgotten. A wizarding photograph, the figures moving in their endless loop, a young woman with red hair and bright green eyes, laughing at something outside the frame, her arm linked through that of a young man with messy black hair and glasses. James and Lily Potter. His parents. Together and alive and happy in a way that made Harry's chest ache. He'd brought it downstairs without thinking, still staring at the moving images, and Sev had gone very, very still. Where did you find that? In the most patenti potions text. The one you gave me last month. Harry couldn't stop looking at his mother's face. She was so young. Younger than Sev was now. Why do you have this? Sev didn't answer immediately. His hands had tightened around his teacup, knuckles going white. It was a reminder of what I lost through my own stupidity. You knew her. You really knew her, not just, Harry struggled to articulate what he meant. Not just as Potter's wife. You knew her before. Yes. How well? The silence stretched. Harry watched Sev's face, reading the micro-expressions that years of close observation had taught him to interpret. Pain. Guilt. Something that looked almost like fear. We grew up together, Sev said finally. In this neighborhood. She was my first friend. My only friend, for a long time. Harry absorbed this, pieces clicking together in his mind. The way Sev talked about his mother, the reverence, the grief that never quite faded. The way he sometimes looked at Harry with an expression that seemed to see someone else. You loved her. It wasn't a question. Sev closed his eyes. Yes. I loved her. More than I've ever loved anything. Then why? Harry's voice cracked. Why did you join the Death Eaters? Why did you serve the man who killed her? Because I was young and stupid and angry. Sev's voice was raw in a way Harry had never heard before. Because I wanted power and respect and I didn't care who I hurt to get them. Because I pushed Lily away with my choices and then blamed her for leaving. You pushed her away. I called her. Sev stopped. Started again. There's a word. A slur. Used by pureblood supremacists for muggle-born witches and wizards. I called her that word, in front of everyone, and she never forgave me. Harry stared at his guardian, the man who had raised him, taught him, protected him, and felt something shift inside his chest. Not quite betrayal. Something more complicated. What word? It doesn't matter. It matters to me. Sev met his eyes, and Harry saw the cost of this conversation written across his face. Mudblood. I called her a mudblood. The word hung in the air, ugly and sharp-edged. Harry didn't know exactly what it meant, but he could hear the poison in it. And then she died because of you. Harry, you told me the story. How there was a prophecy, how you told the Dark Lord about it, how he went after my parents because of what you told him. Harry was on his feet now, the photograph crumpled in his fist. You loved her and you called her that word and then you got her killed. Yes. Sev didn't look away. All of that is true. How could you? The question tore out of Harry with a force that surprised them both. Magic crackled in the air, responding to his emotions, the windows rattled, the lights flickered, the temperature dropped 10 degrees in an instant. Sev didn't flinch. I don't have an answer that will satisfy you, he said quietly. I was cruel and selfish and I made choices that destroyed everything I cared about. There's no excuse for what I did. There's only what I've done since, the attempt to be better, to honor her memory by protecting you. Protecting me doesn't fix what you did. No. It doesn't. Harry wanted to scream. Wanted to throw things, break things, make Sev feel even a fraction of the pain that was tearing through him. All these years, and he'd never understood, never truly understood, what his guardian had been. What he might still be, underneath. I need to be alone, Harry said, his voice strange and distant in his own ears. Harry, don't. The word came out as a snarl. Don't talk to me. Don't follow me. Just, leave me alone. He fled upstairs, slamming his bedroom door hard enough to shake the walls, and threw himself onto his bed. The photograph was still clutched in his hand. His mother smiled up at him, unaware of everything that was coming, and Harry felt tears streaming down his face for the first time in years. 3 days passed. Harry refused to come down for meals. He refused to attend lessons. He sat in his room, staring at the photograph, trying to reconcile the mother he'd never known with the man who'd caused her death. Sev left food outside his door. Didn't knock. Didn't try to force conversation. On the third night, Harry finally emerged. He found Sev in the laboratory, standing motionless in front of a cauldron that had clearly been ruined hours ago. The potion inside had congealed into a grey mass, but Sev wasn't moving to clean it up. He was just, standing there. Sev. His guardian turned, and Harry was shocked by what he saw. 3 days without sleep had left dark hollows under Sev's eyes. 3 days of silence had carved new lines into his face. You came down. I couldn't stay up there forever. You could have. I would have understood. Harry moved into the laboratory, stepping around the ruined experiment with automatic care. I've been thinking, he said. About what you did. About what it means. Sev waited, his face carefully blank. I'm still angry. I think I'm going to be angry for a long time. Harry paused, trying to find the right words. But I've also been thinking about what you've done since. How you've raised me. How you've taught me. How you've protected me from everything you could. It doesn't balance the scales. No. It doesn't. Harry met his eyes. But I'm not interested in scales. I'm interested in who you are now, not who you were then. Something shifted in Sev's expression, hope, maybe, or its shadow. And who am I now? You're my father. The word came out easier than Harry had expected. Not perfect. Not even good, maybe, in the way most people mean good. But mine. And I don't want to lose that over something that happened before I was born. Sev's breath caught. You don't have to forgive me. I know. I'm not sure I can, not completely. Harry crossed the last distance between them. But I can accept you. All of you, including the parts one don't like. Isn't that what family does? Sev was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, he reached out and pulled Harry into a hug, a real hug, not the awkward one-armed embraces he usually offered. I don't deserve you, he said, his voice rough. Probably not. Harry hugged back, feeling the tension in Sev's body slowly release. But you're stuck with me anyway. They stood like that for a long time, in the quiet laboratory, while the ruined potion congealed and the candles burned low. The weeks that followed were strange. Things weren't the same between them, couldn't be, after what had been revealed. But they weren't worse, either. If anything, the confrontation seemed to have cleared something, like a storm breaking a fever. Harry found himself asking questions he'd never dared to ask before. Tell me about Hogwarts. What was it really like? Sev would pause, considering, and then answer with an honesty that felt new. I was sorted into Slytherin. Your mother was Gryffindor. The rivalry between our houses made friendship difficult, though we tried for years to maintain it. What went wrong? Many things. My growing involvement with students who would later become Death Eaters. Her growing closeness to your father and his friends. The incident I told you about, with the slur. Sev's voice was distant, remembering. By 6th year, we barely spoke. By 7th, we were strangers. And after Hogwarts, I joined the Dark Lord openly. She joined the resistance. We were on opposite sides of a war, and I convinced myself that it didn't matter, that she'd made her choice and I'd made mine. A bitter laugh. I was very good at lying to myself, back then. Harry absorbed this, adding it to his growing understanding of the man who'd raised him. When did you change? When did you realize you were wrong? When I heard the prophecy and understood what it meant. When I realized that my master was going to hunt her down and kill her because of information I'd given him. Sev's hands clenched. I went to Dumbledore. Begged him to protect her. Offered him everything, my service, my skills, my life, in exchange for keeping her safe. But he didn't save her. He tried. They went into hiding. But there was a traitor, someone they trusted, someone who sold them out. Sev's voice hardened. Peter Pettigrew. One of your father's best friends. Harry had heard this name before, in the context of Sirius Black's supposed crimes. Another piece of the puzzle clicking into place. Pettigrew was the real traitor. Not Sirius Black. Yes. Though I didn't know that for years. I believed, like everyone else, that Black was responsible. A pause. I hated him for it. Still hate him, honestly, though for different reasons now. What reasons? He was cruel to me at school. He and your father both. They tormented me for years, pranks and humiliations that they called jokes, but that felt like torture at the time. Sev's expression was complicated. I'm not proud of how I responded. I gave as good as I got, when I could. But the power was always unbalanced in their favor. Harry thought about this, comparing it to his own experiences with Tommy Caldwell and the other children who targeted him at school. You and my father were enemies. We were. And I've struggled, all these years, not to let that color how I've raised you. Sev met his eyes directly. You have his face, Harry. His hair, his build, even some of his mannerisms. Every time I look at you, I see the boy who made my life miserable for 7 years. But also my mother. Yes. Also your mother. Something softened in Sev's expression. Her eyes. Her curiosity. Her stubbornness, though she'd have called it determination. The good things in you come from her. And the bad things? Come from me, I suspect. Or from yourself. You've developed plenty of your own bad habits without any help from James Potter. Harry surprised himself by laughing. I'm serious, Sev continued, though his lips twitched. Your tendency toward arrogance, for instance. Your assumption that you're the smartest person in any room. Your occasional cruelty to people who annoy you. I learned most of that from you. Exactly my point. They looked at each other, and something had shifted between them. Not forgiveness, exactly. Harry wasn't sure he could ever fully forgive what Sev had done to his mother. But understanding, maybe. Acceptance of the complicated truth. Thank you, Harry said. For telling me all of this. For not trying to make yourself look better. You deserve the truth. You've always deserved it, I just didn't have the courage to share it before. Better late than never. Merlin, you sound like a greeting card. Harry grinned, and after a moment, Sev smiled back. Summer arrived with its usual assault of heat, and with it came a change that Harry hadn't anticipated. I want to learn more about my father, he announced, over breakfast. Not just the bad things. The good things too. Sev's expression flickered, but he didn't refuse. I'm not the best source for that information. I saw only what I wanted to see, and what I wanted to see was a spoiled bully. Then help me find someone who knew him differently. Sev was quiet for a long moment. There's one person, he said finally. Someone who knew both your parents well. Who might be able to give you a more balanced perspective. Who? Remus Lupin. He was one of your father's closest friends. A werewolf, which is why he's largely unemployable in the wizarding world, but a decent man despite his condition. Harry felt a spark of interest. He'd read about werewolves, of course, dangerous creatures, infectious and often violent. But he'd also learned not to take prejudice at face value. Can you contact him? I can try. We weren't close at school, and he has reason to distrust me. But if I explain the situation. Sev trailed off, considering. Yes. I'll write to him. No promises that he'll respond. Lupin did respond, though it took 3 weeks and significant persuasion. The man who appeared at Spinner's End on a grey August afternoon looked older than his years, worn and weathered in ways that spoke of hardship. His robes were patched but clean, his brown hair streaked with premature grey, his face marked by scars that Harry suspected came from his monthly transformations. But his eyes were kind. That was the first thing Harry noticed. Despite everything, despite every reason to be bitter, Remus Lupin had kind eyes. Harry. The name came out rough, weighted with emotion. You look so much like James. Except, the eyes. I know. Harry gestured toward the sitting room. Would you like tea? Lupin followed him inside, his gaze darting around the room with unconcealed curiosity. Harry could only imagine what he'd expected, dark artifacts, cursed objects, all the trappings of a Death Eater's lair. The reality of worn furniture and overstuffed bookshelves seemed to confuse him. Where's Severus? In the laboratory. He thought you might be more comfortable talking to me alone first. Did he? Lupin's voice was carefully neutral. That's thoughtful of him. Harry poured tea with the automatic grace of long practice, then settled into the chair across from his guest. I want to know about my father. Sev has told me what he can, but his perspective is limited. That's one word for it. Lupin accepted the tea, wrapping his hands around the cup. What do you want to know? Everything. Good things, bad things, true things. I'm tired of only knowing pieces. Lupin studied him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. You're not what I expected, he said finally. Severus has raised you to be very composed. Sev has raised me to think before I react. Is that a problem? No. No, it's just. Lupin shook his head. Your father was impulsive. Brilliant, but impulsive. He acted first and thought second, and it often got him into trouble. What kind of trouble? The usual sort. Pranks that went too far. Duels he shouldn't have started. Arguments he could have avoided. Lupin's gaze went distant, remembering. He was the ringleader of our group, the Marauders, we called ourselves. Everything was his idea, his initiative, his energy driving us forward. Was he a bully? The question hung in the air. Lupin's expression flickered, pain, guilt, something complicated. Sometimes. Yes. He could be cruel to people he saw as enemies, and Severus was his favorite target. Lupin set down his teacup. I'm not going to pretend otherwise. James did terrible things to Severus when we were young. Things I should have stopped and didn't. Why didn't you? Because I was afraid. Because James was my friend and Severus was the weird, greasy kid who hung out with future Death Eaters. Lupin's voice was bitter. Because it was easier to look away than to stand up. Harry processed this, adding it to his growing understanding. But he changed. Sev said he changed, toward the end. He did. Lily changed him, or rather, his love for Lily changed him. She wouldn't tolerate cruelty, wouldn't date someone who enjoyed hurting others. So James became better. Not perfect, but better. Lupin's expression softened. By the time they died, he was one of the bravest men I knew. He faced Voldemort without a wand, trying to give Lily time to escape. He died protecting his family. Just like my mother. Yes. They were alike in that way, both willing to sacrifice everything for the people they loved. Harry was quiet for a moment, letting the pieces settle into place. His father, a bully who became brave. His mother, a girl who loved the wrong person and then the right one. Two people he'd never known, shaped by forces he could barely understand. "Thank you," he said finally. "For telling me the truth. You deserve to hear it." Lupin hesitated. "Harry, how are you, really? Living here, with Severus? I need to know that you're safe." "I'm more than safe. I'm..." Harry searched for the right word. "I'm home." Something shifted in Lupin's expression, relief, maybe, or resignation. "He's good to you. He's not perfect. He's difficult and demanding and sometimes cruel in the way that teachers are cruel when they expect more than you think you can give." Harry met Lupin's eyes directly. "But he loves me. I know he does, even if he doesn't say it often. And I love him back." Lupin was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. "I'm glad. You deserve to be loved." Lupin stayed for dinner. The meal was awkward at first, old enmities simmering beneath the surface, but Sev was clearly making an effort, and Lupin seemed willing to meet him halfway. By the end, they were discussing the finer points of Wolfsbane brewing, Lupin offering first-hand observations about the potion's effects and Sev taking notes with reluctant interest. "You could come back," Harry said, as Lupin prepared to leave. "Not all the time, but sometimes. I'd like to hear more stories about my parents." "I'd like that too." Lupin glanced at Sev, whose expression was carefully neutral. "If it's permitted." "It's permitted," Sev said, after a moment. Harry should know his history, all of it, not just the parts one can provide. Lupin nodded, something like surprise crossing his features. "You've changed, Severus." "Have I?" "The man I knew at school would never have allowed this. Would never have raised a child, let alone James Potter's child. The man you knew at school was a fool. I've had time to grow up." Sev's voice was clipped, but not hostile. "And Harry is not James Potter's child. He's his own person. He deserves to be treated as such." Lupin considered this, then extended his hand. "Thank you. For taking care of him. For being what he needed." Sev hesitated, then shook the offered hand. "Don't make me regret it." "I'll try not to." The autumn brought another development. "I want to change my name," Harry announced. Sev looked up from the essay he was grading, a submission for Potions Quarterly that had earned approximately 17 outraged annotations in the margins. "Change it to what?" "Snape." Harry said the word carefully, testing how it felt in his mouth. "Harry Snape." The essay fell from Sev's hands. "You can't be serious." "I'm completely serious. Potter is a name that belongs to someone I never knew, and the wizarding world will use it to try to define me. Snape is the name of my actual family. The person who raised me. The wizarding world will still know who you are. The scar, the story, none of that changes with a name. I know. But I want to face them as your son, not as the boy who lived." Harry moved to sit across from his guardian. "I've thought about this for months. The name matters to me." Sev was very still, his expression unreadable. "You understand what you'd be taking on? The associations with that name? The prejudice? I understand. I choose it anyway." "Harry." Sev's voice broke slightly. "I don't deserve this. You keep saying that. But I'm not asking if you deserve it, I'm telling you what I want." Harry reached out and took his guardian's hand. "Will you let me?" The silence stretched. Then, slowly, Sev nodded. "If this is truly what you want, then yes. We'll make it official. Harry felt something settle in his chest, a rightness, a completion. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. The paperwork alone will take months. But Sev was almost smiling, and Harry knew the battle was won. The paperwork did take months. Magical name changes required ministry approval, which meant forms and interviews and background checks that nearly exposed secrets they'd spent years protecting. But Sev navigated the bureaucracy with the same determined cunning he brought to everything, and by December, it was done. Harry James Snape. The birth certificate was a strange thing to hold, a piece of parchment that declared him someone new, someone different from the child who'd been left on a doorstep 8 years ago. His mother's surname was listed as a notation, his biological father's name preserved in his middle name, but his family name was now and forever Snape. How does it feel? Sev asked, watching him examine the document. Right. Harry traced his new name with one finger. It feels right. Good. Because there's no going back. I wouldn't want to go back. Harry set down the certificate. But I do want to do something, to mark the occasion. What did you have in mind? I want you to teach me to defend myself. Really defend myself, not just a clemency, but actual combat magic. I'm 10 years old, Sev. In less than 2 years, I'm going to walk into Hogwarts and everyone is going to know who I am. I need to be ready. Sev's expression flickered, concern, calculation, something like pride. You're too young for a wand. Then teach me without a wand. You know it's possible, wandless magic, accidental magic controlled and directed. Teach me to fight with what I have. It would be difficult. Dangerous. I don't care. They stared at each other, guardian and son, both recognizing the weight of what was being asked. Very well, Sev said finally. But we do this my way. No shortcuts, no cutting corners. If I say you're not ready for something, you listen. Understood? Understood. Then we start tomorrow. Combat training was nothing like Harry had expected. He'd imagined hexes and curses, dramatic duels like the ones in the stories Sev told about the war. Instead, Sev started with something far more basic. Awareness. That's the foundation of all combat magic. Sev circled him slowly, hands clasped behind his back. You cannot fight what you cannot perceive. Before we discuss offense or defense, you must learn to see. I already know how to observe. You've been teaching me that for years. You know how to observe static situations. A conversation, a room, a patient subject. Sev's hand lashed out without warning, a slap that stopped an inch from Harry's face. Combat situations are different. Everything moves. Everything changes. You must process information faster than thought. Harry's heart was pounding from the near miss. How? Practice. We're going to spar, not with magic, not yet. With movement. You're going to learn to read attacks before they land. The next hour was brutal. Sev didn't hit hard, but he hit often, his hands and feet finding openings that Harry didn't know existed. By the end, Harry was exhausted and frustrated, his body covered in minor bruises. This is impossible. This is the beginning. Sev handed him a glass of water. Your eyes are too slow because you're watching my hands and feet. You need to watch the whole body, the shift of weight, the tension of muscles, the intake of breath. The attack begins before the limb moves. That doesn't make sense. It will. Eventually. The weeks that followed were a constant lesson in humility. Harry had grown used to being good at things, potions, arithmancy, occlumency. He learned quickly and mastered techniques that most people found difficult. But combat was different. Combat required responses that were faster than thought, instincts that couldn't be analyzed into existence. You're thinking too much, Sev said, for the 100th time. Stop analyzing and start reacting. I don't know how to react without thinking first. Then we need to rebuild your instincts from the ground up. The training shifted. Instead of sparring, Sev had Harry practice simple movements, blocks, dodges, steps, until they became automatic. Hundreds of repetitions, thousands of repetitions, until Harry could execute them without conscious thought. Now we spar again. This time was better. Not good, but better. Harry blocked a few strikes he would have missed before, dodged attacks that would have landed. His body was starting to learn what his mind couldn't teach it. Progress, Sev acknowledged. But not enough. The Dark Lord won't wait for you to be ready. The Dark Lord is dead. The Dark Lord will return. Sev's voice was absolute. I don't know when, I don't know how, but he will return. And when he does, he'll come for you. You need to be ready. Harry absorbed this, the familiar weight of destiny settling onto his shoulders. Then make me ready. Spring came, and with it the anniversary of his mother's death. Harry asked to visit her grave. There is no grave. Sev's voice was carefully controlled. Her body was, the house collapsed, after the Dark Lord fell. There was nothing left to bury. Then where do people go to remember her? Godric's Hollow. The house is still there, preserved as a memorial. Some people visit. Sev's jaw tightened. I've never been able to. Harry considered pushing, then decided against it. Some wounds were too deep to probe. Maybe someday we can go together. Maybe someday. They left it at that. Summer returned, and with it Harry's 10th birthday, or rather, the birthday Sev had assigned him, the one that made him a year older than his actual age. Lupin came for a visit, bringing with him a battered photo album that made Harry's breath catch. Hagrid gave me these, years ago, Lupin explained. He wanted to give them to you directly, but Dumbledore thought it best to wait. I figured you were old enough now. Harry opened the album with trembling hands. His parents looked out at him from dozens of photographs, their wedding, their home, their life together. Harry as a baby, fat and happy, being bounced on his father's knee. Harry as a toddler, taking wobbly steps while Lily cheered him on. And there, in several photographs, Sev. Young Sev, barely out of Hogwarts, standing stiffly beside Lily at what looked like a garden party. Young Sev, his expression complicated as he watched Lily and James dance together. Young Sev, holding a newborn Harry with an expression of terrified wonder. You were there, Harry said, staring at the last photograph. When I was born. You were there. Lily asked me to come. Sev's voice was barely audible. I don't know why. We'd barely spoken in years. But she sent me an invitation, and I couldn't refuse. Why didn't you tell me? Because I didn't know how. Sev sat down heavily. Those photographs are all I have left of her. And seeing them means remembering everything I lost. Harry looked at his guardian, at the pain written across his features, the vulnerability he usually kept hidden. She still wanted you in her life. Even after everything that happened. She was better than I deserved. Maybe. But she chose to forgive you. Doesn't that mean something? Sev was quiet for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. It means everything. It's the only thing that means anything. Harry moved to sit beside him, the photo album open between them. Tell me about her. The real her, not just the parts you've shared before. Tell me everything. And Sev did. The night before Harry's 11th birthday, his real birthday, July 31st, the letter arrived. It came by owl, as magical post always did, a heavy parchment envelope sealed with purple wax and bearing the Hogwarts crest. Harry's hands shook as he broke the seal. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confide, of Wizards, Dear Mr. Snape, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It says Snape, Harry said, something warm expanding in his chest. They accepted the name change. Did you doubt they would? I thought. I don't know. I thought Dumbledore might fight it. Dumbledore was the one who approved it. Sev's voice was carefully neutral. He's been remarkably accommodating about the whole thing. Do you trust him? I trust that he has his own agenda, and that keeping you alive serves that agenda. Sev took the letter, scanning its contents. Standard supplies list. You'll need robes, books, a cauldron, you can take one of mine, potions, ingredients, a wand. A wand. Harry felt a thrill of excitement. I'm finally getting a wand. Don't get too excited. A wand is a tool, not a toy. A tool I can use to do magic properly. A tool that will need years of practice before you can use it properly. But Sev's lips were twitching. We'll go to Diagon Alley next week. Try to remain calm until then. I am calm. You're practically vibrating. Harry grinned, unable to contain his excitement. I'm going to Hogwarts. Yes. You are. Sev set down the letter and met his eyes. And I'm going to be there, watching you. As your teacher, not your father. We need to discuss what that means. The grin faded slightly. Right. The double life. It's necessary. If the other students, if the staff, knew how close we are, it would create complications. For both of us. So we pretend to be, what? Distant acquaintances. We pretend that our relationship is exactly what it appears to be, guardian and ward, nothing more. I'll be harder on you than on any other student. I'll show no favoritism, no special treatment. In public, we will be strangers. Harry absorbed this, turning the implications over in his mind. And in private? In private, nothing changes. You'll have access to my office, my quarters. We'll continue your training in secret. But the moment we step into the Great Hall, into a classroom, into any public space. Sev's expression was serious. We must be perfect actors, Harry. The slightest slip could undo everything we've built. I understand. Do you? This won't be easy. You'll watch me be cruel to your classmates, favor my own house, play the villain everyone expects me to be. And you'll have to pretend you don't know who I really am. Harry reached out and took his guardian's hand. I know who you are. That's what matters. He squeezed gently. And I'm a very good actor when I need to be. Sev studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. I know you are. I just hope. I hope this world doesn't destroy what we've built. It won't. Harry's voice was firm with certainty he wasn't sure he felt. Nothing will. We're family, Sev, whatever happens at Hogwarts, whatever happens with the Dark Lord, whatever happens with anything, we're family. And that means something. Sev's hand tightened around his. Yes, he said quietly. It does. The days before Diagon Alley passed in a blur of preparation. Sev drilled him on wizarding culture, social expectations, the complex web of alliances and enmities that defined pureblood society. Harry memorized family trees and political histories, learned which names to treat with respect and which to avoid entirely. The Malfoys will be there, Sev warned. Lucius will ensure his son is shopping at the same time as you. It's inevitable. What should I do? Be polite. Be forgettable. Give them nothing to use against us. What if Draco wants to be friends? Then you'll need to decide how to handle that. A connection to the Malfoys could be useful, but it's also dangerous. They'll try to influence you, to pull you toward their agenda. What is their agenda? Power. Control. The restoration of pureblood supremacy. Sev's voice was grim. They supported the Dark Lord and never truly abandoned his ideology. They're simply waiting for the right moment to act on it again. Harry nodded, filing this information away. I'll be careful. See that you are. The morning of the Diagon Alley trip dawned clear and bright. Harry dressed carefully, Muggle clothes that wouldn't look too out of place, nothing that screamed either poverty or wealth. Sev had taught him the importance of controlled first impressions. Ready? Ready. They apparat from the back garden, side along, since Harry couldn't manage it himself yet, landing in a narrow alleyway that smelled of old stone and magic. This way. Sev led him through a door into a grimy pub, nodding curtly at the barman before continuing out the back. In the tiny courtyard beyond, he drew his wand and tapped a specific pattern on the brick wall. The wall opened. Harry had read about Diagon Alley, had tried to imagine it based on Sev's descriptions, but nothing had prepared him for the reality. The street stretched before him in impossible colors, shop fronts in every shade, signs that moved and flickered, people in robes of every cut and style. The air smelled of magic and merchandise, of ancient power and new possibilities. Close your mouth, Sev murmured. You look like a tourist. Harry snapped his jaw shut, schooling his expression into something more neutral. Where first? Gringotts. You'll need money for the rest. The Goblin Bank was everything Sev had described, impressive, intimidating, and run by creatures who clearly despised wizards but tolerated them for commercial purposes. Harry watched the goblins work and felt a strange kinship with their pragmatic hostility. The cart ride to the Potter Vault was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Harry gripped the sides with white-knuckled hands while Sev sat perfectly still, apparently immune to the breakneck speed. You're enjoying this, Harry accused, when they finally stopped. I have no idea what you mean. The vault doors opened, revealing a modest pile of gold that was apparently the remainder of his parents' fortune. Sev had been covering Harry's expenses for years, refusing to touch the Potter money. Take what you need, Sev said. This is yours. Harry filled a bag with galleons, feeling strange about spending money that had belonged to people he'd never known. Does this make me rich? Comfortable. Not rich. The Potter family fortune was never vast, and your grandparents spent much of it during the First War. I'll pay you back. For everything you've spent on me. Sev made a dismissive sound. I didn't raise you for repayment. I know. But I want to anyway. They left the bank and emerged into the bright chaos of Diagon Alley. Wand first, Sev decided. Everything else can wait. Ollivander's shop was cramped and dusty, filled with narrow boxes that stretched from floor to ceiling in precarious towers. The old man who emerged from the back looked exactly as Harry had imagined, ancient, mysterious, with eyes that seemed to see more than they should. Ah! Mr. Snape. Ollivander's voice was soft, almost reverent. I wondered when I'd see you. Though I expected the Potter name, I confess. I chose differently. So I see. So I see. The old wandmaker circled him slowly, those pale eyes assessing. Your mother's eyes, yes. But I see other things too. A shadow behind them. Very interesting. Harry felt a chill at those words. How much could Ollivander see? I need a wand. Of course you do. Everyone who comes here needs a wand. Ollivander smiled, revealing yellowed teeth. But the wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Snape. Let us see what chooses you. The fitting process was elaborate and frustrating. Wand after wand was pressed into Harry's hand, only to be snatched away after a few moments. Holly with phoenix feather produced sparks but felt wrong somehow. You with dragon heartstring simply refused to respond. Willow with unicorn hair shattered a vase before Harry could even wave it. Curious, Ollivander muttered, pulling more boxes from the shelves. Very curious indeed. What combination will suit such a complicated soul? An hour passed. Then two. The pile of rejected wands grew higher, and Ollivander's expression grew more intrigued with each failure. Finally, he disappeared into the very back of the shop, returning with a dusty box that looked older than the others. "I made this wand many years ago," he said softly. "Under unusual circumstances. I've never been sure what wizard it was waiting for." He opened the box. The wand inside was dark, blackthorn wood, nearly black with age. The handle was wrapped in something that looked like scales, and the whole thing seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Blackthorn and basilisk heartstring. 12 inches. Inflexible. Harry's hand reached for it before he could think, drawn by something he couldn't name. The moment his fingers touched the wood, warmth flooded through him, not the comfortable warmth of a fire, but something deeper, stranger. The shadows in the shop seemed to shift and gather around him. "Oh my," Ollivander breathed. "Oh my, yes. That's the one." Harry raised the wand, and magic poured through him like water through a broken dam. The lights in the shop flared and dimmed. The boxes on the shelves rattled. And for just a moment, the shadow in Harry's mind stirred, recognizing something familiar. "What is this?" Harry asked, his voice strange in his own ears. "That is a wand of contradictions." Ollivander's eyes were bright with something that might have been fear or fascination. "Blackthorn is a wood of warriors, those who face adversity and emerge stronger. But basilisk heartstring." He shook his head. "I harvested that core from a beast killed centuries ago. It carries old magic, dark magic, magic that most wizards cannot touch without being consumed." "Then why did you make it?" "Because it wanted to be made." Ollivander leaned closer. "I have spent my life studying wands, Mr. Snape. I've learned that some of them have purposes beyond our understanding. This wand waited 200 years for the right wizard. Now I know who it was waiting for." Harry looked at Sev, who had gone very still. "What do you think?" "I think," Sev said slowly, "that nothing about you is ever simple." Harry laughed, though it came out slightly shaky. "I'll take it." The rest of the shopping trip passed without incident. Robes from Madame Malkin's, where Harry managed to avoid running into Draco Malfoy through strategic timing. Books from Flourish and Blots, including several additional texts that Sev insisted were necessary supplements to the standard curriculum. Potion supplies from the apothecary, where the shopkeeper treated Sev with a mixture of fear and respect. "One more stop," Sev said, as they emerged from the apothecary. "And this one is for you to handle alone." Harry looked at him questioningly. "Elop's Owl Emporium. If you're going to Hogwarts, you need a way to communicate that doesn't rely on school owls. You want me to pick my own familiar? I want you to choose a companion that will serve you well." Sev nodded toward the shop. "I'll wait out here. This should be your decision." Harry entered the Owl Emporium alone. The smell hit him first, feathers and droppings and that particular musk of predator birds. The sound came next, hooting and clicking and the rustle of wings from every direction. Owls of every size and color watched him from their perches, their eyes tracking his movement through the dim space. Harry walked slowly among them, reaching out with his senses the way Sev had taught him. He wasn't just looking for an owl, he was looking for a connection, a resonance. Most of the birds were ordinary, their magical signatures dim and forgettable. But in the back corner, perched on a dusty stand that suggested she'd been there for a long time, was a snowy owl with eyes like amber flames. She watched Harry approach with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Hello," Harry said softly. "What's your name?" The owl hooted once, a sound that managed to convey both dignity and curiosity. "She doesn't have a name," the shopkeeper called from the front. "No one's wanted her. Too fierce, they say. Bit 3 customers." Harry reached out his hand. The owl studied it for a moment, then gently nipped his finger, not breaking skin, but clearly establishing that she was not to be trifled with. "I'll take her," Harry said. "She's yours then." 7 galleons. They returned to Spinner's End as the sun was setting. Harry sat in his room, surrounded by new possessions, his wand resting on his knee and his new owl, Hedwig, he'd decided to call her, watching from her perch by the window. "I'm really going," he said aloud. "To Hogwarts. To everything that comes with it." Hedwig hooted softly. "Are you ready?" Sev asked from the doorway. Harry looked up at his father, his guardian, his teacher, his family. "No," he admitted. "But I don't think I ever will be. So I might as well go anyway." Sev smiled, a rare, genuine smile that softened his harsh features. "That's perhaps the wisest thing you've ever said." Harry stood and crossed the room. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around Sev in a fierce hug. "Thank you. For everything. For saving me, for raising me, for making me who I am." Sev's arms came around him, holding tight. "You made yourself who you are. I just tried not to get in the way. You did more than that." They stood there for a long moment, holding onto each other, both knowing that things were about to change. "I love you," Harry said. "I don't say it enough, but I do. You're my father, in every way that matters." Sev's voice, when it came, was rough with emotion. "And you're my son. Whatever happens at Hogwarts, whatever the world throws at us, never forget that." "I won't." Harry pulled back, meeting his father's eyes. "We're Snapes. We don't forget anything." Sev laughed, actually laughed, a sound that still surprised them both when it happened. "No. I suppose we don't." Outside, the last light faded from the sky. Inside, father and son stood together, preparing for a future neither of them could fully imagine. But they would face it together. That was what family meant. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, Diagon Alley. The morning of September 1st arrived wrapped in fog, the kind that clung to Spinner's End like a shroud and made the ugly street look almost mystical. Harry woke before dawn, too restless for sleep, and spent the early hours triple-checking his trunk. Robes, folded precisely. Books, arranged by subject. Potion supplies, packed with the care that years of laboratory work had ingrained. His new wand, blackthorn and basilisk heartstring, resting in its box like a sleeping serpent. And tucked into a hidden compartment that Sev had built into the trunk's lining, a photograph of his mother, a vial of emergency healing potion, and a small mirror that Sev had enchanted for private communication. "The mirror only works when we're both holding our halves," Sev had explained. "Use it sparingly, and only when we're certain of privacy. If anyone discovers it, they won't." Harry had taken the mirror with reverence. "I'll be careful." Now, standing in his room for perhaps the last time in months, Harry felt the weight of departure settling onto his shoulders. This house had been his sanctuary for 9 years. The laboratory had been his classroom. Every corner held memories, lessons learned, skills mastered, the slow transformation of two broken people into a family. "You're brooding again." Harry turned to find Sev in the doorway, already dressed in his teaching robes. The sight was jarring, a reminder that at Hogwarts, this man would be Professor Snape, feared and hated by students, not the father who had raised him. "Just saying goodbye to the house. The house will be here when you return. As will I." Sev stepped into the room, his dark eyes sweeping over the packed trunk. "You've remembered the emergency port key? Sewn into my robe lining. Activation phrase is Spinner's End. The secondary communication method? Coded letters. First letter of each sentence spells the real message if something's wrong. And if you're captured or compromised? Occlumency shields at maximum. Feed them false memories if necessary. Protect the important things at all costs." Sev nodded, something like pride flickering across his features. "You've learned well. I had a good teacher." They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of everything unspoken hanging between them. "I'm going to miss you," Harry said finally. "I know we'll see each other at school, but it won't be the same." No. It won't. Sev's voice was carefully controlled, but Harry could read the emotion beneath. But you're ready for this, Harry. More ready than any 11-year-old has a right to be. That's because I'm not really 11. I'm a 40-year-old in a child's body, according to Lupin. Lupin talks too much. But Sev's lips twitched. Come. Breakfast before we leave. You'll need your strength. King's Cross Station was a chaos of Muggle commuters and hidden magic. Harry walked beside Sev, his trunk shrunk and tucked into his pocket, Hedwig's cage glamour to look like an ordinary travel bag. They moved through the crowds with practiced ease, two figures who'd learned long ago how to be invisible when necessary. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 looked entirely ordinary, just a ticket booth and a stretch of brick wall. But Harry could feel the magic thrumming beneath the surface, a doorway waiting to be crossed. Remember, Sev said quietly. From the moment we stepped through, we're strangers. I'm your former guardian, nothing more. You're a student like any other. I understand. I know you do. But understanding and living it are different things. Sev's hand found his shoulder briefly. This will be harder than you expect. Watching me treat you like I treat the other students, will be exactly what we planned for. Harry met his father's eyes. I can do this. We both can. Sev studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Together, then. For the last time in public. They walked through the barrier side by side. Platform 9 3/4 exploded into existence around them, scarlet steam engine, crowds of students and parents, the cacophony of farewells and excitement that marked the start of a new school year. Harry drank it all in, cataloging details with the automatic precision Sev had trained into him. The Weasleys, a large red-headed family he recognized from Sev's descriptions, were clustered near one of the train doors, the mother fussing over her youngest son while the twins caused chaos nearby. An aristocratic blonde family stood apart from the crowd, their posture radiating pure-blood disdain, the Malfoys, unmistakably. And everywhere, students in varying states of excitement and nervousness, some clutching their parents' hands, others already boarding with the confidence of returning years. Mr. Snape. A familiar voice cut through the noise. Harry turned to find Draco Malfoy approaching, his platinum hair gleaming and his expression carefully neutral. Behind him, Lucius Malfoy watched with sharp eyes. Draco. Harry kept his voice polite but distant. I wondered if I'd see you here. Father wanted to make sure I found the right connections. Draco's gaze flicked to Sev, something calculating in his expression. Professor Snape. It's good to see you. Mr. Malfoy. Sev's voice was cold, professional. I trust you'll represent your house well this year. Of course, Professor. Draco turned back to Harry. I hope we'll be in the same house. Slytherin, obviously. Anyone with proper breeding ends up there. Harry felt Sev stiffen almost imperceptibly beside him. I suppose we'll see what the Sorting Hat decides, Harry said mildly. Excuse me, I should find a compartment. He moved away before Draco could respond, weaving through the crowd toward the train. He could feel Sev's eyes on his back, but he didn't look around. This was the test. The first of many. He climbed aboard the Hogwarts Express and didn't look back. The compartment Harry chose was near the back of the train, empty when he entered but clearly well used based on the worn upholstery. He stowed his trunk overhead, settled Hedwig's cage by the window, and sat down to wait. He didn't have to wait long. The door slid open perhaps 10 minutes later, revealing a round-faced boy with nervous eyes. Harry. Neville Longbottom's face lit up with recognition. I hoped I'd find you. Do you mind if I sit here? Of course not. Harry gestured to the seat across from him. How was your summer? Terrible. Gran made me practice formal etiquette for 3 months straight. Neville collapsed into the seat with evident relief. She's convinced I'm going to embarrass the family name within the first week. You won't. You don't know that. I know you. Harry smiled slightly. You're more capable than you think, Neville. You just need the right environment to prove it. Neville flushed, looking pleased and embarrassed in equal measure. How's Trevor? Harry asked, changing the subject. Who? Your Toad. The one you wrote about in your last letter. Neville's expression shifted to horror. Oh no. Trevor. He began patting his pockets frantically. I had him when I got on the train, but then Gran was lecturing me about something and I must have. Check your bag. Outer left pocket. Neville dove for his bag, fumbling with the clasp. A moment later, a distinctly disgruntled Toad emerged from exactly where Harry had suggested. How did you know? I saw the bulge when you sat down. Toad-shaped. Harry shrugged. Observation. Neville stared at him with something like awe. You're amazing, you know that. I'm observant. There's a difference. The compartment door slid open again before Neville could respond. A girl with bushy brown hair and slightly too large front teeth stood in the opening, her expression earnest and slightly anxious. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. Found it, Neville said, holding up Trevor. Thanks, though. Oh, good. The girl's gaze swept over both of them with evident curiosity. I'm Hermione Granger. And you are? Neville Longbottom. Harry Snape. Hermione's eyes widened at Harry's name. Snape. Are you related to Professor Snape? I read about him in Notable Magical Names of Our Time. He's supposed to be the youngest potions master in a century. He's my guardian. Harry kept his voice carefully neutral. I don't know much about his professional achievements. Really? That's fascinating. I've already read all our textbooks, of course, and his contributions to the field seem quite remarkable. Do you think he'd be willing to answer questions about Hermione? Harry cut her off as gently as possible. She blinked, seeming to realize she was still standing in the doorway. Oh. Yes. Thank you. She sat beside Neville, who looked slightly overwhelmed by the sudden influx of energy. Harry hid a smile. This was going to be an interesting year. The train pulled away from the station with a lurch, and Harry watched London slide past the windows, giving way to countryside green and gold with late summer. The compartment filled with conversation, Hermione asking rapid-fire questions about wizarding culture, Neville answering what he could, Harry observing and adding comments when necessary. He was mapping them, he realized. The way Sev had taught him to map everyone, strengths, weaknesses, potential threats, potential allies. Hermione was brilliant but socially awkward, desperate for approval and knowledge in equal measure. Neville was kind but insecure, his genuine gifts buried under years of criticism and self-doubt. Both of them could be useful. Both of them could be dangerous. But they could also, he thought with something like surprise, be friends. Real friends, not just strategic assets. The compartment door slid open once more. Well, well. Draco Malfoy stood in the opening, flanked by two large boys who looked more like bodyguards than students. I heard Harry Snape was in this compartment. Thought I'd come say hello properly. Harry didn't stand. Draco. We meet again. Indeed we do. Draco's gaze swept dismissively over Neville and Hermione. I see you've been making friends. Interesting choices. I find them quite satisfactory. A Longbottom and a Muggleborn. Draco's lip curled. My father says, I'm sure your father says many things. Harry's voice remained perfectly pleasant. But as I'm not currently speaking with your father, his opinion seems somewhat irrelevant. The temperature in the compartment seemed to drop several degrees. Draco's eyes narrowed. Careful, Snape. You might be the professor's ward, but that won't protect you if you make the wrong enemies. I never make enemies carelessly. Harry met his gaze directly. I thought you should know that about me." They stared at each other for a long moment, two predators assessing each other, neither willing to back down. Finally, Draco's lips curved into something that wasn't quite a smile. "This is going to be an interesting year." "I certainly hope so." Draco withdrew, taking his bodyguards with him. The compartment door slid shut. "What was that about?" Hermione demanded. "Do you two know each other?" "We've met. Our guardians move in similar circles." Harry deliberately relaxed his posture. "He was testing me." "Testing you for what?" "To see if I'm worth cultivating or crushing." Harry shrugged. "Standard pure-blood politics." Neville was staring at him with wide eyes. "You just stood up to Draco Malfoy. His father is one of the most powerful wizards in Britain." "His father isn't here." Harry smiled slightly. "And Draco is 11 years old, just like us. Power is only meaningful if you know how to use it." Hermione looked like she wanted to take notes. "Where did you learn to talk like that?" "My guardian is a very thorough teacher." The rest of the journey passed more peacefully. They changed into their robes as the sky darkened outside, the train winding through increasingly wild countryside. Harry watched the mountains rise in the distance and felt something stir in his chest: anticipation, nervousness, the sense of standing on the edge of something enormous. First years over here." The voice boomed across the platform as they disembarked, belonging to the largest man Harry had ever seen. Hagrid, he realized, the gamekeeper Sev had mentioned, the one who'd given Lupin the photo album. "Follow me. Mind your step." They followed the massive figure down a steep path through dense trees, emerging onto the shore of a vast black lake. Across the water, perched on a cliff that seemed to defy gravity, Hogwarts Castle blazed with light. Harry stopped breathing for a moment. He'd seen pictures. He'd read descriptions. But nothing had prepared him for the reality, the sheer scale of it, the age and power radiating from every stone, the sense of centuries of magic accumulated in one place. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Hermione whispered beside him. "Yes." Harry's voice came out strange. "It really is." They crossed the lake in small boats, the water dark and still beneath them. Harry thought he saw something massive move in the depths, but it was gone before he could focus on it. The boats deposited them at an underground harbor, and they climbed stairs that seemed to go on forever, emerging finally into an entrance hall that dwarfed anything Harry had ever seen. A severe-looking witch in emerald robes was waiting for them. "Welcome to Hogwarts. I am Professor McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress." Her Scottish accent was crisp, her gaze sweeping over them with an authority that reminded Harry of Augusta Longbottom. "In a few moments, you will be sorted into your houses. Your house will be like your family while you are here. Good behavior will earn points, rule-breaking will lose them. The house with the most points at the end of the year wins the House Cup." She led them through a set of massive doors into the Great Hall. Harry had to fight to keep his expression neutral. For long tables stretched the length of the hall, each filled with students in house-colored robes. Candles floated overhead, thousands of them, their light supplemented by a ceiling that showed the night sky, stars scattered across velvet darkness like diamonds on black cloth. And at the far end, on a raised platform, sat the teachers. Harry found Sev immediately. His father sat at the edge of the table, his expression as cold and forbidding as Harry had ever seen it. Their eyes met for just a moment, acknowledgement, reassurance, and then Sev looked away. "When I call your name, you will sit on the stool and place the sorting hat on your head." McGonagall produced a ragged, ancient-looking hat and set it on a three-legged stool. "Abbott, Hannah." The sorting began. Harry watched carefully, analyzing the process. The hats seemed to take different amounts of time with different students, some were sorted almost immediately, others sat for minutes while the hat deliberated. The houses filled gradually, Hufflepuff for the kind and loyal, Ravenclaw for the clever and curious, Gryffindor for the brave and bold, Slytherin for the cunning and ambitious. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool, jamming the hat onto her head. A long pause, then, Gryffindor. She looked slightly disappointed as she joined the red and gold table, but rallied quickly. Harry noted that she'd probably wanted Ravenclaw, her academic nature seemed better suited to it. Interesting that the hat had chosen differently. Longbottom, Neville. Neville approached the stool like a man walking to his execution. The hat sat on his head for nearly 3 minutes, an eternity that made the watching students shift and whisper. Finally, Gryffindor. Neville stumbled toward the Gryffindor table, still wearing the hat. He had to return it with a red face and an apologetic wave. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before shouting, Slytherin. He swaggered to the green and silver table with evident satisfaction. More names, more sortings. And then, Snape, Harry. The hall went quiet. Harry walked forward, feeling hundreds of eyes tracking his movement. He knew what they were thinking, the professor's ward, the mysterious boy who'd been raised by the feared potions master. Some of them probably knew more than that, had heard whispers about the boy who lived and the strange circumstances of his guardianship. Let them wonder. He sat on the stool. The hat descended over his eyes. Well, well. What have we here? The voice spoke directly into his mind, and Harry was grateful for his occlumency training. He kept his shields up, revealing only what he chose to reveal. A closed mind. How refreshing. The hat's voice was amused. Most students broadcast their thoughts like foghorns. You're more selective. I've learned to be. Indeed you have. Let's see what's beneath those shields, shall we? Harry felt the hat's presence pressing against his defenses, not aggressively, but persistently. After a moment's consideration, he allowed it access to certain carefully chosen memories and thoughts. Ah! Fascinating. A mind trained far beyond your years. Loyalty and courage, yes, but also cunning and ambition. A thirst for knowledge that would please Ravenclaw, but also a ruthlessness that would serve you well in Slytherin. I know. Do you have a preference, young Snape? Harry considered the question carefully. He'd thought about this for months, weighing the advantages and disadvantages of each house. Slytherin would please Sev and provide useful connections, but it would also mark him as potentially dark, limit his interactions with students in other houses. Gryffindor would defy expectations but might be seen as a betrayal of his upbringing. Ravenclaw was the safe choice, the neutral ground. But Harry had never been interested in safe choices. I want to prove that houses don't determine destiny, he thought at the hat. I want to show that a Slytherin can be honorable and a Gryffindor can be cunning. Put me where I can make the biggest difference. The hat was silent for a long moment. That, it said finally, is perhaps the most interesting answer I've heard in centuries. Very well, Harry Snape. If you want to challenge expectations. Slytherin. The word rang through the great hall. Harry removed the hat and walked toward the green and silver table, his face carefully blank. He could feel the stares, the surprise from students who'd expected him to end up in Gryffindor like his biological parents, the calculation from Slytherins assessing a new variable in their political games, the cold satisfaction radiating from Draco Malfoy. At the head table, Sev's expression didn't change. But Harry caught the barely perceptible nod, the hint of pride in those dark eyes. He'd chosen his battlefield. Now the real work began. The Slytherin common room was exactly as Sev had described it, a low-ceilinged dungeon space, its windows looking out into the depths of the lake, its furniture elegant but cold. First years, gather round. The prefect who'd led them down was a seventh year named Marcus Flint, his features heavy and his manner brusque. Some ground rules. In Slytherin, we handle our problems internally. Whatever conflicts you have with each other stay within these walls. Outside, we present a united front. Understood? Murmurs of assent. Good. Second rule, the hierarchy matters. 7th years at the top, 1st years at the bottom. You earn respect by demonstrating value. Until then, you follow orders and keep your mouth shut. Harry filed this information away, already mapping the power structures he'd need to navigate. 3rd rule, and this is the most important one. Flint's gaze swept over them. We are Slytherin. Half the school hates us on principle. They think we're all future dark wizards, that we're evil or corrupt or whatever other nonsense they've heard. Prove them wrong or prove them right, I don't care, but never give them ammunition to use against the house. The meeting broke up, students dispersing to find their dormitories. Harry hung back, watching Draco claim the best bed in their year's room with the casual entitlement of someone who'd never been told no. Harry. Draco's voice was different now, away from the others. More genuine, perhaps. Good choice. Father will be pleased. I didn't choose it to please your father. No, I don't suppose you did. Draco studied him with something like respect. Why did you choose it? Harry considered several answers, settling on a partial truth. Because Slytherin needs to change. It's become synonymous with dark magic and pureblood supremacy, and that reputation is going to destroy it eventually. I want to help build something better. Draco's expression flickered, surprise, skepticism, something else Harry couldn't quite read. That's very ambitious. I thought ambition was our defining trait. Draco laughed, a genuine sound that transformed his face. Fair point. He held out his hand. Truce, then. Whatever else we are, we're housemates now. That has to count for something. Harry shook the offered hand. Truce. For now. The first week at Hogwarts established patterns that would define Harry's time there. Classes proved to be both more and less challenging than he'd expected. The theoretical content was almost insultingly basic compared to what Sev had taught him. Harry could have written the Transfiguration textbook from memory by this point, but the practical application was new. He'd never had a proper wand before, and his Blackthorn and Basilisk companion required adjustment. The wand is an extension of your will, Professor Flitwick explained during their first charms lesson. But it's also a partner, not a slave. You must learn to work with it, not against it. Harry found this advice more useful than anything in the textbook. His wand, it turned out, was particular about how it was wielded. It responded beautifully to spells that required precision and control, but fought him when he tried to rush or force things. Like a potion's ingredient, he muttered to himself, during one evening practice session. Respect the material, work with its nature, don't try to override it. The breakthrough came during potions. Professor Snape, Harry couldn't think of him as Sev in this context, it was too dangerous, swept into the dungeon classroom like a malevolent bat, his robes billowing, his expression promising suffering. You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making, he began, his voice barely above a whisper yet somehow carrying to every corner. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, and snaring the senses. Harry watched his father perform this role and felt a strange combination of pride and grief. This was the mask Sev wore for the world, the cold, bitter, cruel professor that everyone expected. So few people knew the man beneath. Snape. The sharp voice made Harry jump despite himself. What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? The draught of living death, Professor. And where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It cures most poisons. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? They're the same plant, also known as aconite. A long pause. Sev's expression was unreadable. It seems your guardian taught you something useful after all. He turned away. Well. Why aren't the rest of you writing this down? Harry caught the barest hint of approval in his father's eyes before the mask slammed back into place. The rest of the lesson proceeded with Sev terrorizing Neville. Harry had warned him this would happen, but it still hurt to watch, and ignoring Hermione's frantically waving hand. By the end, 3 cauldrons had melted, 1 student was in tears, and only Harry and Draco had produced acceptable results. Adequate, Sev pronounced, examining Harry's cure for boils. Though your stirring technique could use refinement. High praise, in Professor Snape's classroom. Harry accepted it with a neutral expression and began cleaning his station. The social dynamics of Slytherin proved more complex than the academic ones. Harry quickly identified the major players. Draco Malfoy was the obvious center of power among the first years, his family name and confidence drawing others into his orbit. Theodore Nott lurked at the edges, watching everything with sharp eyes that reminded Harry uncomfortably of his own. Blaise Zabini affected disinterested neutrality, though Harry suspected he was far more engaged than he pretended. And Pansy Parkinson had attached herself to Draco with single-minded determination, her mean-spirited commentary a constant background noise. The girls' side included Daphne Greengrass, who came from an old neutral family and seemed to be playing her own quiet game, and Millicent Bulstrode, whose bulk disguised a surprisingly sharp mind. Harry positioned himself carefully among them, close enough to Draco to benefit from the association, distant enough to maintain independence. He cultivated a reputation for competence and discretion, helping with homework when asked but never pushing himself forward. "You're very strategic," Daphne observed, one evening in the common room. They were ostensibly studying Transfiguration, but really they were watching the older students conduct some kind of complicated power play in the far corner. Most first years are too stupid to think past next week. Most first years haven't been trained by Severus Snape. Fair point. Daphne's ice-blue eyes assessed him. What's it like? Living with him? Educational. That's not an answer. It's the only answer you're getting. Daphne smiled, a slight curving of lips that transformed her rather plain features. I like you, Harry Snape. You're not boring. High praise. From a Greengrass? Absolutely. The friendship with Neville and Hermione proved harder to maintain than Harry had expected. House divisions at Hogwarts were more than just organizational, they were cultural, reinforced by centuries of tradition and competition. Slytherins didn't socialize with Gryffindors. Gryffindors didn't trust Slytherins. The few exceptions were notable enough to attract attention and suspicion. Harry refused to let the boundaries stop him. He met Neville in the library, ostensibly to study herbology. He joined Hermione for discussions about magical theory that ranged across every subject and left them both energized. He did it quietly, carefully, never drawing attention to the cross-house connections. I don't understand why you bother, Draco said, when he finally noticed the pattern. The Longbottom boy is practically a squib, and Granger is a mudblood. Harry went very still. Don't use that word. What word? Mudblood? Draco's expression was genuinely confused. It's a slur. A cruel, ugly slur that reduces a person to their parentage. Harry's voice was cold in a way that made Draco take a step back. My mother was Muggle-born. My guardian loved her more than his own life. If you use that word around me again, our truce ends. Draco stared at him, clearly struggling to process this information. Your mother. Potter's wife. She was Muggle-born. Yes. And Professor Snape was in love with her. That's not my story to tell. But yes, she was Muggle-born. And brilliant. And kind. And worth more than 100 people who think blood status matters. Draco was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was uncertain in a way Harry had never heard before. Father says Muggleborns are diluting our magic. That they don't understand our traditions, that they're destroying our culture. Your father says a lot of things. Harry met his eyes directly. Have you ever actually talked to a Muggleborn wizard? Ask them about their experiences, their perspective? No. Why would I? Because you can't make informed judgments about people you've never bothered to understand. Harry softened his voice slightly. I'm not asking you to change your whole worldview overnight, Draco. I'm asking you to think for yourself instead of just repeating your father's opinions. Draco looked uncomfortable, but he didn't walk away. I'll consider it. It was a start. Halloween arrived with a feast that made Harry's head spin. The great hall had been transformed, giant pumpkins floating overhead, live bats swooping between the candles, the smell of autumn spices and roasted meat filling the air. Harry sat at the Slytherin table, forcing himself to eat despite the crawling sensation in his gut. October 31st. The anniversary of his parents' death. He'd told no one, of course. The wizarding world celebrated Halloween as a holiday like any other, and only a few would remember the significance of this particular date for the boy who lived. Sev knew, but they couldn't acknowledge it publicly. Harry ate mechanically, responding to conversation when necessary, counting the minutes until he could escape to somewhere private. The doors slammed open. Professor Quirrell, the defense teacher, wrapped in a ridiculous turban that was supposed to conceal some traumatic experience, came running into the hall, his face white with terror. Troll! In the dungeons! Troll in the dungeons! He paused, swaying slightly. Thought you ought to know. Then he collapsed. The hall exploded into panic. Students screamed, teachers shouted, and Harry found himself being swept toward the doors along with everyone else. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the chaos. Prefects, lead your houses to the dormitories. Teachers, with me to the dungeons. Harry's mind raced. The Slytherin dormitories were in the dungeons, the exact location where the troll had supposedly been spotted. Leading students directly toward a mountain troll seemed like monumentally bad strategy. But there was something else, something nagging at the edge of his awareness. Hermione. She hadn't been at the Gryffindor table. He'd heard her crying in the bathroom earlier, upset about something Ron Weasley had said. If she didn't know about the troll, if no one had warned her, Draco. Harry grabbed his housemate's arm. Cover for me. What? Where are you? But Harry was already moving, slipping away from the crowd and heading in the opposite direction. He found the bathroom on the second floor, guided by instinct and the distant sound of crashes. The troll was already there. 12 feet tall, gray-skinned and stupid-eyed, it was systematically destroying the bathroom while Hermione cowered in the corner. Her wand was out but her hands were shaking too badly to cast anything, and her face was white with terror. Harry didn't hesitate. He'd never cast combat magic before, never used his wand for anything more aggressive than a Lumos, but Sev had drilled the theory into him for years. He knew what to do. He just had to do it. Stupefy. The spell hit the troll square in the back and accomplished absolutely nothing. The creature turned, its tiny eyes focusing on Harry with something like annoyance. Right. Trolls were resistant to magic. He'd forgotten that. Hermione. Run. She ran, scrambling past the troll while it was distracted by Harry. Good. At least one of them might survive this. The troll swung its massive club. Harry dove to the side, feeling the displaced air as the weapon smashed into the floor where he'd been standing. Tiles shattered, pipes burst, water sprayed everywhere. Think. Think. What had Sev taught him about trolls? Resistant to most magic. Incredibly strong. Incredibly stupid. Stupid. Harry scrambled backward, putting distance between himself and the creature. Hey! Over here, you ugly brute. The troll obligingly turned toward his voice, abandoning its examination of the hole it had made in the floor. That's right, come on. Or are you too stupid to catch one little wizard? It charged. Harry ran, not away but toward the troll, sliding between its legs at the last moment. The creature's momentum carried it forward, crashing through the bathroom wall and into the corridor beyond. Now Hermione. Hermione, who had apparently decided not to run after all, raised her wand. Wingardium Leviosa. The Trolls Club rose into the air. The creature looked up, confused. Harry added his own power to the spell, pushing through his wand with everything he had. The club rose higher, 10 feet, 15 feet, they released it together. The club came down on the troll's head with a crack that echoed through the corridor. The creature swayed, its eyes crossing, and then toppled forward with a crash that shook the floor. Harry and Hermione stared at each other, both panting, both covered in dust and debris. "We just knocked out a mountain troll," Hermione said, her voice high with hysteria. "Yes. We're 11 years old." "Yes. That was either incredibly brave or incredibly stupid. Probably both." Harry managed a shaky smile. "Are you all right?" Yes. I think so." Hermione's eyes were wide. "You came for me. You left your house group and came to find me. You're my friend." "I wasn't sure you considered." She stopped, tears suddenly streaming down her face. "Thank you. Thank you, Harry." Footsteps thundered down the corridor. McGonagall appeared first, her face white, followed by Sev and Quirrell. "What in Merlin's name?" McGonagall stopped, staring at the unconscious troll. "What happened here?" Harry straightened, preparing to explain. But before he could speak, Hermione stepped forward. "It's my fault, Professor. I went looking for the troll. I've read about them, you see, and I thought I could handle it. Harry came to find me and if he hadn't, I'd probably be dead." Harry stared at her. She was lying. Lying to a teacher. Hermione Granger, who worshipped rules and authority, was covering for him. McGonagall's expression cycled through several emotions before settling on disapproval. "Miss Granger, I am deeply disappointed in you. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for this act of foolishness." She turned to Harry. "And Mr. Snape, while your intentions may have been good, running toward a troll was hardly the action of a wise student." "No, Professor. However." Her voice softened almost imperceptibly. "For sheer dumb luck, I award Slytherin 10 points. Very few first-year students could take on a full-grown mountain troll and live to tell the tale." Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. His eyes found Sev's across the corridor. His father's expression was unreadable, but Harry caught the barest hint of approval, and something else, something that looked almost like fear. He'd nearly died tonight. They both knew it. But he'd also saved his friend. Some things were worth the risk. The troll incident changed things. Word spread quickly through the school. Harry, Snape and Hermione Granger had defeated a mountain troll together, Slytherin and Gryffindor working as allies. The story grew with each retelling, becoming more dramatic and more impossible, until Harry was supposedly single-handedly wrestling the creature into submission. He didn't correct the rumors. Let people think what they wanted. The truth would only raise more questions than it answered. In Slytherin, his status shifted. Where before he'd been a curiosity, Professor Snape's ward, quiet and competent but nothing special, now he was something else. Dangerous, perhaps. Unpredictable. "You saved a Gryffindor." Theodore Nott said it like an accusation, cornering Harry in the common room one evening. "I saved a friend. Slytherins don't have friends in other houses. This one does." Nott studied him for a long moment, his dark eyes calculating. "My father was a Death Eater, you know. One of the first." "I'm aware. He always spoke highly of Professor Snape. Said he was one of the most talented wizards of his generation, wasted on teaching brats." Harry didn't respond, waiting to see where this was going. "But he also said Snape was a traitor. That he turned spy for Dumbledore, betrayed the Dark Lord's secrets." Nott's voice dropped lower. "Some people think he's still loyal to the old cause, just hiding it better now. Others think he's genuinely changed. What do you think?" I think it doesn't matter. What matters is what you are. Nott leaned closer. Are you a true Slytherin, Harry? Or are you something else pretending? Harry met his gaze without flinching. I'm exactly what I appear to be. A student, trying to learn, trying to survive, trying to become something worth becoming. He allowed a hint of steel to enter his voice. If you're looking for a Dark Lord in training, you'll have to look elsewhere. Nott held his gaze for a moment longer, then stepped back. Fair enough. I just wanted to know where you stand. Now you know. Yes. A thin smile crossed Nott's features. I suppose I do. December brought snow and examinations and the approach of Christmas. Harry had planned to stay at Hogwarts over the holidays. It would be expected, given his limited family connections, but a letter from Sev changed his plans. Come home. There's something we need to discuss. No explanation. No hints about what was so urgent. Just the summons. Harry packed his trunk with growing unease, said goodbye to his friends. Hermione was going home to her parents, Neville to his grandmother, and boarded the Hogwarts Express. The journey back to London was quiet, the train nearly empty. Harry sat alone in his compartment, watching the Scottish countryside give way to English farmland, trying to imagine what could be important enough to pull him away from school. Sev met him at King's Cross, looking more tired than Harry had ever seen him. What's wrong? Not here. Sev took his trunk with a wave of his wand. Come. We need to talk. Spinner's End felt smaller than Harry remembered. He walked through the familiar rooms, noting the subtle changes, new books on the shelves, a different cauldron in the laboratory, signs that Sev had been working on something complicated during his absence. Sit down. Sev gestured to the kitchen table. Tea. Sev, you're scaring me. What's going on? Sev poured tea for both of them, his movements precise and controlled in the way that meant he was holding something back. I've discovered something, he said finally. About the night your parents died. About what the Dark Lord left behind. Harry's blood went cold. The shadow. In my mind. Partly. But there's more. Sev sat down across from him, cradling his own teacup. Do you know what a Horcrux is? A container for a piece of soul. Dark magic, the darkest. You have to commit murder to create one, deliberately fragment your own soul. Harry's voice was steady despite the terror building in his chest. You think the shadow is a Horcrux? A piece of the Dark Lord's soul? I've suspected for some time. But I couldn't be certain until I had access to certain resources at Hogwarts. Sev's expression was grim. I've confirmed it. The fragment of soul that lodged in your scar that night is a Horcrux. Unintentional, probably. I doubt even the Dark Lord would deliberately use a living child as a container, but real nonetheless. Harry set down his teacup carefully, aware that his hands were starting to shake. How do I get rid of it? That's the problem. Sev leaned forward. Horcruxes are incredibly difficult to destroy. They require something capable of causing damage beyond magical repair, basilisk venom, fiend fire, a few other equally dangerous substances. The soul fragment cannot be removed without destroying its container. Its container. You mean me. The scar, specifically. But the scar is attached to you, intertwined with your own magic in ways I don't fully understand. Sev's voice was rough. Any attempt to destroy the Horcrux risks destroying you as well. Harry closed his eyes, forcing himself to breathe. So I'm carrying a piece of the Dark Lord inside me forever. No. The word came out sharp, fierce. I refuse to accept that. There must be a way, some method that hasn't been tried, some combination of magic that can separate you from this parasite without killing you. What if there isn't? Then I'll invent one. Sev reached across the table, gripping Harry's hands. Listen to me, Harry. I will not let you die because of something that monster did. I've already failed to save one person I love. I won't fail again. Harry looked at his father, at the desperation in those dark eyes, the determination that bordered on obsession. We'll figure it out together, he said quietly. That's what we do, isn't it? Solve the unsolvable. Yes. Sev squeezed his hands. That's exactly what we do. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of this new knowledge settling over them. There's something else, Harry said finally. Something at Hogwarts. I've been sensing it since I arrived, something hidden, something powerful. It's connected to Quirrell, I think, though I can't figure out how. Sev's expression sharpened. Tell me everything. And Harry did. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, The Sorting Storm. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from King's Cross with a shudder and a whistle, carrying Harry back toward a castle full of secrets and a shadow in his mind that he now understood far better than he wanted to. Christmas at Spinner's End had been strange, half celebration, half war council. Sev had shared everything he'd discovered about Horcruxes, walking Harry through the theory with the same methodical precision he brought to potions instruction. They discussed the mysterious presence Harry had sensed at Hogwarts, the way Quirrell's turban seemed to radiate wrongness, the increasing prickles in Harry's scar whenever he got too close to the defense professor. The Dark Lord isn't fully dead, Sev had concluded, his voice flat with suppressed fear. Something survived. Something that's been hiding, waiting, looking for a way back. And Quirrell is involved. Almost certainly. But we can't move against him without proof, and we can't gather proof without alerting Dumbledore. Sev's expression had been complicated. The headmaster knows more than he's sharing. He always does. Now, watching the English countryside blur past the window, Harry turned these problems over in his mind like puzzle pieces that refused to fit together. A Horcrux in his head. A possible Horcrux, or something worse, hiding at Hogwarts. A defense professor who radiated dark magic. And Dumbledore, watching everything, manipulating everyone, playing a game whose rules only he understood. You look troubled. Harry glanced up to find Daphne Greengrass sliding into the compartment, her ice-blue eyes assessing him with their usual sharpness. Just thinking. About anything you'd care to share? Not particularly. Daphne settled into the seat across from him, arranging her robes with precise movements. I heard you went home for Christmas. To Spinner's End. I did. Interesting. Most students with your complicated family situation would have stayed at Hogwarts. Less scrutiny that way. Harry met her gaze directly. Are you asking me something, Daphne? I'm observing. It's what I do. She tilted her head slightly. The Greengrass family has stayed neutral through 2 wizarding wars. We've survived by watching, learning, understanding the currents before they sweep everyone else away. And what currents are you watching now? You. Her voice was soft, almost intimate. You're not what you appear to be, Harry Snape. The quiet, competent student, the professor's ward who just wants to get through school without drawing attention. That's a mask. Everyone wears masks. True. But most people's masks are simpler. Yours has layers. Daphne leaned forward slightly. I'm not trying to expose you. I'm trying to understand you. There's a difference. Harry considered his options. Daphne was dangerous, perceptive, well-connected, and clearly playing her own game. But she was also potentially useful. A neutral observer inside Slytherin, someone who valued information over ideology. What do you want to know? What's really going on between you and Professor Snape? The official story is that he's your guardian, nothing more. But I've watched you both. The way you don't look at each other in public, the careful distance you maintain, it's too perfect. Too practiced. You're very observant. I told you. It's what I do. Harry was silent for a moment, weighing risks against potential benefits. He's more than my guardian, he said finally. He raised me. Taught me. Protected me from things you can't imagine. He met her eyes. He's my father, in every way that matters. Daphne absorbed this, her expression thoughtful. That explains a great deal. The competence, the training, the way you carry yourself like someone much older. She nodded slowly. I suspected something like this. And now that you know. Now I add it to my understanding of the board. Daphne smiled, a thin curving of lips. Information is currency, Harry. But some information is more valuable kept secret than spent. Your relationship with Professor Snape falls into that category. You're not going to tell anyone. Why would I? Having exclusive knowledge gives me an advantage. Sharing it dilutes that advantage. She stood, straightening her robes. We should talk more often. I think we could be useful to each other. Allies? Information partners. It's safer than friendship and more honest than alliance. She paused at the compartment door. Oh, and Harry. Be careful around Quirrell. There's something very wrong with that man. She slipped out before Harry could respond. The second term at Hogwarts began with renewed intensity. Classes picked up speed as professors tried to cram more information into students who were rapidly approaching end-of-year examinations. Harry found himself actually challenged for the first time, not by the material itself, which remained simpler than what Sev had taught him, but by the sheer volume of homework and the necessity of maintaining his carefully constructed mediocrity. You're holding back, Hermione observed, during one of their library study sessions. In Transfiguration especially. I've seen what you can do when you think no one's watching. Have you? Don't play innocent with me, Harry Snape. She tapped her quill against the table. You transfigured your matchstick into a needle on the first try. I saw you do it. But then you pretended to struggle for another 10 minutes before showing McGonagall a barely adequate result. Maybe I just had beginner's luck. Maybe you're deliberately underperforming to avoid attention. Hermione's eyes were sharp. Why? Harry set down his own quill. Because attention is dangerous. Because standing out makes you a target. Because, he stopped, considering how much to share. Because I've learned that the best protection is being underestimated. That's, actually quite clever. Hermione looked at him with new respect. I never thought of it that way. I always assumed that being the best was the goal. Being the best makes you a threat. Being competent but unremarkable makes you invisible. Harry shrugged. Different strategies for different situations. What situation are you in that requires invisibility? Harry thought about the Horcrux in his head, the Dark Lord's presence somewhere in the castle, the complicated web of politics and prophecy that surrounded his existence. A complicated one. The Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin was the social event of the term. Harry had no particular interest in the sport. Sev considered it a waste of time and energy that could be better spent on actual learning, but the match provided an opportunity to observe the school's power dynamics in action. He secured a seat in the Slytherin stands with a good view of both the pitch and the spectators. The game itself was brutal. Slytherin played dirty, their chasers accidentally elbowing opponents and their beaters targeting players rather than bludgers. Gryffindor responded with raw aggression, their seeker, a second-year named something or other, diving recklessly in pursuit of the snitch. Harry watched it all with detached interest, more focused on the crowd reactions than the actual play. And then his scar exploded with pain. The sensation was like a hot needle being driven into his forehead. Harry gasped, one hand flying to the scar, and through watering eyes he saw Quirrell in the teacher's stands, his gaze fixed on something, no, someone, on Harry. The pain intensified. Harry's vision blurred, the world going grey at the edges. He could feel something pushing against his mental shields, something cold and hungry and terrifyingly familiar. The shadow. It was waking up. Responding to whatever presence was reaching toward it through Quirrell. Harry slammed his occlumency shields to maximum, throwing every defense he had against the intrusion. The pain didn't stop, but the presence retreated slightly, blocked by walls it couldn't easily breach. "Harry?" Daphne's voice, alarmed. "Harry, what's wrong?" "Nothing." He forced the word out through gritted teeth. "Headache." "I need to." He stumbled out of the stands, not caring what anyone thought, and made it to a deserted corridor before collapsing against the wall. The pain was fading now, the presence withdrawing. But Harry's hands were shaking, and his mind was racing. Quirrell had done something. Tried to reach the Horcrux. The connection between the shadow in Harry's head and whatever was hiding in the defense professor was stronger than he'd realized. "Harry." He looked up to find Sev standing over him, his face white with barely controlled fear. "You felt it. I saw you leave. I saw Quirrell watching you." Sev crouched down, his hands finding Harry's shoulders. "What happened?" He tried to connect. "To the shadow. I felt it responding, trying to reach back." Harry's voice was unsteady. "I blocked him." "But Sev, if he can do that, if he can activate the Horcrux from a distance, then we need to move faster than we planned." Sev's expression was grim. "Can you walk?" "I think so." "Then come with me. We need to talk. Properly, this time." Sev's office was warded more heavily than any classroom in the castle. Harry sat in a chair that was far more comfortable than anything in the dungeon's public spaces, watching his father pace and trying to steady his still racing heart. "I've been investigating Quirrell," Sev said, his voice low despite the privacy wards. Discreetly. "What I've found is disturbing." "Tell me." He spent a year traveling after leaving his previous position. Visited Albania, among other places. Sev stopped pacing, turning to face Harry. "Albania is where the Dark Lord was last rumored to be hiding, before he disappeared entirely." "You think Quirrell found him?" "I think Quirrell found something. Whether it's truly the Dark Lord or merely a fragment of his power, I can't say. But the presence you've been sensing, the way your scar reacts to him," Sev's jaw tightened. "It's too coincidental to be coincidence." Harry processed this, fitting it against what he already knew. "The thing under the trapdoor. In the third-floor corridor. It's connected to this, isn't it?" Sev's eyes sharpened. "How do you know about that?" "I've been paying attention. Students talk, professors slip, and I've learned to read between the lines." Harry met his father's gaze. "There's something valuable hidden in the castle. Something Quirrell wants. Something that the Dark Lord, or whatever's left of him, needs. The Philosopher's Stone." Sev sat down heavily. "It belongs to Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore is keeping it here for protection." "The Philosopher's Stone? The one that makes the elixir of life?" "The same. It would restore the Dark Lord to full power if he obtained it. Give him a body, immortality, everything he lost when he tried to kill you." Harry felt cold settle into his bones. "So that's what this is about. Quirrell is trying to steal the stone for Voldemort." "Yes." Sev's voice was barely a whisper. "And Dumbledore, in his infinite wisdom, has hidden it in a school full of children. Does he know about Quirrell?" "I've tried to warn him. He listens, nods, assures me everything is under control." Bitterness crept into Sev's voice. "He's playing some game, Harry. Using the stone as bait, probably. Using Quirrell as a test. Using you." He stopped, seeming to realize he'd said too much. "Using me how?" "I don't know. That's what frightens me." Sev leaned forward. "Dumbledore has always been interested in you. From the moment he placed you with me, he's been watching, waiting, preparing you for something. I used to believe it was simple protection. Now I'm not so sure." Harry thought about all the things Dumbledore had allowed, Sev raising him in ways that weren't typical, Harry's name change, his sorting into Slytherin. Choices that a more controlling guardian would have prevented. He wants me to face Voldemort, Harry said slowly. Not now, but eventually. He's been training me for it, through you. That's my fear, yes. And you went along with it. I went along with raising you. With teaching you. With loving you. Sev's voice cracked slightly. Whatever Dumbledore's ultimate plan is, I don't care about it. I care about keeping you alive. If that means working within his schemes, so be it. If it means working against them, so be that too. Harry reached out and took his father's hand. Then we work together. Whatever comes. The weeks that followed were tense with waiting. Harry increased his surveillance of Quirrell, using every technique Sev had taught him to observe without being observed. He noted the professor's movements, his interactions with other staff members, the times he disappeared from public areas for hours at a time. Hermione and Neville, drawn into the investigation despite Harry's attempts to keep them clear of danger, provided additional perspectives. He's definitely up to something, Hermione reported, after a particularly obvious observation session in the library. I saw him checking out books on advanced protective enchantments last week. And he keeps muttering to himself when he thinks no one's listening. What kind of muttering? I couldn't hear the words, but the tone was strange. Like he was having an argument with someone who wasn't there. Harry filed this information away. Someone who wasn't there, or someone hiding inside the ridiculous turban. What about the third-floor corridor? Neville asked. Have you figured out what's guarding the stone? Multiple obstacles, arranged by different professors. Harry had pieced this together from various sources. A three-headed dog, Hagrid's, apparently. Something involving Devil's Snare. Flying keys. A giant chess set. And probably something from Snape and Quirrell as well. It sounds impossible to get through. Nothing's impossible. Just difficult. Harry's mind was already working through strategies. The question is whether Quirrell has figured out the solutions yet. And what we do when he tries to steal it, Hermione added grimly. Because he will try. Eventually. When he does, we need to be ready. Spring arrived, bringing warmer weather and increasing tension. Harry's scar prickled almost constantly now, a low-level warning that something was building toward a crisis. Quirrell grew more erratic, his classes more disorganized, his behavior more suspicious. And then, one night in late May, everything came to a head. Harry woke from a dead sleep, gasping, his scar blazing with pain. Images flashed through his mind, not dreams, but visions, bleeding through from the connection he shared with the shadow in his head. A mirror. A red stone. A face, terrible and snake-like, emerging from. He was on his feet before he fully understood what was happening, pulling on robes and shoes, his wand already in his hand. Tonight. It's happening tonight. He slipped out of the Slytherin dormitory, moving through shadows with skills Sev had drilled into him for years. The castle was quiet, the corridors empty, but Harry could feel magic gathering somewhere above him, power being channeled, obstacles being overcome. The third-floor corridor. He should get Sev. Should alert Dumbledore. Should do any number of sensible things that didn't involve an 11-year-old confronting a dark wizard alone. But there wasn't time. He could feel it in his bones, whatever was happening now, and by the time he found help, it would be too late. Harry ran. The obstacles were exactly as he'd predicted. The three-headed dog was already asleep, a harp playing itself in the corner. Harry dropped through the trapdoor without hesitation, landing on something soft that immediately began to wrap around him. Devil's Snare. Neville had explained how to handle it. Lumos Solum. Brilliant light burst from his wand, and the plant recoiled, releasing him. Harry dropped through and found himself in a chamber filled with flying keys. He didn't bother looking for the right one. Instead, he pointed his wand at the locked door and focused every ounce of his will into one word. Alohomora. The spell shouldn't have worked, the lock was too sophisticated, but Harry's desperation poured through the blackthorn wand like water through a broken dam. The lock clicked, the door swung open, and Harry was through before his conscious mind caught up with what he'd done. The chess set was already destroyed, pieces scattered across the floor. Someone had been through here recently, Quirrell, presumably, smashing his way through obstacles that Harry was bypassing. More chambers. More obstacles. Harry moved through them with a speed that left no time for caution, following the pull of his scar toward the final confrontation. The last door opened onto a chamber dominated by a massive mirror. And standing before it, his back to Harry, was Professor Quirrell. "I wondered how long it would take you to arrive." The voice was wrong. Too smooth, too confident, nothing like Quirrell's usual stammer. "The scar gives you away, you know. Every time I reach for it, you feel it. And when I feel you feeling it." Quirrell turned, and his face was no longer his own, twisted, possessed, something else looking out through his eyes. "Hello, Harry Potter. Or should I say, Harry Snape. You're not Quirrell. Quirrell is merely a vessel. Useful, but not particularly important." The possessed face smiled. "I am what remains of the greatest wizard who ever lived. And you, little boy, are the vessel that will restore me to full power. The Horcrux. Ah, you know about that. Severus has been thorough in your education." The smile widened. "Yes, the Horcrux. A piece of my soul, lodged in your head since the night I killed your parents. It's been calling to me, Harry. Yearning for reunion. Don't you feel it?" Harry did feel it. The shadow in his mind was straining against its walls, reaching toward its other half with something that felt like hunger. "I won't let you take it. You don't have a choice." Quirrell Voldemort gestured toward the mirror. "But first, a small problem. The stone is in there somewhere, but I cannot retrieve it. The enchantment responds to intent, and my intent, unfortunately, is too obvious. You want me to get it for you. I want you to try. And when you do, when you reach for the stone with your pure and noble intentions, I'll take everything else." The possessed eyes gleamed. "Your body, your magic, your life. With the Horcrux as a bridge, I can claim you entirely. A young, healthy vessel to replace this failing one." Harry's mind raced. He needed to stall, to think, to find some way out of this. "Why are you telling me this? If you could just take me, why haven't you?" "Because you're stronger than you should be." For the first time, something like frustration crossed Voldemort's face. "Your occlumency shields are remarkable. The walls around my soul fragment are solid. You've made yourself a fortress, Harry Snape, and I cannot simply walk through the gates. So you need me to lower them. I need you to open them. Willingly." The smile returned. "And you will. Because if you don't, I'll kill everyone you love. Starting with Severus." Ice flooded Harry's veins. "You can't touch him. He's protected by Dumbledore. The same Dumbledore who left the stone guarded by obstacles a first year could overcome." Voldemort laughed. "The old man has always been arrogant. He thinks he can manipulate everyone, control everything. But he doesn't understand what I am. What I'm willing to do." Harry's wand came up. "Stupefy." Quirrell batted the spell aside with contemptuous ease. "Really, Harry? Did you think it would be that simple?" He raised his own wand. "Perhaps a demonstration of the consequences of resistance." Crucio. The pain was beyond anything Harry had ever experienced. Every nerve in his body was on fire, his muscles spasming, his throat raw from screaming. The Cruciatus Curse, one of the unforgivables, and Voldemort was wielding it with the casual ease of long practice. It stopped. Harry lay on the cold stone floor, shaking, tears streaming down his face. "That was 3 seconds," Voldemort said. I once held your godfather's parents under that curse for hours. By the end, they didn't even remember their own names. He crouched down, bringing his face close to Harry's. Open the gates, Harry. Let me in. Or I'll find Severus and show him what true suffering feels like. Harry's mind was chaos, pain, fear, the shadow in his head reaching for its master, every instinct screaming at him to surrender. But underneath it all, something else was stirring. Something that felt like his mother's eyes looking out from his face. Something that felt like love. No. The word came out as a whisper, but it carried the weight of absolute conviction. Voldemort's expression flickered. What did you say? I said no. Harry forced himself to his knees, then to his feet. His legs were shaking, his wand hand trembling, but he stayed upright. You can hurt me. You can threaten everyone I love. But you can't make me open those gates. Not now. Not ever. Foolish child. But there was something new in Voldemort's voice, uncertainty, perhaps. Or the memory of another night, another defiance. You don't understand what you're refusing. I understand perfectly. You need my consent. My choice. My will. Harry raised his wand again. And I choose to fight. He didn't cast a spell. Instead, he reached inward, toward the shadow, toward the piece of Voldemort that had lived in his mind for 10 years. And he pushed. The shadow screamed. Harry could feel it, a soundless wail of rage and pain as he forced it back, compressed it, drove it into the smallest corner of his mind and held it there with every ounce of occlumency skill he possessed. Voldemort staggered backward, his face twisting with agony. What, how, you left part of yourself in my head. Harry's voice was steady now, his fear transformed into something colder. You've been in here for 10 years. I know you. I understand you. And that means I can fight you. He pushed harder. The shadow compressed further. And through the connection that linked them, the Horcrux, the cursed scar, the bond of blood and magic, Harry felt Voldemort weakening. This changes nothing. But Voldemort's voice was strained. Even if you defeat me here, I cannot truly die. There are other Horcruxes, I know. But I'm not trying to kill you. Harry smiled, and it was his father's smile, sharp and dangerous and utterly without mercy. I'm just trying to delay you. The door behind them burst open. Severus Snape stood in the entrance, his wand raised, his face white with terror and rage. Avada Kedavra, wait. Harry threw himself between his father and Voldemort. He's possessing Quirrell. You'll kill them both. Sev's killing curse died on his lips, but his wand didn't waver. Harry, move. I can't. I won't let you become a murderer again. I was always a murderer. Now move. But before either of them could act, Voldemort moved first. He, or rather, Quirrell's body, lunged for Harry, hands outstretched, grabbing for the boy's face. And the moment he made contact, the scream that tore from Quirrell's throat wasn't human. His hands were burning, actually burning, flesh smoking and peeling away where it touched Harry's skin. What is this? Voldemort's voice layered over Quirrell's screams. What are you? I'm my mother's son, Harry said, and pressed his hands against Quirrell's face. The burning spread. Quirrell collapsed, writhing, his features dissolving as some protective magic, the same magic that had saved Harry as a baby, destroyed the vessel that held the Dark Lord's fragment. And then Quirrell was still. And from the ruined body, something dark and formless rose, a wraith, a shadow, the true essence of what Voldemort had become. It howled with rage and loss as it fled through the wall, leaving nothing behind but a corpse and two people who loved each other more than anything in the world. Harry collapsed into his father's arms. It's not over, he whispered. He said there are other Horcruxes. I know. Sev's voice was rough, his arms tight around Harry. We'll find them. We'll destroy them. Whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. They stayed like that for a long moment, father and son, holding each other in the aftermath of disaster. Then Dumbledore arrived, and the complicated work of explanation began. The hospital wing was quiet in the pre-dawn hours. Harry lay in a bed that was far too soft, watching the ceiling and trying to process everything that had happened. His body ached from the cruciatus, his mind felt bruised from the psychic battle, and his heart was heavy with the knowledge of how much worse things were about to get. Sev sat beside him, refusing all attempts to make him leave. "Dumbledore wants to talk to you," he said. "When you're ready." "I'm ready now." "You're not. But you will be." Sev's hand found his. "Harry, what you did down there. The way you fought. I've never seen anything like it. I learned from you." "No. That was something else. Something more." Sev's voice was quiet. "Your mother's love, perhaps. The protection she gave you. But also your own strength. Your own will." Harry was quiet for a moment. "I felt her. When I was fighting him. It was like she was there, helping me. Lending me strength. Maybe she was. Some kinds of love transcend death." They sat in silence, the first light of dawn beginning to creep through the windows. "Sev." "Yes. I'm scared. The Horcruxes, the Dark Lord, everything that's coming. I'm really scared." Sev squeezed his hand. "Good. Fear keeps you cautious. Fear keeps you alive." He leaned closer. "But never let fear make you forget that you're not alone. Whatever comes, we face it together. Together. Always." The sun rose over Hogwarts, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. And somewhere in the castle, a young boy and his father began to plan for the war to come. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, The Potions Master's Son. The summer after first year settled over Spinner's End like a held breath. Harry spent the first week sleeping, really sleeping, without nightmares or visions or the constant prickle of his scar. His body was recovering from the cruciatus, his mind slowly rebuilding the walls that Voldemort had battered against, and Sev had declared all lessons suspended until further notice. "Rest," his father had ordered, in a tone that brooked no argument. "Everything else can wait." So Harry rested. He read novels instead of textbooks, wandered the garden instead of practicing spells, and let himself be 11 years old for perhaps the first time in his life. It couldn't last, of course. By the second week, his mind was itching for stimulation, and by the third, he was sneaking into the laboratory to work on projects Sev didn't know about. "You're supposed to be recovering." Harry looked up from his cauldron to find his father standing in the doorway, arms crossed, expression caught between exasperation and fondness. "I am recovering. This is therapeutic. Brewing a wit-sharpening potion is therapeutic. It's repetitive, meditative, and produces useful results. Very therapeutic." Sev's lips twitched despite his obvious attempt to look stern. "You're impossible. I learned from the best." Sev crossed the laboratory, examining Harry's work with a critical eye. The potion was coming along nicely, pale blue and shimmering, exactly as it should be at this stage. "Your technique has improved," he admitted grudgingly. "The stirring pattern is more consistent. I've been practicing. In my head, mostly, while I was resting." Harry added the next ingredient with careful precision. "Running through procedures, visualizing sequences. It's almost as good as actual practice." "Not quite. But close." Sev settled onto a stool, watching Harry work. "We need to talk about next year. I assumed we would eventually. The situation has changed. Voldemort knows you're a threat now. He'll be looking for ways to strike at you, through friends, through me, through any vulnerability he can find." "I know. Do you?" Sev's voice was sharp. Because the boy who ran headlong into a confrontation with a dark wizard doesn't seem to fully appreciate the concept of vulnerability. Harry set down his stirring rod. I understand the risks. I also understand that waiting for someone else to act would have meant losing the stone. He met his father's eyes. I made a tactical decision based on available information. Would you have done differently? Sev was quiet for a long moment. No, he admitted finally. But I would have been wrong too. Then we're both impossible. Apparently. Sev's expression softened slightly. The point is, we need to be more careful going forward. More strategic. You can't solve every problem by throwing yourself at it. I know. I've been thinking about that. Harry resumed stirring, his movements automatic. The Horcruxes are the key. As long as they exist, Voldemort can't truly be destroyed. We need to find them and eliminate them before he regains enough power to protect them. Agreed. I've been researching, trying to identify what objects he might have used. Sev's voice dropped lower, though they were alone in the warded basement. Dark Lord psychology suggests he would choose items of significance, trophies, symbols of his power and heritage. His heritage? Voldemort was born Tom Riddle. Half-blood, raised in a Muggle orphanage, descended from Salazar Slytherin through his mother's family. Sev's expression was complicated. He hates that history. Hates everything about his origins. But he's also obsessed with it, with proving that he's more than what he came from. Harry absorbed this, pieces clicking together in his mind. So he'd choose objects connected to the founders. Slytherin especially, but maybe others too. That's my theory. Dumbledore has reached similar conclusions, though he's characteristically vague about his specific evidence. What about the one in my head? How do we destroy that without destroying me? The question hung in the air, heavy with implications they'd both been avoiding. I don't know yet. Sev's voice was rough. I've been researching options, but the soul fragment is deeply embedded. Any attempt to remove it forcefully could damage your own soul beyond repair. So we leave it for now. We leave it for now. Focus on the external Horcruxes first, build our understanding of how they work. Sev leaned forward. But Harry, I need you to promise me something. What? If we find a way to destroy the one in your head, but the method is dangerous, let me evaluate the risks before you do anything. Don't sacrifice yourself trying to be noble. Harry thought about his mother, who had sacrificed herself for him. About Sev, who had rebuilt his entire life around protecting her son. About all the people who had already given so much to keep him alive. I promise I'll let you evaluate the risks, he said carefully. But I won't promise to always choose my own survival over stopping Voldemort. Some things are more important than one person's life. Nothing is more important than your life. Not to me. I know. Harry reached out and squeezed his father's hand. But some things are more important than what you want. Or what I want. That's what being good actually means. Sev was quiet for a long moment, his expression unreadable. When did you become so wise? I had a good teacher. I taught you potions and occlumency. This is something else. Harry smiled slightly. Maybe it's something I figured out on my own. July brought Neville for a visit. The Longbottom heir arrived via Flo, stumbling out of the fireplace with his usual graceless energy and immediately brightening when he saw the laboratory. Harry. Your father said I could help with some herbology specimens he's been cultivating. Is that a venomous tentacula cutting? In the containment box, yes. Sev acquired it through channels I've decided not to ask about. Neville was already examining the plant, his nervousness forgotten in the presence of something green and growing. It's beautiful. Healthy, too, the root system looks strong. He glanced up. What's he using it for? Venom extraction. Tentacula venom is a component in several advanced healing potions, but it's expensive to buy commercially. I could help with the cultivation. Gran's been teaching me propagation techniques. I bet I could get you 3 or 4 viable cuttings from this one specimen." Harry smiled. This was the Neville that most people never saw, confident, knowledgeable, alive with passion for his subject. Sev would appreciate that. He's been frustrated with the plant's slow growth. They spent the morning working together, Harry handling the potion's preparation while Neville coaxed the tentacula into producing healthier shoots. By lunch, they'd made more progress than Sev had managed in weeks. "You're good at this," Harry observed, as they washed up. "Plants make sense to me. People are complicated, they say things they don't mean, expect things they don't explain. Plants just grow. You give them what they need, and they respond." Neville's expression flickered with something like sadness. "Gran thinks it's a waste of time. She wants me to focus on proper subjects, defense, transfiguration, things that'll make me a proper Auror like my parents were. What do you want?" "I don't know. Maybe to work with magical plants professionally. There's a researcher at Kew Gardens who studies the intersection of Muggle and magical botany. I read about her in Herbology today." Neville shrugged. "But that's not the kind of career Gran considers acceptable for a Longbottom. Your grandmother's opinions aren't binding contracts. Easy for you to say. Your guardian actually supports what you're good at." Harry thought about all the ways Sev had shaped his education, not imposing a predetermined path, but identifying strengths and building on them. He wasn't always like that. When I first came to live with him, he had no idea what to do with a child. He made mistakes. We both did. Harry met Neville's eyes. "The point is, circumstances can change. People can change. You don't have to accept the role everyone else has assigned you." Neville was quiet for a moment. "Is that what you're doing? Refusing the role people assigned you?" "I'm trying to figure out who I actually am, separate from everyone's expectations." Harry smiled slightly. "It's harder than it sounds." "Yeah." Neville nodded slowly. "Yeah, I bet it is." August brought Hermione, and with her, an avalanche of questions. "I've been researching the Philosopher's Stone all summer," she announced, barely through the door before she started talking. "The historical records are fascinating. Nicholas Flamel created it in the 14th century, and he and his wife have been alive ever since. Can you imagine? 600 years of accumulated knowledge. Did you find anything relevant to our situation?" "Maybe. There are references to the stone being connected to alchemy in ways that go beyond simple transmutation. Some sources suggest it can purify corrupted magical objects, cleanse them of dark influences." Hermione's eyes were bright with excitement. "If that's true, it might have applications for your condition." Harry exchanged a glance with Sev, who had materialized silently during Hermione's speech. "The stone is destroyed," Sev said flatly. "Dumbledore saw to that after the incident." "Oh." Hermione's face fell. "I didn't know. The newspaper reports were vague about what happened." "The newspaper reports were deliberately misleading. The Ministry prefers to pretend the entire incident didn't occur." Sev's voice was bitter. "Easier than admitting their failure to prevent a dark wizard from infiltrating Hogwarts. But if the stone could have helped, it couldn't." Sev cut her off, but not unkindly. "The purification properties you're referring to are theoretical at best. The stone's primary function was transmutation and life extension, not soul magic." Hermione absorbed this, her expression thoughtful rather than disappointed. "Then we need to find other options. There must be research on soul magic, on Horcruxes specifically, research that's extremely restricted and potentially dangerous to even read." Sev fixed her with a sharp look. "Miss Granger, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this isn't a puzzle to be solved through library books. The magic we're dealing with is darker and more complex than anything in the Hogwarts curriculum." "I know that. I'm not stupid." "No. You're brilliant. But brilliance without caution is dangerous. Sev's voice softened slightly. If you want to help, focus on things within your skill level. Support Harry at school, help him maintain his cover, watch for threats he might miss. Leave the Horcrux research to those of us who've already been corrupted by exposure to dark magic. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue, but something in Sev's expression stopped her. Fine. But I want updates. If you find something I can help with, tell me. Agreed. Harry watched this exchange with quiet amusement. Hermione and Sev were more alike than either would admit, driven, perfectionist, uncomfortable with limitations on their knowledge. In another life, they might have been excellent colleagues. Come on, he said, taking Hermione's arm. I'll show you the laboratory. Sev's been working on some modifications to the Wolfsbane potion that you'll find interesting. September arrived too quickly, bringing with it the return to Hogwarts and all its complications. The train ride was quieter than the previous year, Harry, Neville, and Hermione sharing a compartment, their conversation careful and coded in case anyone was listening. They'd developed a system over the summer, ways of discussing sensitive topics without explicitly naming them. Did you finish the reading I recommended? Hermione asked. Most of it. The section on ancient artifacts was particularly relevant. Harry meant the founder objects Sev had identified as potential Horcrux containers. I found some additional sources in my parents' library. Muggle perspectives on the subject are surprisingly insightful. Hermione meant books on psychology and obsession that might help them understand Voldemort's mindset. My grandmother mentioned something interesting about family heirlooms, Neville contributed. Apparently there's a long tradition of passing down objects with special properties. He meant that pureblood families sometimes kept dark artifacts, and the Longbottoms might have information about what Voldemort had collected. It was awkward, speaking in riddles, but it was necessary. The walls had ears at Hogwarts, and not all of them were friendly. Second year began with an incident that set the tone for the months to come. Have you seen this? Draco Malfoy slammed a newspaper onto the Slytherin breakfast table, his expression caught between outrage and vindication. The Weasleys' father got raided. They found all sorts of illegal Muggle artifacts in his house. Harry scanned the article, his expression carefully neutral. The raid had apparently been led by Lucius Malfoy himself, exercising his authority as a Hogwarts governor and ministry influence peddler. Interesting timing, he observed. Just before the school year starts, when maximum embarrassment can be caused. Father says the blood trader has been asking for it for years. All that Muggle-loving nonsense, someone had to hold him accountable. Draco's smirk was ugly. Maybe this will teach the Weasleys to remember their proper place. Harry thought about the Weasley family, pure blood but poor, proud but struggling, everything the Malfoys despised. He thought about Ron Weasley, who he'd met briefly on the train last year and dismissed as too loud and too obvious for his taste. He thought about the younger Weasley, a girl who would be starting Hogwarts this year, who might be affected by the public humiliation of her family. Political maneuvering, he said mildly. Your father is positioning himself for something. Draco's expression flickered, surprise, then calculation. What do you mean? A raid like this, timed for maximum visibility, it's not about enforcing laws. It's about demonstrating power. Reminding people who has influence and who doesn't. Harry met Draco's eyes. The question is, why now? What's changed that makes your father feel the need to make such a public statement? Draco was quiet for a moment, clearly thinking. I don't know, he admitted finally. Father doesn't tell me everything about his political dealings. No. He wouldn't. Harry returned to his breakfast. But it might be worth paying attention. When powerful people make sudden moves, it usually means something significant is happening in the background. He left Draco chewing on that thought, along with his toast. The new defense against the dark arts professor was a catastrophe wearing expensive robes. Gilderoy Lockhart swept into his first class like a peacock entering a henhouse, all gleaming teeth and flowing hair and an ego visible from space. His books, which he'd assigned as required texts for every year, told improbable tales of heroic adventures that Harry's trained eye immediately identified as fabrications. "Now, I see you've all bought a complete set of my books, well done." Lockhart beamed at the class. "I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to see how well you've read them." The quiz was about Lockhart. His favorite color, his ideal birthday gift, his secret ambition. Nothing about actual defense magic. Harry completed it quickly, writing plausible answers without bothering to be accurate, and spent the rest of the period observing his classmates' reactions. Hermione was scribbling enthusiastically, apparently smitten with their new professor. Most of the other students looked confused or bored. Only a few, Neville, Daphne, Theodore Nott, seemed to share Harry's skepticism. Excellent. Lockhart collected the quizzes without actually reading them. "Now, I hope you're all ready for a practical demonstration. I've brought some creatures that will test your mettle, Cornish pixies." He opened a cage, and chaos erupted. Blue pixies swarmed the classroom, shrieking and pulling hair and knocking over furniture. Lockhart attempted some sort of spell that accomplished nothing, then fled while ordering the students to catch the creatures. Harry drew his wand and cast a focused stunning spell, dropping 3 pixies at once. Beside him, Neville was trying to protect his face while Hermione seemed frozen in shock. Immobulus. Harry cast the broader freezing charm, catching another cluster of pixies mid-flight. Within minutes, he'd subdued most of the creatures while his classmates cowered or ineffectively swatted at the air. The few students who'd managed to help, Draco with a well-aimed hex, Daphne with quick thinking and a heavy textbook, exchanged glances of mutual recognition. "Well done." Lockhart popped his head back in, apparently having decided it was safe. "Excellent initiative, all of you. I knew you had it in you." 10 points to Slytherin for Mr. Snape's quick thinking. Harry accepted the praise with a neutral expression, already cataloguing this incident for later analysis. Lockhart was either incompetent or deliberately misleading, possibly both. Either way, he couldn't be trusted to actually teach them anything useful. Which meant Harry would have to supplement his defense education independently. Again. He's a fraud. Sev looked up from the essays he was grading, unsurprised by Harry's appearance in his office. "Lockhart?" "Obviously. Then why did Dumbledore hire him?" "Because no one else would take the position. The defense job has been cursed for decades, every professor leaves after 1 year, usually under unpleasant circumstances." Sev's lip curled. Lockhart was the only applicant willing to ignore that history. "So we're stuck with him for the entire year. Unless he suffers some unfortunate accident, yes." Sev set aside his quill. "I assume you're going to ask me to supplement your defense education. I was hoping you'd offer. I would have regardless. You can't afford gaps in your combat training, not with what's coming." Sev stood, moving to a locked cabinet and retrieving a familiar dueling stance diagram. "We'll meet twice a week, late evenings. I'll teach you what I know, which is considerable, and you'll practice until your reflexes are better than mine." "And the others?" "Hermione and Neville." Sev hesitated. "Including them increases the risk of exposure. It also increases our overall capabilities. I trust them both, and they've already proven they're willing to face danger." Harry met his father's eyes. "We can't fight a war with just 2 people. We're not fighting a war yet. We're preparing for one. The more allies we have when it starts, the better our chances." Sev was quiet for a long moment. "Fine. Include them. But the training remains secret. If Dumbledore finds out, there will be questions I don't want to answer." "Agreed." The secret defense sessions began in October. They met in an abandoned classroom on the 7th floor, warded against detection by Sev's considerable skill. Harry, Hermione, and Neville gathered twice a week to learn combat magic that wasn't in any textbook. The key to effective defense is not power but precision, Sev lectured, stalking between them like a predatory bird. A precisely aimed stunning spell will defeat a powerful opponent more reliably than a wild barrage of hexes. He demonstrated, his wand movements economical and deadly. A dummy across the room collapsed with a single red flash. Now you. Mr. Longbottom, stop trembling and focus. Neville's first attempt was weak, his second slightly better, his third actually impressive. Whatever his limitations in other subjects, he had a natural affinity for defense when taught properly. Better. Miss Granger, your turn. Hermione's spellwork was technically perfect but somehow lacking. She had the forms down but not the instinct, the knowledge but not the feel. You're overthinking it, Sev observed. Stop analyzing and start acting. But the theoretical foundations are irrelevant in actual combat. Theory tells you what should work. Practice tells you what does work. They're not always the same thing. Harry watched his friends struggle and improve, feeling a strange pride in their progress. This was what he'd wanted, a team, a group of allies who could stand with him when the darkness came. It was also, he realized, what Sev had never had. During the First War, his father had stood alone, spy for one side, soldier for another, trusted by neither. The loneliness of that position had nearly destroyed him. Harry wouldn't make the same mistake. Halloween brought another attack. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, was found petrified outside a second-floor bathroom, beneath writing that announced, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." The school exploded into panic and speculation. The Chamber of Secrets is a legend, Hermione reported, after several days of intensive research. Founded by Salazar Slytherin, hidden somewhere in the castle, supposedly containing a monster that only his heir can control. And someone's opened it. Harry's mind was racing. Someone claiming to be Slytherin's heir. But Slytherin lived 1,000 years ago. Who could possibly be his heir now? Harry thought about what Sev had told him about Voldemort's heritage. Descended from Slytherin through his mother's family. Heir to the founder's legacy. I might have an idea, he said slowly. But we need more information before I can be sure. The attacks continued. Colin Creevey, a first-year Gryffindor with an annoying camera. Justin Finch-Fletchley, a Hufflepuff who'd made the mistake of revealing his Muggle-born status too publicly. Nearly Headless Nick, proving that even ghosts weren't immune. And then Hermione. Harry found her in the hospital wing, petrified mid-research, a hand mirror clutched in her frozen fingers. She figured something out, he told Sev, his voice carefully controlled despite the rage burning in his chest. Whatever this monster is, she identified it. A basilisk. Sev's voice was grim. I reached the same conclusion. The petrification, the indirect gazes that saved the victims, the source of the attacks being inside the plumbing system, it all points to a basilisk. Slytherin hid a 1,000-year-old snake in the castle. Basilisks can live for centuries if not killed. And Slytherin was a Parselmouth, he could communicate with serpents, control them. Sev met Harry's eyes. So could Voldemort. You think he's behind this? But he doesn't have a body, he doesn't need one for this. A Horcrux could do it, an object containing a piece of his soul, capable of possessing someone and using them to open the chamber. Harry's blood ran cold. Like the diary. What diary? There was a diary. I saw it, months ago, a black leather book that one of the students was obsessing over. I thought it was strange, but I didn't. Harry trailed off, horror dawning. It's been possessing someone this whole time. Someone innocent, making them open the chamber. Who had the diary? Harry tried to remember. Who had he seen carrying a black leather book, writing in it with unusual intensity, looking tired and confused in the weeks since term began? The answer hit him like a physical blow. Ginny Weasley. They found her in the second-floor bathroom, slumped against a sink, pale as death with the diary clutched to her chest. And standing over her, looking simultaneously young and ancient, was a figure Harry had never met but instantly recognized. Tom Riddle, I presume. The figure smiled, and it was Voldemort's smile, charming, dangerous, utterly without warmth. Harry Potter. Or should I say, Harry Snape. I've been looking forward to meeting you properly. Riddle gestured at the unconscious girl. Thank you for leading me to such a useful vessel. Little Ginny was starting to fight back, she needed replacement. You're a Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort's soul, stored in a diary. I am Lord Voldemort. Or I will be, once I've drained enough life force from dear Ginny to become corporeal again. Riddle's eyes gleamed. And then I'll take care of you, the boy who somehow survived my future self's attack. You won't get the chance. Harry raised his wand, but before he could cast, Riddle spoke a word in Parseltongue, a harsh, hissing syllable that echoed through the bathroom and into the pipes beyond. Come to me, Basilisk. Come to me, servant of Slytherin. Harry heard it before he saw it, a massive body sliding through ancient tunnels, scales rasping against stone. He had seconds at most. Close your eyes and attack the voice. He shouted in Parseltongue, gambling that the basilisk might obey a command from any speaker of the snake language. It worked, partially. The massive serpent emerged from a drain pipe, its eyes squeezed shut, its head swinging blindly in Riddle's direction. What? Riddle's composure cracked. How dare you? I am the heir of Slytherin, you're a memory in a book. Harry hissed back. The basilisk serves the living heir, not a fragment of soul. The basilisk hesitated, caught between two commands. Harry could feel its confusion, its ancient loyalty warring with instinct. He made a decision. Attack the book. The black book, destroy it. The basilisk lunged. Not at Riddle, but at the diary still clutched in Ginny's hands. Its massive fangs pierced the leather cover, and the book screamed, a sound that wasn't quite sound, a death cry from something that had never truly been alive. Ink poured from the punctured diary like black blood, and Riddle's form wavered, dissolving, his face contorting with rage and disbelief. This isn't over, Harry Potter. I will return. I will always return, and then he was gone, and the diary was just a ruined book, and the basilisk was looking at Harry with ancient, intelligent eyes. The little master speaks the true tongue, it hissed, sounding almost respectful. The little master freed me from the false heir's commands. Will you return to sleep? The chamber has no true heir to command you now. I will sleep. Until another calls me. The basilisk began to withdraw into the pipes. The little master should know, there are other objects. Other pieces of the false heir. They call to each other in the dark. I know. I'm going to destroy them all. Good. And the ancient serpent was gone, leaving Harry alone with an unconscious girl and a destroyed Horcrux. Ginny stirred, color returning to her cheeks. What happened? You're safe now. The diary can't hurt you anymore. She looked at him with tear-filled eyes. I remember. I remember everything. The things he made me do, weren't your fault. He was controlling you. None of it was your choice. But people got hurt, and they'll recover. The Mandrake restorative draft will cure them all. Harry helped her to her feet. Come on. Let's get you to the hospital wing. He led her out of the bathroom, already composing the story he'd tell the authorities. Most of the truth, the diary, the possession, the basilisk, but leaving out certain details. His Parseltongue abilities. The fact that he'd commanded the snake rather than fought it. The implications of what the basilisk had told him about other Horcruxes. Some secrets were too dangerous to share. The end of term brought answers and new questions. You destroyed another piece of him. Sev's voice was quiet, they were alone in his office, the door warded against intrusion. That's 2 Horcruxes gone, the diary and whatever fragment possessed Quirrell. The basilisk said there are more. They call to each other in the dark, it said. Harry met his father's eyes. How many pieces did he make? I don't know. Traditional dark magic theory suggests 7 as the most stable number for soul division. But Voldemort may have pushed beyond that limit. So we could be looking for 5 more. Plus the one in my head. Possibly. Possibly more, possibly fewer. Sev's expression was troubled. Harry, the way you handled the basilisk, speaking to it, commanding it, I know what you're going to say. Do you? Because from my perspective, you just demonstrated an ability that will make half the wizarding world think you're the next Dark Lord. I'm not. The basilisk recognized the difference between a true Parselmouth and a fragment of Voldemort's soul playing pretend. That distinction may be lost on people who only see a boy speaking to snakes and commanding monsters. Sev leaned forward. We need to be very careful about how this information spreads. The diary, the possession, the basilisk's destruction, those facts can be shared. Your direct communication with the serpent must remain secret. I understand. Do you? Because this isn't just about public perception. If Voldemort learns that you can speak Parseltongue, that you can potentially command his servants, he'll see me as an even bigger threat than he already does. Harry nodded slowly. Which means he'll try even harder to destroy me. Or corrupt you. Don't forget that option. Sev's voice was heavy. The Horcrux in your head creates a connection. If he realizes he can use that connection to influence you, to turn your abilities to his purposes, I won't let him. You may not have a choice. The soul fragment is part of you now, Harry. It's been there since you were a baby, growing alongside your own magic. Separating what's you from what's him may be impossible. Harry was quiet for a long moment, processing the implications. Then I'll make sure that whatever parts of me came from him are used against him. Turn his own weapons against him. He met his father's eyes with a determination that felt ancient. I didn't ask for this connection, but I can choose how to use it. Sev studied him for a long moment, something complicated moving behind his dark eyes. You're more like your mother than you know, he said finally. She had that same determination. That same refusal to accept defeat. I'll take that as a compliment. It was meant as one. Sev reached across the desk and gripped Harry's shoulder. Whatever comes next, we face it together. That hasn't changed. I know. Harry covered his father's hand with his own. That's what keeps me fighting. The summer stretched ahead of them, full of research and preparation and the weight of secrets too heavy for any 12-year-old to carry. But Harry wasn't carrying them alone. And that, he was beginning to understand, made all the difference. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, Alliances and Enemies. The summer between second and third year began with a letter that changed everything. Harry was in the laboratory, carefully measuring powdered moonstone for a modified wolfsbane potion, when Sev appeared in the doorway with an expression Harry had never seen before, something between dread and reluctant hope. We need to talk. Harry set down his measuring spoon, recognizing the weight in his father's voice. What's happened? Sirius Black has escaped from Azkaban. The name landed like a physical blow. Harry knew the story, everyone in the wizarding world knew the story. Sirius Black, James Potter's best friend, secret keeper for the Potters, betrayer who sold them to Voldemort. Mass murderer who killed 13 people with a single curse before being captured. How is that possible? I thought Azkaban was inescapable. So did everyone. Sev sat down heavily, looking older than his years. The Ministry is in chaos. They've got Dementors searching everywhere, Aurors on high alert, the whole country in panic. Why are you telling me this now? What does Black's escape have to do with us? Sev was quiet for a long moment. Because Sirius Black was your godfather. Because he was James Potter's closest friend. And because... He stopped, seeming to wrestle with something. Because I'm no longer certain he was the traitor. Harry stared at him. What? I've had 12 years to think about that night. To analyze every piece of evidence, every assumption. The story never quite fit. Black was too devoted to your father, too loyal to the cause. He would have died before betraying the Potters. Then who was the traitor? Peter Pettigrew. Another of their friends, supposedly killed by Black after the betrayal. Sev's voice was bitter. But no body was ever found. Just a finger. And Pettigrew was an animagus, he could transform into a rat. Harry's mind raced, pieces clicking together. You think Pettigrew faked his death? Framed Black for the betrayal and the murders? I think it's possible. I have no proof. Black was never given a trial, never had the chance to defend himself. But the more I've examined the evidence, the more I've doubted the official story. Does Dumbledore know? If he does, he's never shared his suspicions. Sev's expression darkened. The headmaster has always been more interested in what's useful than what's true. Harry absorbed this, feeling the ground shift beneath his feet. His godfather, a man he'd been taught to hate, might be innocent. Might have spent 12 years in wizard prison for a crime he didn't commit. What do we do? For now, nothing. Black is dangerous regardless of his innocence. Azkaban breaks people, Harry. Even if he didn't betray your parents, he's not the man he was. Sev met his eyes directly. But if the opportunity arises to learn the truth, we take it. You deserve to know what really happened. The rest of the summer passed in tense preparation. Dementors had been stationed around Hogwarts, supposedly to protect students from Black. The news made Harry's skin crawl. He'd read about the creatures, understood what they were capable of. Soul-sucking monsters guarding a school full of children seemed like the Ministry's idea of a cruel joke. You need to learn the Patronus charm, Sev announced, 3 weeks before term. Dementors affect you more strongly than most people because of the trauma you carry. Without protection, you'll be vulnerable. The Patronus is NEWT level magic. Yes. And you're going to master it anyway. The training was brutal. The Patronus required happiness, genuine, powerful joy that could stand against the darkest creatures in existence. Harry had to reach deep into his memories, searching for moments bright enough to fuel the spell. His first attempts produced nothing but silver mist. You're holding back, Sev observed, after yet another failed attempt. The memory you're using isn't strong enough. I'm trying. Try harder. What's the happiest moment of your life? Harry thought about it, really thought. Not the obvious candidates, not the achievements or the victories, but the quiet moments that actually mattered. Christmas morning, the first year Sev had decorated the house. The moment Neville had called him friend and meant it. Hermione's face when she'd understood something new, her eyes bright with discovery. And deeper still, a memory he'd almost forgotten. Being very small, being held in strong arms, a voice saying, "I'll protect you. I swear it." He raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. Silver light exploded from the blackthorn wood, coalescing into a shape, 4 legs, a proud head, antlers spreading like branches. A stag. His father's animagus form. Harry stared at it, something cracking open in his chest. That's James Potter's form, Sev said quietly. The stag was his signature. I know. Harry's voice was rough. But the memory that produced it, that was you. That was you promising to protect me. Sev was very still. Harry. It's fitting, isn't it? Both of my fathers, combined in one Patronus. Harry let the spell fade, turning to face the man who had raised him. I'm not choosing between them anymore. I don't have to. They're both part of who I am. Sev looked at him for a long moment, his expression unreadable. You continue to surprise me. I learn from the best. Third year began under a cloud of dementors and suspicion. The train ride was punctuated by an attack. The creatures boarded at some point, searching for Black, and Harry felt their effect like ice water in his veins. The world went grey, distant screams echoed in his ears, and he would have collapsed if not for the quick intervention of a shabby man in patched robes. Expecto Patronum. Silver light drove the Dementors back. Harry's vision cleared to find the stranger offering him chocolate and a concerned expression. "You're Harry Snape. I'd recognize Lily's eyes anywhere. You knew my mother. I knew both your parents." The man smiled, and there was old grief in it. "I'm Remus Lupin. The new defense against the dark arts professor." Harry remembered, the werewolf friend, the one who'd visited Spinner's End and told him stories about James Potter. "Professor Lupin. I didn't realize you'd been hired. Dumbledore was kind enough to offer me the position." Lupin's expression flickered. "I imagine Severus was less than pleased. He has concerns about your condition." "He would." Lupin handed Harry another piece of chocolate. "Eat this. It helps with the Dementor after-effects." Harry accepted the chocolate, studying the werewolf with new eyes. Lupin looked worse than he had during his summer visit, thinner, more worn, the scars on his face standing out against pale skin. "Are you all right? Full moon was 2 nights ago." "I'm still recovering." Lupin's smile was wan. "The transformations get harder as you age. Sev has been working on modifications to the Wolfsbane. He thinks he can reduce some of the after-effects." "Has he?" Something complicated crossed Lupin's face. "That's unexpectedly kind of him. He's not the man you remember from school. People change. Some do. Some just get better at hiding what they always were." Lupin seemed to catch himself. "I'm sorry. That was unfair. If Severus has raised you to be the young man I'm seeing, perhaps he has changed more than I credited." Harry didn't respond to that. Some truths were better demonstrated than argued. The year progressed with its usual complications. Lockhart was gone, replaced by Lupin, whose classes were actually useful for once. The man had a gift for teaching, patient, practical, able to make even the most anxious student feel capable. "Today we're going to practice Boggart defense," Lupin announced, early in the term. "Can anyone tell me what a Boggart is?" Hermione's hand shot up. "A shapeshifter that takes the form of whatever frightens us most." "Precisely. The charm to repel it is ridiculous. You must force the Boggart into a shape you find amusing. Laughter is the best weapon against fear." They lined up to face the Boggart, watching it cycle through forms, spiders, mummies, clowns, the usual childhood terrors. When Harry's turn came, he stepped forward with deliberate calm. The Boggart shifted, searching his mind for his greatest fear. It became Voldemort. Not the wraith he'd faced in first year, not the memory fragment from second. This was Voldemort at full power, tall, snake-faced, red eyes burning with malevolent intelligence. The classroom went dead silent. "Ridiculous." Harry's voice was steady, his wand movement precise. The Voldemort Boggart transformed into a ridiculous figure, pink robes, a flowered hat, a rubber chicken where its wand should be. Laughter erupted, nervous and relieved. The Boggart collapsed, defeated by the absurdity. "Well done, Harry." Lupin's voice was strange. "Though I suspect that wasn't your only fear." "No. But it was the one I chose to face." The Sirius Black situation escalated in November. Harry was walking back from the library when he heard a sound that didn't belong, a soft whine, coming from the shadows of an unused corridor. He drew his wand, moving carefully toward the source. A massive black dog lay in the darkness, its sides heaving with labored breath. Even in animal form, Harry could see the signs of starvation and exhaustion, the prominent ribs, the dull coat, the trembling legs. "You're an animagus," Harry said quietly. "And I think I know which one." The dog's eyes, gray, intelligent, achingly familiar, fixed on Harry's face. I'm not going to call the Aurors. Harry crouched down, keeping his wand ready but not threatening. I want to hear your side of the story. The dog hesitated. Then, slowly, painfully, it began to transform. Sirius Black was a ruin of the man he'd been. Azkaban had stripped away everything soft, leaving behind sharp angles and hollow cheeks and eyes that held too much darkness. But beneath the damage, Harry could see something else: desperation, hope, a need so powerful it was almost visible. You believe me? Black's voice was a rasp, and used to speech after years of silence. I believe there's more to the story than the Ministry told. My father has doubts about the official version. Your father? Something flickered in Black's expression. Severus is your father now. Don't call him that. Sorry. Old habits. Black drew a shaking breath. What do you want to know? Everything. Starting with who actually betrayed my parents. The story came out in fragments, interrupted by coughing fits and moments where Black seemed to lose track of time. Peter Pettigrew had been the secret keeper, not Sirius. They'd switched at the last minute, thinking it would throw off any spies. Surely Voldemort would expect Black, the obvious choice, to hold the secret. It was my idea. Black's voice cracked. My stupid, clever idea that got them killed. If I'd just done my job, if I'd been the keeper like everyone expected, Pettigrew still would have found a way. Harry kept his voice calm, analytical. He'd been a spy for months. He would have betrayed them eventually. Maybe. But I made it easy for him. Black's hands were shaking. When I found out what happened, I went after him. Tracked him down in that street, confronted him in front of witnesses. And then he screamed that I'd betrayed James and Lily, cut off his own finger, and transformed. Blew up the street behind him as he ran, made it look like I'd done it. And you laughed. I couldn't stop. Everything was so absurd, the cleverness of it, the way he'd played us all. I was still laughing when the Aurors arrived. Black met Harry's eyes. They thought I was mad. Maybe I was, by then. Harry processed this, weighing it against what he knew. The story fit, it explained the inconsistencies Sev had identified, the details that never quite made sense. Pettigrew is still alive. Still hiding. Yes. As a rat. He's been with the Weasley family for years. I saw a picture in the Daily Prophet, on a boy's shoulder. Ron Weasley's pet rat. Scabbers, the ancient, mange-ridden rodent that had been in the family for over a decade. We need to catch him. Force him to transform, make him confess. I know. That's why I came to Hogwarts. Black's expression was fierce despite his weakness. I wasn't trying to hurt you, Harry. I was trying to get to Pettigrew. I believe you. Harry stood, making a decision. But you can't do this alone. You're half dead, and the Dementors are everywhere. We need help. Who would help a convicted mass murderer? My father. Professor Lupin. Me. Harry offered his hand. You're my godfather. That means something, even if you don't know me anymore. Black stared at him for a long moment, something breaking behind his eyes. You look so much like James. But your eyes are my mother's. I know. Harry's voice softened. Come on. Let's get you somewhere safe. Sev's reaction to finding Sirius Black in his office was approximately what Harry had expected. You brought him here. He's innocent. The real traitor is Pettigrew. And you believed him. The man who tormented me for 7 years, who nearly got me killed, I believed the evidence. Harry stood his ground. His story matches your own doubts. Pettigrew was the secret keeper, not Black. He faked his death and has been hiding in plain sight ever since. Sev's wand was still pointed at Black, who sat in a chair looking like he expected to be hexed at any moment. Even if that's true, he's still dangerous. Azkaban, damaged him, yes. But he's not insane, and he's not our enemy. Harry moved between them. We need him, Sev. He knows things about Voldemort's inner circle, about the First War, about my parents. And he's family. He is not your family. He's my godfather. My parents chose him. Harry met his father's eyes directly. That doesn't replace what you and I have. Nothing could. But it adds to it. Sev was very still, his expression unreadable. If he hurts you, he won't. If he tries anything, then you can hex him. But give him a chance first. Harry's voice softened. Please. For me. The silence stretched. Then, slowly, Sev lowered his wand. Fine. But he stays here, under guard, until we can prove his innocence. And if he calls me Severus again, I'm turning him over to the Dementors. Black's laugh was rusty, amused. Fair enough. I'll be on my best behavior. See that you are. Catching Pettigrew proved easier than expected. They planned carefully, Sev brewing a potion that would force an animagus to transform, Lupin providing information about Pettigrew's habits, Harry observing the Weasleys to confirm the rat's location. The confrontation happened on a winter night, in an unused classroom. Ron, I need to borrow Scabbers. Harry kept his voice casual. I'm working on a project about magical rats. Ron looked suspicious but eventually handed over the creature. The moment the potion touched Scabbers, he began to change. What the? Ron stumbled backward as his pet transformed into a balding, frightened man with watery eyes and a missing finger. Hello, Peter. Sev's voice was cold. It's been a long time. Severus. I don't know what your savior lies. Lupin stepped out of the shadows, his face twisted with grief and rage. We know what you did. What you really did. Remus, please, you don't understand, I understand perfectly. Black emerged from the doorway, gaunt and terrible in his fury. You betrayed them. My best friend, my brother, you sold them to Voldemort. Pettigrew's denials dissolved into desperate confessions as the truth came pouring out. The fear, the pressure, the promise of protection if he cooperated. The night he'd given the Potter's location to the Dark Lord. The years of hiding, dreading discovery, waiting for his master to return. Harry listened with cold detachment, watching the man who destroyed his family weep and beg for mercy. We'll need a formal confession, he said finally. For the ministry, for Black's exoneration. Of course. Sev produced a quill and parchment. And then we'll discuss what else you know about your former master's activities. Spring brought Black's official pardon and a new complication. The ministry wants to put me under observation, Sirius explained, looking healthier but still fragile. Psychological evaluation, restricted magic use, all of it. The price of freedom, apparently. Better than Azkaban. True. But it means I can't take you in like I promised James. Sirius's expression was pained. I wanted to be your guardian, Harry. Give you the family you should have had. I already have a family. Harry glanced toward Sev, who was pretending not to listen from across the room. But that doesn't mean you can't be part of it. Severus would never, he'll learn to tolerate you. For my sake, if nothing else. Harry smiled slightly. Give him time. Give yourself time. We have years to figure out how this works. Sirius studied him with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. You're remarkable, you know that. James was brave and Lily was brilliant, but you're something else entirely. I'm a survivor. That's what growing up in this world made me. Maybe. But you're also kind, genuinely kind, not just strategically polite. James could be cruel without meaning to, Lily could be harsh when she was frightened. You're kinder than both of them. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. I had good teachers. You had Severus Snape, who hated your father with a passion I still don't fully understand. He loved my mother more. And he chose to love me. Harry met Sirius's eyes directly. That's what matters. The summer that followed was strange and wonderful and difficult all at once. Sirius came to Spinner's End, carefully, tentatively, constantly aware of the tension between himself and Sev. They circled each other like wary predators, old wounds and older grudges making every interaction fraught. But they tried. For Harry, they tried. "Tell me about the Marauders," Harry asked one evening, the three of them sharing an uncomfortable dinner. "The real stories, not the legends." "What do you want to know?" "Everything. The good parts and the bad parts." Sirius and Sev exchanged glances, enemies forced into alliance, neither quite willing to be the first to speak. "We were arrogant," Sirius admitted finally. "Thought we were brilliant, thought we could do anything, thought the rules didn't apply to us." "You weren't entirely wrong," Sev said grudgingly. "The things you accomplished, the map, the animagus transformations, were genuinely impressive. But we were also cruel. To you especially." Sirius's expression was complicated. "I'm not going to pretend it was justified. It wasn't. We were bullies, and you were an easy target, and I'm sorry." "Sorry doesn't undo it." "No. Nothing undoes the past." Sirius met Sev's eyes. "But we can choose what comes next." The silence stretched. Then, slowly, Sev nodded. "For Harry. For Harry. It wasn't forgiveness. It wasn't even peace. But it was a start." "What are you thinking?" Harry looked up from the book he'd been staring at without reading. Sev was watching him from across the laboratory, his expression uncharacteristically gentle. "About family. About how complicated it's become." "Complicated how?" "I used to think family was simple, you and me, working together, understanding each other. Now there's Sirius, and Lupin, and all these connections to people I've never met but who shaped who I am. Is that a bad thing? I don't know yet." Harry set down the book. "It's harder to protect yourself when you have more people to care about." Sev crossed the room and sat beside him. "It's also harder to be alone. That's what I'm afraid of." "Afraid of what?" "People caring about you. Afraid of losing them." Harry's voice was quiet. "Everyone I care about becomes a target. Voldemort knows that, he threatened you specifically, in the chamber. As long as I love people, they're in danger." Sev was quiet for a long moment. "That's true. It's always been true, since the moment you survived that first attack." He reached out and gripped Harry's shoulder. "But the alternative, cutting yourself off, pretending not to love anyone, would destroy you more surely than any enemy could." "How do you know?" "Because I tried it. After your mother died, I shut down everything. Refused to feel, refused to connect, refused to care about anything except revenge." Sev's voice was rough with old pain. "It nearly killed me. Would have killed me, if Dumbledore hadn't given me you to protect. So I saved your life by existing. You saved my life by needing me." Sev's hand tightened on his shoulder. "The connections that make you vulnerable also make you strong. Your friends, your family, they're not just targets. They're the people who'll fight beside you when the darkness comes." Harry let that sink in, feeling something ease in his chest. "I'm not good at trusting people. Neither am I. But we're learning together." Sev's expression shifted into something that was almost a smile. "That's what family is for." The summer ended with a promise. Harry stood in the garden of Spinner's End, looking out at the grimy street that had been his home for 12 years. Somewhere in the castle of Hogwarts, Dumbledore was planning his next move. Somewhere in the shadows, Voldemort was gathering strength. Somewhere in the spaces between, allies and enemies were positioning themselves for the war to come. But here, now, in this moment, there was peace. Sev came to stand beside him, silent and steady as always. Ready for fourth year? As ready as I'll ever be. Harry glanced at his father. Whatever happens next, I'm glad I'm not facing it alone. You never have been. You never will be. I know. Harry smiled, a real smile, the kind that came from somewhere genuine. That's what makes the difference. They stood together as the sun set over Spinner's End, father and son, preparing for whatever came next. Together. Always together. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, The Mirror's Truth. Fourth year announced itself with fire and spectacle. The Quidditch World Cup had been Sirius's idea, a chance to experience wizarding culture at its most vibrant, to see the sport that James had loved, to do something normal for once. Harry had agreed reluctantly, more interested in the political implications of such a massive international gathering than in the actual game. He was right to be suspicious. The attack came after midnight, when the celebrations had wound down and most of the crowd was sleeping in their enchanted tents. Dark figures in masks and robes, marching through the campsite, setting fires and terrorizing muggles with casual cruelty. Death Eaters. Or people pretending to be. Stay close. Sev's voice was sharp, his wand already drawn. We need to get to the portkey zone. There are people still in the tents, there are Aurors for that. Our priority is getting you out safely. Harry didn't argue, but he noted the screams, the chaos, the Ministry's pathetically slow response. This wasn't a real attack, the Death Eaters weren't trying to kill anyone important, weren't pressing their advantage. It was a message. A reminder that they were still out there, still organized, still capable of striking whenever they chose. And then the sky lit up green. The dark mark, a massive skull with a serpent tongue, blazed above the forest, visible for miles. The crowd's panic intensified, people trampling each other in their desperation to escape. Sev. Harry's voice was calm despite the ice in his veins. Someone cast that. Someone with knowledge of the old ways. I know. Sev's expression was grim. This isn't random terrorism. This is a declaration. They made it to the portkey zone and vanished back to Spinner's End, but the image of that green skull burned itself into Harry's memory. The war was coming. Sooner than anyone wanted to admit. Hogwarts that year was transformed by the Triwizard Tournament. Delegations arrived from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, bringing with them new faces, new politics, new complications. The castle buzzed with excitement and speculation about who would be selected as champions. Harry had no intention of entering. He was 14, underage, and had enough challenges without adding a lethal magical competition to the list. The Goblet of Fire had other ideas. Harry Snape. The Great Hall went silent as a fourth piece of parchment flew from the ancient artifact. Harry sat frozen at the Slytherin table, watching his name burn in the air above the goblet, feeling the weight of hundreds of stairs pressing down on him. He hadn't entered. He knew he hadn't entered. Which meant someone else had, someone who wanted him in this tournament, facing challenges designed for wizards 3 years older than him. Mr. Snape. McGonagall's voice was tight. Come forward, please. Harry rose and walked toward the head table, his mind already racing through possibilities. Who could have fooled the goblet? Who would benefit from forcing him into this competition? The list of suspects was depressingly long. In the antechamber, the 3 real champions stared at him with expressions ranging from confusion, Cedric Diggory, to contempt, Victor Crumb, to poorly hidden fear, Fleur Delacour. What is the meaning of this? Madame Maxime demanded. This boy is too young, the rules clearly state, the goblet's decision is binding, Dumbledore said, his voice heavy. Once a name emerges, the magical contract is formed. Mr. Snape must compete. Someone entered my name without my consent. Harry kept his voice level. This is sabotage, not selection. Be that as it may, the magic doesn't distinguish between voluntary and involuntary entry. Crouch's voice was clipped, bureaucratic. You will compete, Mr. Snape. The consequences of refusal would be severe. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes, searching for something, acknowledgement, concern, any indication that the old man understood the danger. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Very well, Harry said. I'll compete. But I want it on record that I did not enter myself, and I expect the investigation into who did to be thorough. Of course. But Crouch's dismissal was evident. Now, if we could discuss the first task. Someone wants you dead. Sev's voice was flat, controlled in the way that meant he was barely containing his fury. They were in his office, wards at maximum, the door sealed against all intrusion. Or they want something from me. The tournament tasks might provide opportunities one wouldn't have otherwise. Opportunities for what? I don't know yet. Harry paced the small space, his mind working. But whoever did this has access to powerful magic, fooling the goblet isn't trivial. And they knew I'd be forced to compete once my name came out. Karkaroff. Sev's voice was dark. He was a Death Eater, before he turned informant. He has motive and ability. Maybe. But this feels more personal than political. Harry stopped pacing. The dark mark at the World Cup, now this, someone is trying to recreate the conditions from before. Bringing Voldemort back. You think this is connected to him? Everything is connected to him, eventually. Harry met his father's eyes. We need to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Whatever the first task is, I need to survive it. And I need to be ready for whatever trap is waiting at the end. Sev was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. Then we prepare. No more hiding your abilities, you'll need everything you have to get through this. The other champions will notice. Let them. Your survival matters more than your cover. The first task was dragons. Harry stood in the champion's tent, listening to the distant roars that shook the canvas walls, and felt something cold settle in his chest. Not fear, he'd moved past fear into something harder, more functional. He'd been given a Hungarian horntail. The most aggressive breed, the most dangerous. Someone had manipulated the draw, ensuring he'd face the worst possible opponent. Fine. He'd work with what he had. The dragon is protecting eggs, he muttered to himself, reviewing what he knew. Maternal instinct overriding training. Direct confrontation is suicide. Need to distract, redirect, create an opening. His wand was in his hand, Blackthorn humming with readiness. The basilisk heartstring core seemed almost eager, responding to the danger with a pulse of energy that felt like hunger. Mr. Snape, you're up. Harry walked into the arena. The horntail was magnificent and terrible, 40 feet of scaled muscle and flame, her golden eyes tracking Harry's movement with predatory intelligence. The golden egg gleamed among her clutch, deceptively innocent. Harry didn't run. Didn't dodge. Didn't do any of the things a frightened 14-year-old should have done. Instead, he reached into himself, toward the darkest part of his mind, and pulled. The shadow stirred. He'd never done this deliberately before, never intentionally accessed the Horcrux's power. But desperate times called for desperate measures, and right now he needed every advantage he could get. Cold clarity flooded through him. The dragon's movements seemed to slow, her attack patterns becoming predictable. Harry's wand moved almost without conscious direction, casting spells he'd never formally learned. Obscuro Maxima. Darkness erupted around the horntail's head, blinding her. She roared, flames spewing wildly, but Harry was already moving, not toward the egg but toward the edge of her territory. Sonoris Amplificatum. His voice, magnified 100-fold, echoed from the far side of the arena. The dragon whipped toward the sound, convinced her enemy had moved. Harry sprinted for the egg. His hand closed around the golden surface just as the horntail's darkness charm faded. She turned, saw him, and screamed with rage. Protego Maxima. The shield held against the first blast of fire. Barely. Harry ran, the egg clutched to his chest, and threw himself through the exit just as the second blast scorched the air where he'd been standing. The crowd erupted. Harry stood in the champion's tent, breathing hard, the egg heavy in his hands. He'd survived. More than survived, he'd demonstrated abilities that would make everyone reassess their assumptions about the professor's quiet ward. Sev was waiting outside, his face pale. What was that magic? What I had to do? Harry, the spells you cast, some of them weren't in any curriculum I've taught you. No. Harry met his father's eyes. They came from somewhere else. Understanding dawned in Sev's expression, followed by horror. The Horcrux. I didn't have a choice. The dragon would have killed me. And now you've opened a door that might be impossible to close. Sev gripped his shoulders. Harry, using that connection, drawing on his power, it's dangerous beyond anything we've discussed. I know. But I'm still me. I can feel the difference between what's mine and what's his. Harry's voice was steady. I'm not going to become him just because I borrowed his tools. You don't know that. No. But I have to believe it anyway. The Yule Ball was a brief respite from the tournament's intensity. Harry attended with Daphne Greengrass, a political choice as much as a social one. They made an effective pair, both skilled at navigation and conversation, neither harboring illusions about romance. You're different since the first task, Daphne observed, during a quiet moment between dances. More confident. More dangerous. Is that a problem? It's an observation. Her ice-blue eyes studied him. You accessed something in that arena. Something that changed you. You're very perceptive. I told you, it's what I do. She leaned closer, her voice dropping. Whatever power you've found, be careful how you use it. Some tools corrupt their wielders. I know. Do you? Because from where I'm standing, you look like someone who's just discovered they can do anything they want. Her expression was serious despite the festive surroundings. That's when people become monsters. Harry considered her words, feeling their truth settle into his bones. Thank you for the warning. Thank me by not needing it. The second task was underwater. Harry had decoded the egg's message, screaming banshee sounds that, when submerged, became a haunting melody about hostages in the lake. Someone he cared about would be held at the bottom, waiting to be rescued. The night before the task, he dreamed. It wasn't a normal dream. The colors were too vivid, the sensations too real. He was standing in a graveyard, surrounded by ancient stones, and Voldemort was there, not a wraith or a memory, but something approaching physical form. You've been using my gift, little Harry. The voice was cold amusement. I felt it, during your dragon battle. The connection between us, opening wider. I did what I had to do. Of course you did. And you'll do it again, and again, until the line between us becomes impossible to find. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. Do you really think you can use my power without becoming me? I'm not you. Not yet. But every time you reach into that shadow, you become a little more like the boy I was. Clever, ruthless, willing to do whatever it takes to survive. The Dark Lord smiled. I should thank Severus, really. He's raised you perfectly. Harry woke gasping, the scar on his forehead burning. The lake task went smoothly. Harry used a combination of gillyweed and specialized breathing charms, diving into the cold waters with practiced efficiency. He found the hostages, including Hermione, bound to a statue in the Merpeople's village, and began the careful work of cutting them free. But something was wrong. Ron Weasley was there too, as Krumm's hostage. And Fleur's little sister. And Cho Chang for Cedric. All the people the champions cared about, lined up like offerings. And at the end of the row, chained separately from the others, was Sev. Harry's blood went cold. No one had told him. No one had asked permission. They'd taken his father and put him at the bottom of a lake as bait. The rage that flooded through him was hot and terrible, and for a moment, just a moment, the shadow surged up to meet it. "Use me," it whispered. "Use me and show them what happens to people who threaten what's yours." Harry pushed it back down, but the effort left him shaking. He freed Hermione first, then moved to Sev. His father's eyes opened as the chains fell away, and Harry saw understanding there, understanding and fear. "Get everyone to the surface," Sev managed, water-breathing charm allowing speech. "I'll explain later." "You'd better." They rose together, hostages in tow, and broke the surface to thunderous applause. Harry didn't acknowledge the crowd. He helped Sev onto the platform, wrapped him in a warming charm, and turned to find Dumbledore. "A word, Headmaster." The old man's expression was benign, grandfatherly, everything Harry had learned to distrust. "Of course, Mr. Snape. You performed admirably, you put my father in the lake without telling me. The hostages were selected by the goblet itself, based on each champion's deepest attachments. I had no control over, you could have warned me. Prepared me." Harry's voice was low, controlled, far more dangerous than shouting. "Instead, you let me discover it at the bottom of the lake, when I was already under pressure, when a moment of lost control could have gotten people killed." Dumbledore's twinkle dimmed. "The tournament must follow certain traditions, the tournament is a tool. You're using it, using me, for something. I don't know what yet, but I will find out." Harry held the old man's gaze. "Don't test my patience again." He walked away, leaving Dumbledore standing in silence. "He's manipulating you." Sev was dry and warm now, wrapped in blankets in his quarters. Harry sat across from him, still vibrating with barely contained anger. "I know." "No, you don't know." "Not fully." Sev leaned forward. "Dumbledore knew this tournament would be dangerous. Knew someone might try to use it to get to you. He let it happen anyway, maybe even helped it happen, because he has plans for you that require you to be tested." "What plans?" "I don't know all of them. But I know he believes you're the only one who can truly destroy Voldemort, and he's been shaping events to push you toward that confrontation." "Since when?" "Since the beginning." Sev's voice was heavy. "When he brought you to me, I thought it was about protection, keeping you safe until you were old enough to face your destiny. Now I think it was about preparation. Making you into the weapon he needs." Harry absorbed this, feeling pieces click into place. "The lessons you taught me. The training. Even the hard parts, the occlumency, the combat magic, the exposure to dark knowledge. All of it useful for what Dumbledore ultimately needs you to do. Did you know?" "Not at first. I told myself I was raising you, not training you. But the line between those things." Sev's expression was pained. "I've been complicit in his schemes, Harry. Even when I thought I was protecting you. You were protecting me. Everything you've done, made you stronger. More capable. More prepared to face the Dark Lord." Sev met his eyes. "Which is exactly what Dumbledore wanted." Harry was quiet for a long moment, processing the implications. "It doesn't matter." "What?" "Whether Dumbledore planned this, whether he manipulated us, it doesn't matter. The threat is real. Voldemort is real. And I'm going to have to face him eventually, regardless of anyone's schemes." Harry's voice hardened. "The question is whether I do it on someone else's terms or my own. What do you want to do?" "I want to survive this tournament. I want to find out who entered my name and why. I want to be ready for whatever comes next." Harry reached out and gripped his father's hand. "And I want to do all of that without losing who I am." Sev squeezed back. "Then we'll find a way." The third task was a maze. Harry entered the towering hedges with his wand drawn and his senses alert, knowing that somewhere in this labyrinth was a trap meant specifically for him. The challenges were brutal: Sphinx riddles, blast-ended scripts, enchantments that confused and disoriented. Harry pushed through them with cold efficiency, drawing on every skill Sev had taught him. He found Cedric first, trapped by cursed vines. Freed him with a quick slash of cutting magic. "Thanks." Cedric's face was pale but determined. "The cup's close, I can feel it. Let's go together." They moved through the maze as allies, watching each other's backs. And when they emerged into the central clearing, the Triwizard Cup gleaming before them, Harry felt the trap spring. "Grab it together," he said. "On 3. 1. 2. 3. Their hands closed on the cup simultaneously. The world twisted, colors bleeding into each other, and when everything settled, they were no longer in the maze. They were in a graveyard. The same graveyard from Harry's dream. Ancient stones, overgrown paths, a massive cauldron set up in the center like an altar. "The cup was a portkey," Harry said, his wand already raised. "We need to kill the spare." The voice came from nowhere and everywhere. Cedric crumpled, a flash of green light striking him before Harry could move. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse. Cedric Diggory was dead. What followed was nightmare made flesh. Robed figures emerged from the darkness, Death Eaters, real ones this time, circling Harry like wolves around wounded prey. They bound him to a gravestone, took blood from his arm, and began a ritual that made his scar burn like it was being branded fresh. The cauldron bubbled. Something moved within it. And then Voldemort rose from the dark liquid, reborn in a body made from bone and blood and darkness. Harry Potter. The voice was worse than Harry remembered, deeper, more certain, carrying the weight of resurrection. "We meet again. Tom." The name landed like a slap. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. "You dare, I dare." Harry's voice was steady despite the terror flooding through him. "You're Tom Riddle, half-blood from a Muggle orphanage. That's who you are beneath all the theater. I am Lord Voldemort, the greatest wizard who ever lived. You're a murderer and a coward who's afraid of death." Harry felt the shadow in his mind stirring, felt the connection between them pulsing with power. "And I'm going to destroy you." Voldemort laughed. "With what? You're bound, wandless, surrounded by my servants. What could you possibly do?" Harry smiled. "This." He reached into the shadow, not to borrow power but to push. He shoved everything he had, his love for Sev, his grief for Cedric, his rage at years of manipulation, through the connection that linked them. Voldemort screamed. The Dark Lord had expected to find a weak point, a way to control Harry through their bond. Instead, he found a channel that worked both ways, and Harry's emotions, his capacity for love and loyalty and fierce protective rage, were poison to a soul that had forgotten how to feel anything but hatred. "Impossible," Voldemort staggered, his new body convulsing. "What are you? I'm my mother's son." Harry's voice was calm, almost peaceful. "And her love still protects me." The ropes binding him burned away, destroyed by the same magic that was tearing at Voldemort's consciousness. Harry's wand flew to his hand, summoned from wherever the Death Eaters had dropped it. Accio Portkey. The Triwizard Cup soared toward him. Harry grabbed Cedric's body with one hand, the cup with the other, and felt the world twist again as the portkey activated. He landed on the Hogwarts grounds, clutching a dead boy, surrounded by screaming crowds. But he was alive. And Voldemort knew, now, that killing Harry Potter wouldn't be as simple as he'd planned. The aftermath was chaos. Ministry officials demanding explanations. Dumbledore's grave pronouncements about the return of darkness. Sev pushing through the crowd to reach Harry, his face white with terror and relief. "Are you hurt?" "Scratches. Nothing serious." "Cedric, they killed him. To get to me." Harry's voice was hollow. "I couldn't save him." "That's not your fault. Isn't it?" Harry met his father's eyes. I walked into their trap. I let them use me. And a boy is dead because of it. A boy is dead because Voldemort murdered him. Nothing else. But Harry could see it, the guilt in Sev's eyes that mirrored his own. They'd both been outmaneuvered, both failed to protect the people who trusted them. "We need to talk," Harry said. "About what happened. About what I did. Later. When you've rested." "No. Now." Harry gripped his father's arm. "I used the connection, Sev. I pushed through it, attacked him with my emotions. It worked, hurt him badly. But I don't know what it cost me." Sev's expression was complicated, fear and pride and something else Harry couldn't identify. "We'll examine you. Run every diagnostic I know. And if something's wrong, then we'll fix it." Sev's voice was firm. "Whatever it takes." The examinations revealed nothing obviously wrong. Harry's magical core was intact, his occlumency shield still strong, his personality and memories unchanged. The Horcrux remained contained in its corner of his mind, no larger or more active than before. But something was different. "The connection has changed," Harry reported, after several days of careful self-examination. "It's stronger now. More stable. Like I burned away the static and left only the clean signal. That's concerning. Maybe. But it also means I can feel him better." Harry met his father's eyes. "I know when he's angry, when he's planning something, when he's calling his servants. It's like having a window into his mind. He'll have the same window into yours." "No. That's what's different." Harry's voice was certain. "The connection goes both ways, but I control the flow. My emotions can reach him, but his can't reach me, not unless I let them." "How is that possible?" "Because of my mother's protection. Because of everything you've taught me about occlumency." Harry smiled slightly. "Because I'm better at this than he expected." Sev was quiet for a long moment. "You're proposing to use this connection offensively? To spy on the Dark Lord through his own Horcrux?" "Yes. The risks are enormous. So are the rewards. We need every advantage we can get." "Harry." Sev's voice cracked slightly. "If you lose yourself in that connection, if the shadow consumes you, it won't. I know who I am. I know what I'm fighting for." Harry reached out and took his father's hand. "I'm not going to become him, Sev. I refuse." "You can't refuse a psychological process through willpower alone. Then help me. Check on me regularly. Tell me if I'm changing." Harry's grip tightened. "Don't let me become a monster." Sev looked at him, at the boy he'd raised, the son he'd never expected, and felt something that might have been hope. "I'll hold you to that. I know you will. That's why I trust you." The summer began with a funeral. Cedric Diggory was buried in his hometown, surrounded by weeping family and hollow-eyed friends. Harry attended, standing at the back, watching a good person be lowered into the ground because he'd been in the wrong place at the wrong time. "It should have been me," he told Sev afterward. "The cup was meant to take only me. Cedric wouldn't have died if I hadn't suggested we grab it together. You were being fair. Sporting. The qualities the tournament was supposed to celebrate. And Cedric paid for my fairness. Cedric was murdered by Voldemort. The guilt belongs to one person, Harry, and it's not you." Harry didn't argue. But the weight of Cedric's death settled onto his shoulders alongside everything else he was carrying. Another reason to destroy Voldemort. Another reason to end this war, whatever it cost. That night, Harry dreamed of a mirror. Not the mirror of Eriste, he'd heard about that artifact, knew it showed the deepest desires of the heart. This was something different. Darker. In the dream, he stood before the mirror's surface and saw himself reflected. But the reflection was wrong, older, harder, with red-tinged eyes and a cruel smile. You know what you're becoming, the reflection said. Every time you use his power, every time you reach through the connection, you get a little closer to this. I'm not you. Not yet. The reflection's smile widened. But the line keeps moving, doesn't it? Today you borrow his magic to survive. Tomorrow you use the connection to spy on his plans. The day after that. I'll stop before it goes too far. Will you? When stopping means letting people die. When holding back means losing the war. The reflection leaned closer, its breath cold against the glass. You've already crossed lines you swore you never would. How many more will you cross before you look in a real mirror and see me staring back? Harry woke with the question echoing in his ears. He didn't have an answer. But he knew, with cold certainty, that he would have to find one soon. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, Summer of Shadows. The summer after the Triwizard Tournament was the longest of Harry's life. Spinner's End felt different now, smaller somehow, the familiar walls pressing in with memories of a simpler time. Harry spent hours in the laboratory, brewing potions he didn't need, running through exercises that had become automatic years ago. Anything to keep his hands busy while his mind churned through everything that had happened. Cedric's face haunted him. Not in dreams, the occlumency training prevented that, but in quiet moments, when his guard was down and guilt could slip through the cracks. You're not eating enough. Harry looked up from the cauldron he'd been staring at without seeing. Sev stood in the doorway, a plate of sandwiches in his hand, his expression caught between concern and frustration. I'm not hungry. You haven't been hungry for 3 weeks. That's not grief, that's self-destruction. Sev set the plate on the workbench, blocking Harry's view of the cauldron. Eat. Now. Sev, this is not negotiable. His father's voice was sharp, but underneath it was something raw. I did not spend 13 years keeping you alive just to watch you waste away because of something that wasn't your fault. Harry met his eyes, seeing the fear there. Sev was terrified, had been terrified since the graveyard, since Harry had come back clutching a dead boy and talking about connections and windows into Voldemort's mind. I'm not trying to hurt myself. Then what are you doing? Harry stopped, searching for words that could capture the chaos inside his head. I'm trying to figure out who I am now. After everything that happened. After everything I did. You survived. You fought back. You escaped a situation that should have killed you. I also used dark magic. Drew power from a piece of Voldemort's soul. Attacked him through a connection that might be changing me in ways I can't detect. Harry's voice was steady, but his hands weren't. How do I know I'm still me? Sev was quiet for a long moment. Then he crossed the laboratory and sat down on the stool beside Harry. When I was your age, I asked myself the same question. After I'd seen things, done things, made choices I couldn't take back. His voice was distant, remembering. I convinced myself that the answer didn't matter, that I was already too far gone to be saved. What changed? Your mother. The words came out soft, almost reverent. She looked at me one day, saw everything I was becoming, and told me I still had a choice. That every moment was a new chance to decide who I wanted to be. But you didn't listen. Not then. No. I was too proud, too angry, too convinced that I knew better than everyone else. Sev met Harry's eyes. It took losing her to understand what she meant. To realize that being good isn't about where you've been, it's about where you choose to go next. Harry absorbed this, feeling something shift in his chest. I don't know where I'm going. That's all right. Neither do I, most days. Sev's hand found his shoulder. But we figure it out together. That's what family is for. The letter from Dumbledore arrived in late July. Harry read it 3 times, his expression growing darker with each pass. He wants me to stay at Grimmauld Place. Headquarters for something called the Order of the Phoenix. The Order is Dumbledore's resistance organization. They fought Voldemort during the First War. Sev's voice was carefully neutral. I'm a member. Have been since I switched sides. He wants to keep me under observation. Control the information I receive. Probably. He's worried about the connection between you and the Dark Lord, worried that Voldemort might be able to see through your eyes, hear through your ears. Can he? I don't know. The connection you've described is unprecedented. Dumbledore may have information I don't. Harry set down the letter. You think I should go? I think staying isolated isn't helping you. Being around other people who are fighting the same war, might give you perspective. Or it might give Dumbledore more opportunities to manipulate me. That too. Sev's expression was complicated. The headmaster isn't our enemy, Harry. But he's not entirely our ally either. He has his own agenda, and he'll use anyone, including you, to advance it. So I go, but I stay careful. You go, and you remember that I'll be there too. Watching. Protecting you from yourself if necessary. Harry almost smiled. Always the teacher. Always the father. Grimmauld Place was oppressive in ways that went beyond its gloomy decor. The ancient house reeked of dark magic, cursed artifacts lurking in corners, portrait of Sirius's deranged mother screaming at anyone who disturbed her, the general atmosphere of a family that had rotted from the inside out. But it was also full of people, and after weeks of isolation, Harry found their presence almost overwhelming. The Weasleys were there in force, Molly bustling about the kitchen, Arthur enthusiastically discussing Muggle technology, the twins plotting chaos in every spare moment. Hermione arrived within days, her arms full of books about soul magic and defensive theory. Even Neville made an appearance, his grandmother having reluctantly agreed to let him join the summer gathering. And Sirius, of course. The house was his inheritance, his prison, his burden to bear. Cheerful place, isn't it? Sirius's voice was hollow as he led Harry through the upper floors. Centuries of black family madness, all concentrated in one convenient location. It's certainly atmospheric. That's one word for it. Sirius stopped in front of a door, his expression uncertain. This was my room, when I was young. Before I ran away. He pushed the door open. I thought you might want to stay here. The room was frozen in time, Gryffindor banners on the walls, photographs of young men laughing together, the detritus of a rebellion that had ended decades ago. Thank you. It's nothing. Least I can do for James's son. Sirius paused. For Severus's son too, I suppose. Harry heard the effort in those words, the struggle to accept a reality that contradicted everything Sirius had believed for years. You don't have to force it. The relationship with Sev, I mean. No, I do. Because you love him, and you're the only family I have left. Sirius's grey eyes were haunted but determined. I spent 12 years in Azkaban holding on to hatred, for Pettigrew, for the Death Eaters, for Snape. I can't afford to keep carrying that weight. Forgiveness isn't easy. Neither is anything worth doing. Sirius almost smiled. Something Lily used to say. The Order meetings were exercises in controlled frustration. Harry was allowed to attend, barely, over Molly Weasley's strenuous objections, but he was treated as a child to be managed rather than an asset to be utilized. Information was doled out in carefully measured portions, and his questions about strategy and planning were deflected with vague reassurances. Dumbledore's playing a long game, Sev explained, during one of their private conversations. He doesn't trust anyone with the full picture, not even me. What does he know that we don't? I'm not sure. But I suspect it has to do with the Horcruxes. Sev's voice dropped even lower. He's been researching something. Asking questions about Voldemort's past, his family, his time at Hogwarts. Looking for something specific. The other soul fragments. He's trying to identify them. That's my guess. And if he succeeds, he'll need someone to destroy them. Someone connected to Voldemort. Someone who can find them when no one else can. They looked at each other, the implication hanging heavy in the air. He's been planning this since I was a baby, Harry said quietly. Shaping me into a weapon without my knowledge or consent. Probably. Does that change what needs to be done? No. Voldemort has to be destroyed, regardless of Dumbledore's methods. Harry's voice hardened. But when this is over, if I survive, I'm going to have a very long conversation with the headmaster about manipulation and trust. I look forward to watching that. The vision came without warning. Harry was in the middle of a conversation with Hermione when the world suddenly tilted, colors bleeding into each other, his consciousness dragged away from his body and into somewhere else. He was in a dark room, windowless, cold, filled with cloaked figures kneeling before a throne of bone. Voldemort sat upon it, his snake-like face twisted with fury. The prophecy, the Dark Lord hissed. It holds the key to defeating Potter. I must have it. My lord, the Department of Mysteries is heavily warded, I don't care about wards. I care about results. Red eyes swept across the assembled Death Eaters. Find a way to retrieve the prophecy. Or find someone who can. The vision shifted. Harry saw a corridor lined with shelves, each holding glowing orbs. He saw a specific orb, its light pulsing with significance. He saw a label beneath it, though the words were too distant to read. And then he was back in Grimmauld Place, gasping, Hermione's frightened face hovering over him. Harry. Harry, what happened? Vision. I saw. Voldemort wants something. In the Department of Mysteries. A prophecy. What prophecy? I don't know. But it's about me. Harry's mind was racing. He thinks it holds the key to defeating me. He's going to try to steal it. Hermione's eyes widened. We need to tell Dumbledore. We need to tell Sev first. Harry pushed himself upright. Where is he? Kitchen, I think. Meeting with some of the other Order members. Harry found his father in the midst of a discussion with Moody and Kingsley. The look on Harry's face was enough to silence all three. Vision, he said shortly. Voldemort is planning to raid the Department of Mysteries. He wants a prophecy, something about me. Sev went pale. The prophecy. He's after the original recording. You know what it says? I know what part of it says. The part one heard, before, Sev stopped, visibly collecting himself. It's what started everything. The reason he targeted your parents. Then I need to know what it says. All of it. Sev looked at Moody, at Kingsley, at the weight of secrets that had shaped Harry's entire life. Dumbledore should be the one to tell you. Dumbledore has been keeping things from me for years. I'm asking you. The silence stretched. Then Sev nodded slowly. All right. But not here. In private. They found an unused room on the third floor, warded against eavesdropping by Sev's considerable skill. The prophecy was made before you were born. Sybil Trelawney, in the Hog's Head pub, to Albus Dumbledore. Sev's voice was flat, controlled. I was there. I heard the first part before I was discovered and thrown out. What did you hear? The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. Harry felt cold settle into his bones. That's me. Born July 31st, to parents who fought against Voldemort. It could have been Neville Longbottom. His parents also defied Voldemort 3 times, and he was born the day before you. Sev's expression was haunted. But the Dark Lord chose you. Marked you as his equal by trying to kill you. What's the rest of it? I don't know. I only heard that much before Aberforth found me and kicked me out. Sev met Harry's eyes. But Dumbledore knows. The full prophecy is stored in the Department of Mysteries, and he's the only person besides Trelawney who's heard it. And Voldemort wants it because it might contain information about how to defeat you. Or information about what makes you a threat to him. Sev's voice dropped. Or information about the Horcruxes, about the connection between you. If he learns that you're carrying a piece of his soul, he'll know exactly how to exploit it. Yes. Harry sat in silence, processing the implications. His entire life had been shaped by words spoken in a pub 17 years ago. Every loss, every victory, every moment of joy and pain, all of it traced back to a prophecy he'd never heard. I need to know what it says. The full version. Dumbledore won't tell you. He thinks you're not ready. I don't care what Dumbledore thinks. Harry's voice was hard. If that prophecy contains information that affects my survival, I have a right to it. Then you'll have to find another way to get it. The Department of Mysteries. The only existing copy of the full prophecy is there. But accessing it would be exactly what Voldemort wants me to do. Harry's mind was racing. He's been sending me visions, hasn't he? Trying to lure me there. Possibly. The connection between you could be used both ways. He could be manipulating my emotions, making me feel urgency that isn't mine. Harry closed his eyes, reaching inward. I need to be sure this is real. That the threat to the prophecy is genuine and not just bait. How do you propose to determine that? By doing what he fears most. Harry opened his eyes. By looking back at him. The experiment was dangerous beyond measure. Harry sat in the center of the warded room, candles arranged in a pattern Sev had designed based on obscure soul magic texts. The goal was to use the Horcrux connection deliberately, to reach through the link and see what Voldemort was actually planning, rather than accepting the visions the Dark Lord chose to send. If you feel yourself slipping, if the shadow starts to take over, pull me out. I know. Harry met his father's eyes. I trust you. That makes one of us. Harry closed his eyes and reached inward. The shadow was there, waiting, patient as always. It had grown since the graveyard, not larger exactly, but more defined. More present. As if Harry's deliberate use of the connection had given it permission to be real. I'm not afraid of you, Harry thought at it. You're a piece of him, but you're in my territory now. You follow my rules. Something that might have been amusement flickered from the shadow. Then lead, little master. Show me where you want to go. Harry pushed through the shadow, following the connection that linked him to Voldemort. It was like swimming through cold water, resistance at first, then a sudden break into clarity. He was in Voldemort's mind. Not possessing him, not controlling him, just observing from a distance, like watching through a window. He could see the Dark Lord's thoughts, feel his emotions, understand his plans in a way the visions had never allowed. Voldemort wanted the prophecy, yes. But not just for the information it contained. He wanted to test Harry, to see if the boy would come running, if he could be manipulated through the connection they shared. He's baiting me, Harry realized. Counting on my impulsiveness. On my need to know. And beneath that, another layer of planning. Voldemort had someone at Hogwarts, someone who could get to Harry if the Ministry trap failed. Someone trusted, someone above suspicion. Harry pushed deeper, trying to identify the agent, but the connection suddenly twisted. Voldemort had felt him. Get out. The mental scream hit Harry like a physical blow. He was flung backward, out of Voldemort's mind, through the shadow, back into his own body. He came to gasping, Sev's hands on his shoulders. Harry. Harry, can you hear me? I'm fine. I'm fine. Harry's head was pounding, but his thoughts were clear. He felt me at the end, but I got what we needed. What did you see? The Department of Mysteries is a trap. He's trying to lure me there, test whether I can be manipulated. Harry met Sev's eyes. But that's not the main threat. He has someone inside Hogwarts. A spy, maybe, or a possessed person. Someone who can get to me directly. Sev's expression went cold. Did you identify them? No. He caught me before I could see clearly. Harry struggled to sit up. But we know now. We can watch for it. This is exactly what Dumbledore was afraid of. The connection going both ways is an advantage, not a weakness. I learned more in 5 minutes than the Order has discovered in months. Harry's voice was fierce. We can use this, Sev. If I'm careful, if I control the flow of information, you're talking about regularly invading the mind of the most dangerous wizard alive. I'm talking about turning his own weapon against him. Harry stood, shaking off the lingering disorientation. He created this connection when he tried to kill me. He reinforced it with the Horcrux. Now I'm going to use it to destroy him. Sev looked at him for a long moment, at the determination in Harry's eyes, the steel in his voice. You're going to do this regardless of what I say. Yes. But I'd rather do it with your help. Then we do it properly. Training, safeguards, protocols for extraction if something goes wrong. Sev's expression was grim but resolute. If you're going to spy on the Dark Lord, you're going to do it as safely as possible. Deal. August brought preparations for the return to Hogwarts. Harry spent his remaining weeks at Grimmauld Place training, both the conventional combat magic Sev had taught him and the new mental techniques for safely navigating his connection to Voldemort. The Order watched with varying degrees of concern and fascination as the quiet professor's ward revealed abilities that most adult wizards couldn't match. He's not what anyone expected, Moody observed, during a private conversation with Sev, too calm, too controlled. Like a weapon waiting to be aimed. He's been preparing for this war since he was 2 years old. Even before he knew what he was preparing for. And the connection? The mental link? Is dangerous and unprecedented and possibly our greatest advantage. Sev's voice was level. If Harry can see Voldemort's plans, predict his movements, he could also be compromised. Turned into a weapon against us. That's why I'm watching him. Every day, every session, every moment I can spare. Moody studied him with his magical eye, seeing things that ordinary vision couldn't detect. You really love him. He's my son. Of course I love him. I mean you love him enough to do what's necessary. If he turns, if the connection corrupts him, then I'll stop him. Sev's voice was flat, absolute. Whatever it takes. Moody nodded slowly. Good. Because that day might come sooner than any of us want. The night before they left for Hogwarts, Harry found Sirius on the roof. His godfather sat among the chimney pots, staring at the London skyline, a bottle of fire whiskey dangling from his fingers. He looked older than his years, worn by imprisonment and war and the weight of everything he'd lost. Mind if I join you? Sirius gestured vaguely. Harry climbed up and settled beside him. Couldn't sleep either. Too many thoughts. Sirius took a drink. This time tomorrow, you'll be back at Hogwarts. Back in danger. I'm always in danger. At least at Hogwarts I can do something about it. That's what worries me. Sirius turned to look at him, gray eyes sharp despite the alcohol. You're so focused on fighting, on winning, that I wonder if you remember why you're fighting. I know why I'm fighting. Do you? Because from where I sit, you look like someone who's forgotten how to be young. Sirius's voice was gentle. You're 15, Harry. You should be worrying about exams and dating and whether your hair looks stupid. Not whatever this is. I never had the chance to be that kind of teenager. I know. And that's not your fault, it's Voldemort's, and Dumbledore's, and maybe even mine and Severus's. Sirius set down the bottle. But I need you to promise me something. What? That you'll try to find moments of happiness. Even in the middle of everything else. Sirius's expression was fierce. Your parents didn't die so you could spend your life being miserable. They died so you could live, really live, not just survive. Harry was quiet for a moment, feeling the truth of those words settle into his chest. I'll try. That's all I ask. Sirius pulled him into a rough hug. Be safe out there, Harry. Come back to us. I will. I promise. But even as he said it, Harry knew it was a promise he might not be able to keep. The Hogwarts Express pulled away from platform 9 3/4 under grey September skies. Harry sat with Hermione and Neville, the familiar rhythm of the journey somehow comforting despite everything. Outside the window, England rolled past in shades of green and gold, beautiful and peaceful and utterly removed from the darkness gathering on the horizon. You're different, Neville observed quietly. Since last year. Since, everything. I've had to be. I know. But I wanted you to know, Neville's round face was serious. Whatever happens, I'm with you. We all are. You don't have to carry this alone. Neither do you. Harry met his friend's eyes. Your parents didn't die, Neville. They're still there, in St. Mungo's. And someday, when this war is over, we're going to find a way to help them. Neville's breath caught. You really believe that? I believe that nothing is impossible. Not anymore. Harry smiled slightly. We're fighting against the most powerful dark wizard in history. Compared to that, curing long-term curse damage should be easy. Hermione laughed, and even Neville managed a smile. That's the most optimistic thing I've ever heard you say. Don't get used to it. I still think we're probably all going to die horribly. There's the Harry we know and love. The train carried them north, toward Hogwarts, toward war, toward whatever destiny had in store. And Harry, watching the countryside blur past, felt something that might have been peace. Not safety. Not security. But the calm that came from finally accepting who he was and what he had to do. He was Harry Snape, son of Severus and Lily, carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul in his head and a weapon against darkness in his heart. And whatever came next, he would face it standing. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11, The Chamber of Secrets. Fifth year began with the weight of secrets pressing down on every interaction. Harry walked the familiar corridors of Hogwarts with new eyes, seeing threats in every shadow, potential enemies in every unfamiliar face. Somewhere in this castle was Voldemort's agent, someone trusted, someone hidden, someone waiting for the right moment to strike. The new defense against the dark arts professor didn't help matters. Dolores Umbridge sat at the head table like a poisonous toad in pink cardigan, her simpering smile and girlish voice masking something far more dangerous. Harry recognized the type immediately, a bureaucrat who had clawed her way to power and would do anything to keep it. The Ministry has decided that a theoretical approach to defense is more appropriate for students, she announced during her first class. There will be no need for wands. The room erupted in protests that Umbridge silenced with a raised hand and a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I understand your concerns. But the Ministry's position is clear, there is no external threat that requires students to learn combat magic. Claims to the contrary are simply misinformation. Harry felt the familiar cold anger building in his chest. And if someone disagrees with the Ministry's position? Umbridge's gaze found him, her smile sharpening. Then that person would be spreading fear and discord. Something the Ministry takes very seriously. She tilted her head. You're Harry Snape, aren't you? Professor Snape's ward. His son. Ah yes. The boy who lived, hiding behind a Death Eater's name. The words were honeyed, but the poison was unmistakable. How interesting. My father was cleared of all charges years ago. Of course he was. The headmaster was very persuasive. Umbridge's smile widened. But some of us have longer memories. Harry held her gaze without flinching. So do I. The confrontations with Umbridge escalated throughout September. She targeted Harry specifically, assigning detentions for minor infractions, questioning his every statement, making pointed comments about his family and connections. Harry endured it with cold patience, recognizing the game she was playing and refusing to give her the satisfaction of a reaction. But the detentions were something else entirely. "You will write lines," Umbridge said, her voice sickeningly sweet. "I must not tell lies." She handed him a black quill, no ink pot, and Harry felt dark magic radiating from it immediately. "This quill is a special one. Very effective for instilling discipline." Umbridge's smile was predatory. "Begin." Harry wrote, and blood welled from the back of his hand as the words carved themselves into his flesh. The pain was sharp, familiar, nothing compared to the cruciatus, but deliberate and cruel in its own way. He didn't give her the satisfaction of flinching. "Keep writing, Mr. Snape. Until the message sinks in." Harry wrote. And planned. "She's using a blood quill." Sev's expression went from concern to fury in the space of a heartbeat. "Show me." Harry held out his hand, the words, "I must not tell lies," scarred into the skin. It would heal, his magic was already working on it, but the evidence was clear. "That's illegal. Classified as a dark artifact, restricted to Azkaban interrogations, and yet she's using it on students. With the Ministry's blessing, I assume." Sev's wand was in his hand, knuckles white with the grip. "I'll kill her." "No, you won't." Harry's voice was calm. "She's testing us. Looking for an excuse to have you removed, to isolate me from protection. If you attack her, you play into her hands. I can't just let her torture you, you can let me handle it." Harry met his father's eyes. "I've survived worse than a sadistic bureaucrat with a blood quill. And I have plans for Dolores Umbridge that don't require violence." "What kind of plans?" Harry smiled, and it was cold. "The kind she won't see coming." The resistance started small. A study group, officially. Defense practice for students who wanted to actually learn something, conducted in secret locations around the castle. Harry taught what Sev had taught him, practical combat magic, defensive techniques, the skills that might keep them alive when the war reached Hogwarts. They called themselves Dumbledore's Army, partly as a joke and partly as a provocation. If the Ministry wanted to pretend there was no threat, the students would prepare themselves anyway. "Stunning spells first," Harry explained, addressing the assembled group in the room of requirement. "They're reliable, non-lethal, and effective against most opponents. The key is speed and precision, hit first, hit accurately, and don't hesitate." Hermione demonstrated the wand movement while Neville set up practice dummies. The room filled with red flashes as students paired off to drill. "Not bad," Harry observed, watching Ginny Weasley drop her opponent with a clean shot. "But you're telegraphing your cast. Try to minimize the wind-up. Like this?" Her next spell was faster, cleaner. Harry nodded approval. "Much better. Keep practicing." He moved through the room, correcting stances, adjusting techniques, pushing students past their comfort zones. This was what Sev had done for him, taking raw potential and shaping it into something effective. Now Harry was doing the same for others. "You're good at this," Luna Lovegood observed, her dreamy voice somehow cutting through the chaos. "Teaching, I mean. You make people believe they can do things they thought were impossible. That's because they can. Most limits are in our heads. My father says the same thing about Nargles." Luna smiled serenely. "Though I don't think he means it quite the way you do." Harry laughed despite himself. "Probably not." October brought the first major breakthrough. Harry was monitoring his connection to Voldemort carefully, dipping in and out to gather intelligence without alerting the Dark Lord to his presence. Most of what he found was noise, rage, planning, the constant hunger for power that defined Voldemort's existence. But one night, he found something else. A memory. Buried deep, almost forgotten, but preserved with the clarity of trauma. Tom Riddle, perhaps 17, standing in a dark chamber. A massive snake coiled at his feet. And on his hand, a ring, gold with a black stone, radiating dark magic even in the memory. The ring of Marvolo Gaunt, a voice whispered. Proof of your heritage. Proof of your right to rule. Harry pulled back from the vision, his heart pounding. I found one, he told Sev that night. Another Horcrux. A ring, belonged to Voldemort's grandfather. He made it into a vessel when he was still at Hogwarts. Do you know where it is? The memory showed a shack. Somewhere isolated, overgrown. I didn't recognize the location, but the magic felt old. Rural. The Gaunt family lived near Little Hangleton. The same village where Tom Riddle Sr. was buried. Sev's eyes were sharp. If the ring is there, then we might be able to retrieve it. Or we might walk into a trap. Voldemort would have protected something that valuable. I know. But we have to try. Harry met his father's eyes. Every Horcrux we destroy makes him weaker. Makes ending this possible. Sev was quiet for a long moment. I'll look into the Gaunt property. See what protections might be in place. And if we find a way in, then we go together. Whatever the risk. The Gaunt shack was worse than Harry had imagined. They apparat to Little Hangleton on a cold November night, landing in a field outside the village. The walk to the ruins took them through overgrown paths and past collapsed walls that spoke of generations of decay. The Gaunts were the last of the Slytherin line, Sev explained quietly. Inbred, impoverished, clinging to blood purity as their only claim to status. Voldemort's mother was born here, lived here until she escaped to marry a Muggle. The Muggle she later cursed into loving her. Yes. Tom Riddle Sr. He abandoned her when the enchantment wore off, and she died in childbirth shortly after. Sev's voice was grim. The Dark Lord's origins are a study in tragedy and cruelty. Does that make you sympathize with him? It makes me understand him. Understanding is not the same as forgiveness. The shack appeared through the trees, a rotting structure, barely standing, surrounded by wards that made Harry's skin crawl. I can feel them, he murmured. The protections. They're wrong. Like they're designed to hurt anyone who touches them. Compulsion charms, most likely. Possibly curses triggered by contact. Sev raised his wand, beginning the careful work of analysis. Don't touch anything until I've mapped the defenses. Harry waited, watching his father work, feeling the dark magic pulse around them like a heartbeat. There. Sev pointed to a floorboard inside the ruins. The ring is under there. But the enchantments. What kind? A compulsion to put it on. And something else, something I don't recognize. Sev's expression was troubled. It feels like death magic. Anyone who touches that ring without proper protection would die. Or worse. Harry studied the floorboard, reaching out with his senses. The Horcrux called to the shadow in his mind, recognition, kinship, the pieces of Voldemort's soul yearning to reunite. I can feel it. The fragment inside the ring. It knows I'm here. Can you communicate with it? Find out what protections it has. Maybe. Harry closed his eyes, reaching through the connection. It's waiting. Confident. It thinks no one can touch it without being destroyed. Overconfidence. That might be useful. The death curse is in the stone, not the ring itself. If we could separate them, we'd need to contain the stone's magic first. Something that could absorb or redirect the curse. Harry opened his eyes. I have an idea. The solution was elegant in its simplicity. Harry used the Horcrux connection, reaching through the shadow in his mind to touch the fragment in the ring, creating a brief bond that confused the protective enchantments. For just a moment, the curses recognized him as Voldemort, as the soul that had created them. In that moment, Sev acted. A containment charm, modified from dark artifact handling protocols. A levitation spell that never touched the ring directly. A conjured box of lead and silver, designed to block magical emanations. The ring lifted from its hiding place and settled into the container without triggering a single curse. Got it. Sev sealed the box with shaking hands. That was too close. It worked. Harry was pale, drained from the effort of maintaining the connection. One more Horcrux secured. Secured, not destroyed. We still need to find a way to eliminate it safely. Basilisk venom. We know where to find some. Sev looked at him sharply. The Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk I commanded is dead, but its fangs would still be potent. And the venom. Harry met his father's eyes. It's one of the few substances that can destroy a Horcrux. Getting into the chamber requires a Parselmouth. I know. They stood in the cold darkness, the weight of what came next settling over them. You've been planning this, Sev said slowly. Using your abilities to access resources no one else can reach. I've been planning everything. Since the graveyard, since I realized what this war would require. Harry's voice was steady. The chamber has more than just basilisk venom. It has Slytherin's legacy, knowledge, artifacts, things that could help us win. Or things that could corrupt you further. That's why I need you with me. To make sure I don't lose myself in there. Sev was quiet for a long moment. When? Christmas break. When the castle is empty and we can work without interference. And if Dumbledore finds out? He won't. Not until we're ready to tell him. Harry's expression hardened. This is our mission, Sev. Not the Order's, not Dumbledore's. Ours. You're asking me to deceive people who trust me. I'm asking you to trust me. The way you always have. The silence stretched between them, heavy with implications. All right, Sev said finally. Christmas. We'll enter the chamber together. December arrived with snow and secrets. Harry watched his classmates prepare for the holidays, their excitement about presents and family gatherings seeming impossibly distant. He had his own preparations to make, mental exercises to strengthen his control, research into Slytherin's history, plans within plans within plans. Umbridge's regime had tightened throughout the term, but the DA continued to meet in secret, students growing more capable with each session. Harry had trained them well, they could defend themselves now, could fight back if necessary. But the real battle was still to come. You're distracted, Daphne observed, during one of their increasingly rare conversations. More than usual, I mean. I'm planning something. Something dangerous. Extremely. Are you going to tell me what? Harry considered. Daphne had proven herself trustworthy, a valuable ally, a sharp observer, someone who understood the games being played at higher levels. After Christmas. If it works, you'll know everything. And if it doesn't work? Then it won't matter. Daphne studied him for a long moment. You're not planning to die, are you? I'm planning to win. Whatever that requires. That's not an answer. It's the only one I have right now. Harry met her ice-blue eyes. Trust me, Daphne. I know what I'm doing. That's what worries me. Christmas Eve found Harry standing before a girl's bathroom on the second floor. Sev was beside him, his expression grim but determined. The castle was empty around them, students home for the holidays, staff occupied with their own concerns. They had perhaps 12 hours before anyone would notice their absence. Are you ready? Harry stepped forward, studying the tap with the tiny snake carved into its surface. Open, he hissed in Parseltongue. The sink began to move, sinking into the floor to reveal a massive pipe leading down into darkness. I'll go first, Harry said. Give me 30 seconds, then follow. He jumped. The slide was long and dark, twisting through the castle's foundations until it deposited him in a tunnel littered with animal bones. Harry landed in a crouch, wand drawn, senses alert for any threat. Nothing. Just silence and the distant drip of water. Sev arrived moments later, landing with more grace than the slide really allowed. Charming place. It gets better. They moved through the tunnels, past the shed skin of the ancient basilisk, past the cave-in that had blocked this route during Harry's second year. The chamber waited at the end, vast and cathedral-like, Slytherin's face carved enormous into the far wall. And on the floor, right where Harry had left it 3 years ago, lay the corpse of the basilisk. Merlin, Sev breathed. It's even larger than I imagined. About 60 feet, according to my estimates. Harry approached the massive head, studying the fangs that still gleamed with deadly venom. We'll need to be careful extracting these. Even dead, basilisk parts are incredibly dangerous. I brought containment equipment. Should be sufficient for several fangs. They worked in silence, Harry holding the extraction tools while Sev carefully removed fang after fang from the creature's jaw. The venom dripped like thick amber, collected in unbreakable vials that Sev had prepared specifically for this purpose. That should be enough to destroy every Horcrux we know about, Sev said finally. With some left over for emergencies. Good. Now for the other reason we're here. Harry turned toward the massive statue of Slytherin, reaching out with his Parseltongue abilities. Show me your secrets. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the statue's mouth began to open, not like before, not releasing a basilisk, but revealing a passage hidden behind the stone. There's a room behind Slytherin's statue, Harry said. The basilisk was just a guardian. The real legacy is in there. Harry, we don't know what protections, I can feel them. Old magic, but not hostile. It recognizes me as a speaker. Harry stepped toward the passage. It's been waiting for someone like me for 1,000 years. Slytherin's hidden study was smaller than Harry expected, a circular room lined with shelves, filled with books and artifacts and the accumulated knowledge of a founder. Harry moved through the space reverently, his fingers trailing over spines that hadn't been touched in centuries. Potion recipes, spell theory, political writings, personal journals, a treasure trove of magical knowledge that would rewrite history if released. This is incredible, Sev whispered. These texts, some of these were thought lost forever. Slytherin didn't just hide a monster down here. He hid his life's work. Harry picked up a journal at random, scanning the faded script. He was preparing for something. A war, maybe, or a catastrophe. He wanted his knowledge preserved for those who came after. The prejudice against Muggleborns was strategic, not personal. According to this, Slytherin believed that Muggleborn students were security risks, not because of their blood, but because their families could be targeted by Muggle authorities. Harry set down the journal. He was paranoid, but not evil. Not the way history remembers him. That doesn't excuse what his legacy became. No. But it helps explain it. Harry turned to face his father. We can use this, Sev. Not just the venom, all of it. The knowledge, the artifacts, the understanding of magic that's been lost for centuries. It's too much to process in one night. Then we come back. Again and again, until we've learned everything there is to learn. Harry's eyes were bright with possibility. This is how we win. Not just with weapons, but with knowledge that Voldemort doesn't have. That no one has. Sev looked around at the ancient treasures, at the secrets waiting to be discovered. We'll need to be careful. If anyone finds out about this place, they won't. This stays between us until we're ready. Harry met his father's eyes. Our secret. Our weapon. Our legacy. Yes. Harry smiled, and for the first time in months, it reached his eyes. Our legacy. They emerged from the chamber as dawn broke over the castle. The ring was still secure in its containment box, waiting for destruction. The basilisk venom was safely stored. And in Harry's mind, a new resolve had crystallized. He had the tools now. The knowledge, the weapons, the understanding of what needed to be done. The war was coming. And for the first time, Harry felt ready to meet it. "Thank you," he told Sev, as they walked through the silent corridors. "For trusting me. For following me into the dark. Following you is what I've always done." Sev's voice was rough with emotion. "What I'll always do. Even when it's dangerous. Especially then." His father's hand found his shoulder. "You're my son, Harry. Whatever comes next, we face it together." Together, Harry agreed. And meant it with everything he had. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, The Prisoner and the Truth. January brought a cold that seemed to seep through the castle walls and into Harry's bones. The ring sat in his trunk, contained but not destroyed, waiting for the right moment. They'd decided to wait until they could do it properly, a controlled environment, proper precautions, time to study the Horcrux before eliminating it. But patience was becoming harder to maintain. Umbridge's grip on the school had tightened throughout the winter. Educational decrees appeared almost daily, each one stripping away another freedom, another protection. The DA met in increasing secrecy, members growing both more skilled and more paranoid. "She knows something's happening," Hermione reported, after a particularly tense session. "She's been questioning students, trying to find informants. Let her look. The room of requirement can't be found unless you know exactly what you're looking for. That doesn't mean we're safe forever. Someone will talk eventually." Harry nodded, acknowledging the truth of it. "Then we need to be ready for when they do." The break came in February. Harry was practicing occlumency exercises in his dormitory when the vision hit, stronger than usual, carrying the weight of deliberate transmission. He saw the Department of Mysteries again, the corridor of prophecies, the specific orb that held his fate. But this time, there was something else. Sirius. Bound, bleeding, tortured. "Come and get him, Harry. Come alone, or he dies." Harry surfaced gasping, his scar burning, his mind racing. It was a trap. He knew it was a trap. The vision had Voldemort's fingerprints all over it, the theatrical presentation, the emotional manipulation, the demand for exactly the response the Dark Lord wanted. But what if it wasn't entirely false? He reached for the mirror Sirius had given him, the twin to one his godfather kept. The surface shimmered, but no face appeared. "Sirius. Sirius, are you there?" Nothing. Harry's heart pounded. Sirius always answered. Always, without exception, because he knew how important that connection was. Unless he couldn't. Sev. Harry was moving before he'd finished deciding, racing through the corridors toward the dungeons. Sev. His father emerged from his quarters, wand drawn, face alert. "What's happened?" "Vision. Voldemort has Sirius in the Department of Mysteries. Torturing him." Sev's expression flickered. "It could be a trap. I know. But I can't reach Sirius through the mirror. He's not answering." Harry's voice cracked slightly. "I need to know if it's real. We can verify through the order. Check if Sirius is actually at Grimmauld Place, that takes time we might not have." Harry met his father's eyes. "I can look. Through the connection. See what Voldemort actually has, not just what he wants me to see. That's dangerous. He'll feel you, then I'll be quick." Harry was already sinking into his occlumency trance. "Cover me." He reached through the shadow, following the connection to its source. Voldemort's mind was a fortress of rage and hunger, but Harry had learned to navigate it. He slipped past the surface thoughts, the deliberate projections, diving deeper into the truth beneath. There was no Sirius. No prisoner, no torture, no hostage in the Department of Mysteries. The vision had been entirely fabricated, a lure designed to draw Harry into a trap. But something else caught his attention. A secondary plan, a contingency. If Harry didn't come to the ministry, the attack would happen at Hogwarts instead. Tonight. Through someone already inside the castle. Harry pulled back, his consciousness snapping into his body like a rubber band. It's fake. Sirius isn't there. He was already moving toward the door. But there's an attack planned for tonight. Here, at Hogwarts. Voldemort has someone on the inside. Who? I couldn't see clearly. But they're going to try something during the night, something that requires getting to me specifically. Sev's wand was already raised, his expression deadly. Then we prepare. They set the trap with care. Harry would appear to be alone in his dormitory, vulnerable, exactly the target the infiltrator was looking for. But the room would be warded with detection charms, and Sev would be waiting in the shadows, ready to strike. This is dangerous, Sev murmured, as they finalized the preparations. Using yourself as bait is the only way to identify the threat. We can't protect the school from someone we can't find. I don't like it. You don't have to like it. You just have to trust me. The wait was interminable. Harry lay in his bed, feigning sleep, every sense alert for any disturbance. Hours passed. The castle settled into nighttime silence, broken only by the occasional creak of ancient stone. And then, just after midnight, the door opened. The figure moved with unnatural smoothness, their features hidden in shadow. Harry could feel wrongness radiating from them, the taint of possession, the presence of something dark riding inside a human shell. He waited until they were close enough, until their wand was raised toward his sleeping form. Then he moved. Stupefy. The red light caught the intruder in the chest, but they didn't fall. Instead, they turned toward Harry with a smile that didn't belong on a human face. Clever boy. But not clever enough. The voice was wrong, layered, carrying harmonics that made Harry's scar burn. Voldemort. Speaking through his puppet. Who are you? Harry demanded, wand trained on the possessed figure. Show me. You already know. The figure stepped into the moonlight, and Harry felt his stomach drop. It was a student. A fifth-year Slytherin named Marcus Belby, someone Harry had barely noticed, someone so unremarkable that he'd never warranted attention. He's been mine for months, Voldemort's voice continued through Marcus's mouth. So convenient, having eyes and ears inside your precious school. Watching you train your little army, watching you pretend to be something more than a child playing at war. Let him go. Or what? You'll kill him. An innocent student, corrupted against his will. The possessed face twisted into a mockery of sympathy. That would be very dark lord of you. Sev emerged from the shadows, his wand raised. Finite incantatem. The spell hit Marcus, but the possession didn't break. The boy's body convulsed, fighting the foreign presence, but Voldemort's grip was too strong. Nice try, Severus. But I've had months to entrench myself. Voldemort's voice dripped with contempt. Did you really think you could hide from me? You, who spent years in my inner circle, pretending to be loyal? I was never yours. No. You were Dumbledore's. And now you're Harry's. The possessed eyes found Harry again. How does it feel, boy? Knowing that everyone who loves you becomes a target? Knowing that your father will die for you, just like your mother did? Harry felt the shadow in his mind stir, responding to Voldemort's presence. It wanted to reach out, to connect, to rejoin its master. He forced it down. You're wrong about something, Harry said, his voice steady. You think love is a weakness. You think caring about people makes me vulnerable. Doesn't it? No. Harry raised his wand. It makes me fight harder. He didn't cast a spell. Instead, he reached through the connection, not into Voldemort's mind, but into the space between them, the channel that linked their souls. And he pushed. The same technique he'd used in the graveyard, but stronger now, more controlled. Love and loyalty and fierce protective rage, channeled through the Horcrux connection and into Voldemort's consciousness. Marcus screamed, with his own voice this time, human and terrified. The possession shattered like glass, Voldemort's presence driven out by emotions he couldn't understand or withstand. The boy collapsed, unconscious but alive. Harry stood over him, breathing hard, feeling the shadow in his mind settle back into dormancy. "Is it over?" Sev asked, his wand still raised. "For now." Harry crouched beside Marcus, checking his pulse. "He'll need help. Memory modification, probably. He shouldn't have to remember what it felt like to be used. I'll handle it." Sev's voice was rough. "That was too close, Harry. I know. What you did, using the connection like that, it's getting stronger. The bond between you and him. I know that too." Harry stood, meeting his father's eyes. "But it's also getting more useful. Every time I push through it, I learn more about how to fight him. And every time, you risk losing yourself. That's why I have you. To make sure I don't." The aftermath required careful handling. Marcus Belby remembered nothing of his possession, a blessing, given what he'd been forced to do. He was sent home for health reasons, his family told that he'd suffered a magical accident. Only a handful of people knew the truth. But Dumbledore was one of them. "Mr. Snape." The headmaster's voice was grave as Harry sat across from him in the tower office. "Professor Snape has informed me of last night's events. I must say, I'm concerned." "About what specifically?" "About the methods you used to break the possession. The connection you exploited." Dumbledore's blue eyes were sharp. "I've suspected for some time that your bond with Voldemort has grown beyond simple scar residue. Now I believe I was right to be concerned. The bond saved a student's life. The bond could also destroy yours." Dumbledore leaned forward. "Harry, I've been patient, perhaps too patient, allowing you and Severus to investigate this connection without interference. But what you're doing is extraordinarily dangerous. The piece of Voldemort's soul inside you is not a tool to be wielded. It's a poison, slowly corrupting everything it touches. I know what I'm doing. Do you?" Dumbledore's voice sharpened. "Because from where I sit, you appear to be a young man convinced of his own invulnerability, taking risks that could have catastrophic consequences. And from where I sit, you appear to be an old man who's been manipulating me since I was a baby, shaping events to serve your own purposes without once asking what I wanted." The silence that followed was heavy with implications. "You've been talking to Severus," Dumbledore said finally. "Severus has been honest with me. More honest than you've ever been. I've protected you, you've prepared me. There's a difference." Harry stood. "I know about the prophecy. I know you've been grooming me to face Voldemort since before I could walk. I know you let things happen, dangerous things, because you wanted me tested, hardened, ready for whatever final confrontation you've been planning. Harry, I'm not angry about it. Not anymore." Harry met the old man's eyes directly. "You did what you thought was necessary. Maybe you were even right. But don't pretend you've been protecting me when what you've really been doing is creating a weapon." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "You've grown," he said finally. "More than I expected." "I've had to." "Yes. I suppose you have." The headmaster rose, moving to the window. "You want the truth, Harry? All of it?" "I've always wanted the truth." "Then come back tonight. After dinner. I'll show you everything I know, about the prophecy, about the Horcruxes, about what I believe must happen to end this war." "Why now?" "Because you're right. You're not a child anymore, and treating you like one serves no purpose." Dumbledore turned back to face him. "And because, despite everything, you've become exactly what I hoped you would. Someone capable of finishing what I cannot. That night, Harry returned to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster was waiting with a stone basin filled with silver liquid, a pensieve, Harry recognized from his father's descriptions. Memories, Dumbledore explained. My own, and others I've collected over the years. They tell the story of Tom Riddle's transformation into Lord Voldemort, and of the steps he took to ensure his immortality. They dove into the memories together. Harry watched young Tom Riddle charm his way through Hogwarts, hiding his cruelty behind a perfect facade. He saw the first murder, Tom's father and grandparents, killed for the crime of abandonment. He witnessed the creation of the first Horcrux, the soul-tearing act that set Tom on the path to becoming a monster. He made 6, Dumbledore said, when they emerged from the pensieve. 6 deliberate Horcruxes, each one containing a piece of his soul. The diary, which you destroyed in your second year. The ring, which I know you've recovered. And 4 others, a locket that belonged to Slytherin, a cup that belonged to Hufflepuff, something that belonged to Ravenclaw, and his snake, Nagini. You said 6 deliberate Horcruxes. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. There is also a 7th. Unintentional, created the night he tried to kill you. A piece of his soul that lodged itself in the only living thing present, me. Harry's voice was flat. I know. I've known for years. You, Dumbledore stopped, genuine surprise crossing his features. Severus told you. Severus discovered it. We've been researching ways to remove it without killing me. Harry met the old man's eyes. You were planning to tell me eventually, weren't you? That I have to die. I was hoping to find another way. But you didn't. No. The admission was heavy with grief. I've spent years searching for alternatives, but the Horcrux magic is absolute. To destroy the soul fragment, you must destroy its container. Unless there's a way to extract it first. If such a method exists, I haven't found it. Harry was quiet for a long moment, processing information he'd known but never heard confirmed. The prophecy. What does the full version say? Dumbledore hesitated, then recited, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. Harry absorbed the words, feeling their weight settle onto his shoulders. Either must die at the hand of the other. So I have to kill him, or he kills me. That appears to be the meaning, yes. And the power he knows not? I believe it's love. Dumbledore's voice was soft. The capacity for genuine connection, for sacrifice, for caring about others more than yourself. Voldemort has never understood love, it's his greatest weakness. Love. Harry laughed, the sound hollow. My secret weapon is an emotion. Your secret weapon is the ability to feel things Voldemort cannot. To draw strength from connections he considers worthless. Dumbledore moved closer. You've already demonstrated this power, Harry. Every time you push through the connection using your emotions, you hurt him in ways he can't comprehend. But eventually, I have to die. To destroy the last Horcrux. Unless we find another way. Which you haven't. In years of searching. The silence was answer enough. Harry returned to Sev's quarters that night, his mind heavy with confirmation of things he'd always suspected. He told you, Sev said. It wasn't a question. Everything. The prophecy, the Horcruxes, the fact that I'm supposed to die. Harry, I'm not going to just accept it. Harry's voice was fierce. There has to be another way. Slytherin's library, the knowledge we found in the chamber, something in there must address soul magic. Horcrux removal. We've been researching for months. Then we research harder. We bring in Hermione, her analytical skills. We bring in Sirius, his family's dark magic expertise. Harry met his father's eyes. I am not going to die because some prophecy says I have to. What if there's no alternative? Then I'll create one. Harry's jaw set. I've broken rules before, magical rules that everyone said were absolute. The connection with Voldemort isn't supposed to work both ways, but it does. The prophecy says either must die, but maybe that death doesn't have to be permanent. You're talking about resurrection magic. The darkest of the dark arts. I'm talking about surviving. Whatever that requires. Harry reached out and gripped his father's arm. You didn't raise me to give up, Sev. You raised me to fight. To find solutions when everyone else says there aren't any. I also raised you to recognize when fighting is futile. This isn't futile. Not yet. Harry's eyes were bright with determination. The ring is still in my trunk, unanalyzed. There might be something in how it was made, how the soul was attached, that could help us understand removal. Studying a Horcrux directly is incredibly dangerous. More dangerous than dying. Sev was quiet for a long moment. We study it together. Every precaution, every safeguard. And if I say stop, you stop. Agreed. And you don't tell anyone else about this research. Not Hermione, not Sirius, not anyone. If Dumbledore finds out we're trying to subvert the prophecy, he'll try to stop us. I know. Harry nodded. This stays between us. Between us. The way it's always been. February gave way to March, and the research intensified. They worked in the Chamber of Secrets, away from prying eyes, using Slytherin's ancient texts and their own growing expertise in soul magic. The ring sat in its containment field, pulsing with dark energy, while Harry and Sev circled it like scientists studying a dangerous specimen. The soul fragment is attached to the stone, not the gold, Harry observed, after weeks of careful analysis. The ring itself is just a carrier, the Horcrux could theoretically be moved to a different container. That doesn't help us. Moving it still requires destroying the current vessel. Maybe. But what if we could create a pathway? A channel for the soul to travel through, like the connection between me and Voldemort? Sev looked at him sharply. You want to draw the fragment out of the stone and into something else. Into something we can destroy safely. Something that isn't me. That's theoretically possible, but the Horcrux would resist. Soul fragments have a survival instinct, they cling to their vessels. Unless they're offered something better. Harry's mind was racing. The fragment in my head reaches for Voldemort whenever he's near. It wants to reunite with the other pieces. What if we could use that attraction? Create a vessel that's more appealing than the one it's in? What kind of vessel? Harry hesitated. One that already contains a piece of Voldemort's soul. One that the fragment would naturally want to join. You're suggesting using yourself as bait. Again. I'm suggesting using the Horcrux in my head as a magnet. Drawing the fragment from the ring into myself, then what? You'd have two pieces of his soul inside you. The corruption would accelerate exponentially. For a moment. Just long enough to extract both pieces simultaneously. That's insane. It's also our best theory so far. Harry met his father's eyes. I'm not saying we do it now. I'm saying we keep working on the method. Find a way to make it safe, or at least, safer than dying. Sev was quiet for a long time. If we're going to pursue this, he said finally, we need more information. About how Voldemort created the Horcruxes in the first place. About the specific rituals he used. Where would we find that? In the memories of someone who was there. Someone who helped him, guided him, provided the knowledge he needed. Harry understood immediately. Slughorn. The professor who taught Voldemort at Hogwarts. He has a memory, one he's hidden and modified for years. Dumbledore has been trying to obtain it, but Slughorn refuses. He's too ashamed of what he revealed to young Tom Riddle. Then we get it ourselves. How? Harry smiled, and it was cold. The same way I get everything else. By being exactly what people don't expect. Getting close to Slughorn required patience. The rotund professor had returned to Hogwarts that year, lured back by Dumbledore for reasons Harry now understood. He was a source of information about Voldemort's past. But Slughorn was canny, wary of anyone who asked too many questions about his former star student. Harry approached indirectly. He excelled in potions class, demonstrating skills that caught Slughorn's attention. He accepted invitations to the Slug Club, networking with the well-connected students Slughorn collected. He became, slowly and deliberately, exactly the kind of rising star Slughorn loved to cultivate. "You have your mother's gift," Slughorn said, after a particularly impressive demonstration. "Lily was always my favorite, such talent, such intuition for the art." "Did you know her well?" "Oh, quite well. She was a member of the Slug Club, you know. One of my most promising students." His expression flickered with something complicated. "Such a tragedy, what happened? Such a waste. I've been researching her work. Her notes on potion innovation." Harry kept his voice casual. "But there are gaps in her research, techniques she references that I can't find anywhere in the standard texts." "Yes, well, some knowledge isn't in books." Slughorn's voice was careful. "Some things are passed down privately, from teacher to student. Like what you taught Tom Riddle." The name hit like a physical blow. Slughorn's face went pale, his jovial mask cracking. I don't know what you mean. I'm not judging you, Professor. We all make mistakes, share things we shouldn't." Harry met his eyes with deliberate sympathy. "I just want to understand how someone so brilliant could become something so terrible." Slughorn was quiet for a long moment. "You're not what I expected," he said finally. "Snape's ward, raised in isolation, trained in darkness. I thought you'd be cold. Calculating. I can be both those things. But I'm also capable of compassion." Harry leaned forward. "Tell me about Riddle, Professor. Not the monster he became, the boy he was. Help me understand." The silence stretched. Then, slowly, Slughorn reached into his robes and produced a small vial. "I've been carrying this for 50 years. The memory of my greatest failure." He pressed it into Harry's hand. "The real memory, not the modified version I gave Dumbledore. I can't carry the guilt anymore." "Thank you." "Don't thank me. Just, make sure it was worth something. Make sure his evil ends." "I will," Harry promised. "Whatever it takes." The memory showed everything. Young Tom Riddle, handsome and charming, asking his favorite professor about Horcruxes. Slughorn, flattered and foolish, explaining the darkest magic in existence. And Riddle's final question, the one that revealed the depths of his ambition. 7. Would it be possible to split the soul 7 times? Would 7 Horcruxes be more powerful than 1? Harry emerged from the pensive with the final piece of the puzzle. 7 pieces. Diary, ring, locket, cup, diadem, snake, and him. That was the complete map of Voldemort's immortality. And now Harry knew exactly what had to be destroyed. "We have our list," he told Sev, that night in the chamber. 6 objects, plus me. 7 pieces of his soul that have to die. The diary and ring are already handled. That leaves the locket, the cup, the diadem, and the snake. And me. We'll find another way for you. Maybe. But even if we don't, Harry met his father's eyes. Even if I have to die, it won't be for nothing. We know what needs to be done now. The war can be won. Not without you. The war is bigger than any one person. Even me. Harry's voice was steady. Promise me, Sev. If it comes to that, if there's no other way, you'll finish what we started. Sev was quiet for a long time. I promise, he said finally. But I also promise that I'll spend every moment between now and then finding an alternative. I know you will. Harry reached out and gripped his father's hand. That's why I'm not afraid. You should be afraid. Fear keeps you cautious. Fear also keeps you frozen. Harry smiled. I'd rather die trying than live paralyzed. You're not going to die. No, Harry agreed. Probably not. But it's good to know what I'm willing to sacrifice, if it comes to that. They sat together in the ancient chamber, surrounded by 1,000 years of secrets, and planned for a future that might never come. But they planned together. And that, Harry knew, was what mattered most. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13, The Goblet's Gambit. The spring of 5th year brought an uneasy calm. Umbridge's regime continued, but the DA had become skilled enough to operate beneath her notice. Harry's connection to Voldemort remained stable, providing intelligence without overwhelming him. The Horcrux research progressed slowly but steadily, each discovery bringing them closer to understanding how soul magic actually worked. And then Dumbledore disappeared. The news broke over breakfast. The headmaster had fled in the night, wanted by the ministry for organizing an illegal student militia. Umbridge's triumph was absolute. She installed herself as headmistress with indecent haste, her simpering smile somehow even more poisonous than usual. He planned this, Harry told Sev, during an emergency meeting in the chamber. Dumbledore wouldn't have been caught off guard. He wanted to be removed. Why would he want that? To give us freedom. To remove the ministry's primary target from the equation. Harry's mind was racing. With Dumbledore gone, they'll focus on hunting him. They'll think the resistance is broken. It gives us room to operate. Or it leaves you without protection. I have protection. I have you, and the DA, and everything we've built. Harry met his father's eyes. Dumbledore trusted us to handle things in his absence. We can't let him down. The next months were a careful dance of resistance and survival. Harry continued his lessons, maintained his grades, played the role of unremarkable student while the real work happened in shadows. The DA met twice weekly now, their training shifting from basic defense to actual combat tactics. You're preparing us for war, Hermione observed, after a particularly intense session. I'm preparing you to survive. Whatever that requires. There's a difference. Sometimes. Harry watched his friends practice shield charms, their forms growing more confident with each repetition. War is chaos. Survival is making sure you're still standing when the chaos ends. What about winning? Winning is a bonus. Survival is the baseline. June brought OWL examinations and increasing tension. Harry performed adequately on his tests, well enough to avoid suspicion, not so well as to draw attention. The DA members did the same, their combat training hidden behind acceptable academic performance. The night before the last exam, the vision came. Different from before. Not a deliberate sending but a genuine glimpse, bleeding through the connection because Voldemort's emotions were too intense to contain. The locket. Slytherin's locket. It's been moved. Harry surfaced from the vision with his scar burning and his mind full of images, a cave by the sea, dark water, a boat that answered to blood. He knew, suddenly, exactly where one of the remaining Horcruxes was hidden. The locket is in a cave, he told Sev, his voice urgent. I saw it. Voldemort was checking on it, making sure it was still protected. Did he realize you were watching? No. His focus was elsewhere. He's worried about something. About Dumbledore, maybe, or about the ministry's investigations. Do you know where the cave is? By the sea. Somewhere coastal, isolated. Harry closed his eyes, reaching for the details. There's a cliff, and an entrance that only responds to blood sacrifice. Inside, a lake with an island. The locket is on the island. That's not enough to find it. No. But it's a start. Harry opened his eyes. We need Dumbledore. He's been researching Voldemort's past, he might know where this cave is. Dumbledore is in hiding. Then we find him. Or he finds us. Harry's jaw set. This is too important to wait. Dumbledore found them first. 3 days after the OWL's ended, a Phoenix Patronus appeared in the Chamber of Secrets, delivering a message in the headmaster's voice. Harry, Severus. I know what you've discovered. Meet me at the Hog's Head, midnight tomorrow. Come prepared for a journey. It could be a trap, Sev said, though his voice suggested he didn't believe it. Dumbledore's Patronus is unmistakable. And he's the only one who could get a message into the chamber. How did he know we'd be here? Because he knows us. Harry met his father's eyes. He's been watching, even in hiding. Waiting for the right moment to act. The Hog's Head was as grimy as ever, but Dumbledore looked worse, thinner, older, worn by months of running and hiding. His right hand was wrapped in bandages, concealing something that radiated dark magic even through the covering. You found the ring, he said, by way of greeting. And didn't destroy it. We wanted to study it first. Understand how the Horcrux was made. A wise approach, if dangerous. Dumbledore's eyes flickered to the bandaged hand. I was less patient. When I found the location of the ring, I attempted to retrieve it immediately. The curse nearly killed me. The ring was in the Gaunt Shack. We retrieved it months ago. Something flickered across Dumbledore's face, surprise, recalculation. You've been ahead of me all along. We've been thorough. Harry didn't flinch from the old man's gaze. I saw the cave, Professor. Where the locket is hidden. I saw it through my connection to Voldemort. Ah. I suspected that connection might prove useful, when properly controlled. Dumbledore's expression was complicated. You've grown beyond my expectations, Harry. Beyond anyone's expectations. I had good teachers. Harry glanced at Sev, all of them. Indeed. Dumbledore rose slowly. The cave you saw is on the coast of Cornwall, near a village where young Tom Riddle once took victims from his orphanage. I've identified the location, but I've hesitated to act alone. My condition makes such a journey risky. Then we go together. That's what I hoped you'd say. They apparat to the coast under cover of darkness. The cliff face was sheer and forbidding, the sea crashing against rocks below with violent indifference. Harry could feel dark magic radiating from somewhere ahead, a beacon calling to the shadow in his mind. The entrance is there. Dumbledore pointed to a section of rock that looked identical to everything around it. Blood magic. Only those willing to sacrifice can enter. I'll do it. Harry drew his wand. A cutting curse to my palm should suffice. Harry, Sev started. The entrance requires blood, not quantity. A small cut will work. Harry sliced his palm without flinching, pressing the wound against the rock. The stone dissolved, revealing a passage into darkness. They moved through the cave system in single file, Dumbledore leading, Harry in the middle, Sev guarding the rear. The darkness was absolute, broken only by their wand lights and the distant sound of water. The lake was vast and still, its surface black and motionless. In the center, barely visible, was a small island with something glowing upon it. The locket is there, Dumbledore said. But the lake is not empty. Inferi, animated corpses, wait beneath the surface. How do we cross? There's a boat. Hidden, responding to magical command. Dumbledore raised his wand. But it will only carry one wizard. The enchantments are specific. Then I go alone. Harry, no, the boat responds to magical power. Of the three of us, I have the most raw strength. Harry met both their eyes. And if something goes wrong, you can fight your way out more effectively than I can. That logic is backwards, Sev started. It's correct logic, and you know it. Harry was already moving toward the water's edge. Stay here. Cover me. If the inferi rise, use fire, they fear it. The boat materialized as he reached for it, a tiny thing, barely large enough for one person. Harry climbed in and began the slow journey across the lake, the darkness pressing in from all sides. The island was smaller than it had appeared, dominated by a basin filled with glowing green liquid. The locket sat at the bottom, visible through the potion but impossible to reach. Harry reached out with his senses, analyzing the magic. The potion couldn't be vanished, couldn't be siphoned, couldn't be bypassed. The only way to retrieve the locket was to drink it. Of course, he muttered. It couldn't be simple. He conjured a goblet and dipped it into the basin. The first drink was agony. Images flooded his mind, nightmares, memories, fears made manifest. He saw Cedric dying, over and over. Saw Sev being tortured. Saw himself becoming Voldemort, embracing the darkness, destroying everything he loved. He drank again. The visions intensified. Lily, screaming as she died. James, falling to green light. A baby crying in the ruins of Godric's Hollow. Again. Sirius, falling through the veil. Hermione, broken and bleeding. Neville, standing alone against an army. Again. His own death, repeated endlessly, crucified, burned, drowned, destroyed in 100 ways while Voldemort laughed and the world crumbled. Harry drank until the basin was empty. He collapsed beside it, retching, barely conscious. His hand closed around the locket, metal cold against his skin. Got it, he whispered. I got it. And then the inferi rose. They emerged from the lake in waves, corpses, hundreds of them, their dead eyes fixed on the living intruder. Harry tried to raise his wand, but his arms wouldn't cooperate. Fire erupted across the water. Sev was there, somehow, impossible, the boat shouldn't have carried 2 wizards, but he'd come anyway, his wand spewing flames that drove back the undead horde. He grabbed Harry and pulled him toward the boat. Hold on. Just hold on. The journey back was a blur of fire and darkness. Harry clung to consciousness by his fingernails, the locket clutched to his chest, while Sev fought off creatures that should have overwhelmed them both. They made it to shore. They made it out of the cave. They collapsed on the cliff top, gasping, alive against all odds. That was insane, Sev managed, between breaths. The boat shouldn't have worked, I summoned it with the Horcrux. The connection. Harry held up the locket, its dark magic pulsing against his palm. They recognize me as one of them. That's not comforting. No. Harry laughed weakly. But it's useful. Dumbledore appeared beside them, his expression mixed with relief and concern. You succeeded. Both of you. We succeeded. Harry's vision was swimming, his body screaming for rest. The locket. It's real. We need to destroy it. Rest first. We have time. We never have time. But Harry's eyes were closing despite his protests. We never have enough. He slept. When he woke, he was back at Spinner's End. Sev sat beside his bed, looking exhausted but alert. The locket lay on the nightstand, contained in a protective box similar to the one holding the ring. How long? 3 days. The potion nearly killed you. But it didn't. Harry pushed himself upright, ignoring the protests of his battered body. The locket, have you examined it? Briefly. The soul fragment is intact, but weakened by its time in the potion. It should be easier to destroy than the others. Then we destroy it. Now, while we have the chance. Sev hesitated. Harry, you need more rest, I've rested enough. Every day we wait is a day Voldemort might discover we've taken it. Harry swung his legs out of bed. Get the basilisk venom. We end this today. They destroyed the locket in the Garden of Spinner's End. Harry held it open while Sev drove the basilisk fang through its heart. The soul fragment screamed, a sound beyond hearing, felt in the bones, and then dissolved into nothing. 3 Horcruxes down. 4 to go. The cup is in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts, Harry said, his voice steady despite the residual trembling in his hands. I saw it in one of the visions. And the diadem, I've felt it at Hogwarts, somewhere in the castle. You want to retrieve them too? I want to end this. Harry turned to face his father. Every Horcrux we destroy brings us closer to victory. Closer to finishing Voldemort forever. And the one in your head? We keep researching. The theory we developed, using me as a magnet to draw the fragments together, it might work. It might be our only option. It's too dangerous. Less dangerous than dying. Harry's expression was fierce. I'm not giving up, Sev. Not on the war, not on myself, not on us. We've come too far to stop now. Sev looked at him, at the boy he'd raised, the young man who had become, the warrior who was preparing to fight impossible battles. Then we keep going, he said. Together. Together. Harry gripped his father's hand. Always together. The summer stretched ahead, full of planning and preparation. Harry returned to the Chamber of Secrets, diving deeper into Slytherin's library. He found texts on soul magic that confirmed his theories, and suggested new approaches he hadn't considered. The soul is not monolithic, he explained to Sev, one evening. It can be damaged, fragmented, but it can also heal. The pieces want to reunite, that's why Voldemort's fragments call to each other. How does that help us? Because it means the fragment in my head wants to leave. It's not naturally bound to me, it was forced there by the failed killing curse. Given an escape route, it would take it. What kind of escape route? A bridge. A connection to another fragment, stronger than its connection to me. Harry's eyes were bright with possibility. When we destroy the remaining Horcruxes, if we could somehow link them to the one in my head, the destruction would cascade. All the fragments would be destroyed simultaneously. Exactly. I wouldn't have to die. The fragment would be pulled out of me and destroyed along with the others. Sev was quiet for a long moment. That's theoretically possible. But the timing would have to be perfect, I know. We'd need all the remaining Horcruxes gathered in one place, destroyed at the same moment. The cascade would have to happen faster than the fragment could resist. It's incredibly risky. It's also our best chance. Harry met his father's eyes. We need the cup. We need the diadem. And we need the snake. Nagini is a Horcrux too. Getting to Nagini means getting to Voldemort. Yes. Which means we can't destroy her until the final confrontation. Harry's jaw set. But we can prepare. Gather the other pieces. Have everything ready for when the moment comes. And when will that be? When Voldemort makes his move. When he comes out of hiding and forces the confrontation he's been planning. Harry's smile was cold. He thinks he's the hunter. He doesn't realize he's been walking into a trap all along. The end of summer brought a letter from Dumbledore. The cup is secured. I've made arrangements with certain contacts at Gringotts, details too sensitive for writing. Return to Hogwarts prepared for accelerated action. The pieces are falling into place. Harry read it twice, feeling the weight of approaching destiny. He got the cup. Without us. Dumbledore has his own resources. His own methods. Sev's voice was carefully neutral. He's been playing this game longer than any of us. Does he know about our plan? The cascade theory? I don't know. We haven't shared the details with him. Maybe we should. Harry set down the letter. If this is going to work, we need everyone coordinated. No more secrets, no more separate operations. Can you trust him that far? I don't have to trust him. I just have to use him. Harry's expression hardened. Dumbledore wants Voldemort dead. So do we. Our goals align, even if our methods don't. And after? When Voldemort is destroyed and you've survived. Then we have the conversation I promised. About manipulation, about using people, about what it really means to be good. Harry met Sev's eyes. But that's a problem for later. Right now, we focus on winning. And if we lose? Then we lose everything. Which is why we're not going to lose. Sixth year began under dark skies. Voldemort's attacks had increased throughout the summer, disappearances, killings, the gradual accumulation of terror that signaled a war moving toward its climax. The wizarding world lived in fear, looking to Dumbledore for leadership, not knowing that the real hope lay in a 16-year-old boy and the impossible plan he'd been building for years. Harry walked the familiar corridors of Hogwarts with new purpose. The diadem was here, somewhere. He could feel it, a faint resonance that tugged at the shadow in his mind. Finding it would require careful searching, but he knew the castle intimately after 5 years. It was only a matter of time. "You're different this year," Draco observed, during their first conversation of the term. The Malfoy heir looked haunted, his usual arrogance replaced by something closer to fear. "So are you." "I have reasons." "So do I." Harry studied his sometime ally, reading the tension in every line of his body. "What's wrong, Draco?" "Nothing you can help with." "Try me." The silence stretched. Then, slowly, Draco rolled up his sleeve. The dark mark blazed against pale skin, fresh, recent, burned into the flesh like a brand. "He's using me," Draco whispered. "My father failed him, so now he's making me prove my loyalty. I'm supposed to. Kill Dumbledore." Draco's head snapped up. "How did you?" "Because it's what I would do, if I were Voldemort. Remove the biggest threat while punishing a failure." Harry's voice was calm. "You're not going to succeed, you know. Dumbledore isn't someone you can just murder. I have to try. My family will be fine. Whatever happens." Harry met Draco's terrified eyes. "I'm offering you an alternative, Draco. A way out." "There is no way out. The Dark Lord is going to die." Harry's voice carried absolute certainty. "Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month, but soon. And when he does, everyone who served him will have to account for their choices. You're asking me to betray him. I'm asking you to choose. The side that offers death and slavery, or the side that offers a future." Harry held out his hand. "I can protect your family. I can give you options no one else can. But you have to decide now." Draco stared at the offered hand, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. Then, slowly, he took it. "What do you need me to do?" Harry smiled. "First, tell me everything you know about the Dark Lord's plans. And then, we're going to set a trap." Chapter 13 and Chapter 14, The Order of Lies. Draco's information changed everything. "He's planning something big," Draco reported, during their clandestine meetings in the Room of Requirement. "A coordinated attack, Death Eaters entering Hogwarts through a vanishing cabinet in the Room of Hidden Things. The cabinet's twin is in Borgin and Berks. When? Soon. Within weeks. He wants Dumbledore dead and the school under his control before the Ministry can respond." Harry absorbed this, his mind already mapping contingencies. "The vanishing cabinet. Can you delay the repairs? I've been deliberately sabotaging my own work. But he's getting impatient. If I don't show progress soon, then we accelerate our timeline instead." Harry met Draco's eyes. "The diadem is somewhere in that room, the Room of Hidden Things. I need access. I can get you in. But if anyone sees us together, no one will see us. I've been invisible in this castle for 6 years. Harry's smile was cold. One more secret won't matter. The room of hidden things was a cathedral of forgotten objects. Towers of discarded furniture, mountains of broken artifacts, centuries of accumulated secrets piled into impossible formations. Harry moved through the maze with Draco at his side, both of them searching for something neither could precisely describe. What does it feel like? Draco asked. The Horcrux connection. Like a splinter in my mind. A piece that doesn't belong but can't be removed. Harry paused, reaching out with his senses. The diadem is close. I can feel it calling to the shadow. They found it on a bust of a forgotten wizard, a delicate silver tiara, tarnished with age but still radiating dark power. Harry reached for it, feeling the soul fragment pulse with recognition. Got it. That's really a piece of the Dark Lord's soul. 1 of 7. Though we've already destroyed 3. Harry carefully placed the diadem in a containment box he'd prepared. 4 down, 3 to go. 3. But I thought, the snake, the cup, and me. Harry's voice was matter-of-fact. I'm carrying a piece of his soul too. Have been since I was a baby. Draco stared at him with something like horror. You're a Horcrux. Technically. But I'm also working on a way to destroy the fragment without destroying myself. Harry met his eyes. Don't look so shocked. You've already committed to a side. Knowing the full picture shouldn't change that. It doesn't. It's just. Draco shook his head. You're remarkable, you know that. Anyone else would be terrified. I've had 16 years to come to terms with it. Harry started back toward the exit. Now come on. We need to prepare for what's coming. The preparations intensified throughout the autumn. Harry briefed Dumbledore on everything, the diadem's recovery, Draco's defection, the intelligence about the Vanishing Cabinet attack. The old man listened with an expression that mixed approval with something Harry couldn't quite identify. You've accomplished more in 6 years than the entire Order has in decades, Dumbledore said, when Harry finished. I confess I underestimated you. You shaped me for this. Don't pretend otherwise. I shaped the clay. You decided what form to take. Dumbledore's eyes were bright despite his failing health. The curse from the ring had continued to spread, his blackened hand now hidden beneath increasingly heavy concealment charms. The cascade theory you've developed, it's brilliant. Dangerous beyond measure, but brilliant. Will it work? Theoretically. Yes. The soul fragments want to reunite, creating a sympathetic destruction cascade should pull them all into oblivion simultaneously. Dumbledore paused. Practically. We've never seen anything like this attempted. There are variables we can't predict. But you think it's worth trying. I think it's our best option. The alternative, you dying to destroy the final Horcrux, is unacceptable. Something softened in Dumbledore's expression. Whatever our differences, Harry, I've never wanted your death. I wanted your survival. Your triumph. Then help me survive. Help me win. I will. With everything I have left. Dumbledore rose slowly, his movements betraying the pain he usually hid. The cup is secured. The diadem is secured. When Voldemort attacks, we'll be ready. And Nagini will have to be dealt with during the final confrontation. There's no way to separate her from Voldemort beforehand. I know. Harry's jaw set. One problem at a time. The attack came on a cold night in February. Harry felt it through the connection, Voldemort's anticipation, his certainty that this strike would break the resistance once and for all. Death Eaters were gathering, the Vanishing Cabinet was ready, and Draco was supposed to open the way. Instead, Draco sent a warning. They're coming. Midnight. At least 20 Death Eaters, plus Fenrir Greyback and his werewolves. Harry moved through the castle like a ghost, alerting the DA members they'd prepared for exactly this scenario. By the time midnight arrived, Hogwarts was as ready as it could be. The first Death Eaters emerged from the room of hidden things to find not helpless students, but a coordinated defense. Stupefy. Spells flew in all directions. Harry led from the front, his blackthorn wand singing with power, the shadow in his mind lending strength without overwhelming his control. Beside him, Hermione and Neville fought with skills they'd honed for 2 years, while behind them, waves of DA members pressed the attack. "Fall back," a Death Eater screamed. "It's a trap, too late for that." Harry's voice cut through the chaos. "Confringo." The explosion scattered the enemy formation, buying precious seconds. More Death Eaters poured through the cabinet, but they emerged into a killing ground, crossfire from multiple angles, prepared defenses that neutralized their numerical advantage. "Harry." Sev's voice reached him across the battlefield. "Voldemort is coming. I can feel him, I feel him too." Harry turned toward the entrance hall, where the wards were already trembling under assault. "Get the cup and diadem ready. When I give the signal, I know the plan. Then execute it." Harry started toward the doors. "I'm going to meet him." "Harry, wait," but Harry was already gone, moving toward the confrontation he'd been preparing for his entire life. Voldemort stood in the entrance hall, surrounded by his most loyal servants. He looked different than Harry remembered, more snake than man now, his transformation accelerated by years of dark magic and the constant strain of maintaining multiple Horcruxes. Red eyes blazed with malevolent intelligence as they found Harry approaching. "So. The boy comes to face his destiny at last. I've been facing it since I was 1 year old. Tonight I finish it." Bold words from a child who survived on nothing but luck and the sacrifices of better wizards. "Better than you, certainly." Harry raised his wand. "Are we going to talk, or are we going to fight?" Voldemort's smile was terrible. "We're going to do both. You see, I've learned something interesting about our connection, something that changes everything. The Horcrux. You finally figured it out. More than that." Voldemort's voice dropped to something almost intimate. "I've felt you, Harry. Every time you've reached through the link, every time you've drawn on my power. You've been becoming more like me with each use. That's what you want to believe. It's what I know." Red eyes gleamed. "Look inside yourself. Feel the shadow, the hunger, the willingness to do whatever it takes to win. That's not your mother's love, that's me. Growing inside you, waiting to emerge." Harry was quiet for a moment. Then he laughed. "You really don't understand, do you? After all these years, all your genius, you still don't see it. Enlighten me. The shadow in my head isn't becoming me. I'm becoming it." Harry's wand rose, steady and sure. "I've spent 16 years learning to control it, understand it, use it against you. Every time I reached through the connection, I wasn't being corrupted, I was claiming territory. Making your power serve my purposes instead of yours." Something flickered in Voldemort's expression, not quite fear, but close. "That's impossible. That's love." Harry's smile was fierce. "The thing you've never understood. The power you can't comprehend. It doesn't make me weak, it makes me immune to you. Because no matter how much of your soul lives in my head, it can never overcome what my mother gave me. What my father taught me. What everyone who's ever loved me has built. Pretty speeches won't save you. No. But this will." Harry's voice rose, carrying to every corner of the hall. "Now." The signal cascaded through the castle. In the Chamber of Secrets, Sev drove basilisk fangs through the cup and diadem simultaneously. The destruction rippled outward through the connection that linked all of Voldemort's soul fragments, including the one in Harry's head. Harry felt it. The tearing sensation, the fragment in his mind being pulled away by the cascade of destruction. It hurt worse than anything he'd ever experienced, but he held on, forcing the shadow out rather than letting it cling. "What are you doing?" Voldemort screamed. "Ending you." Harry's voice was strained but triumphant. One piece at a time. The cascade accelerated. 4 Horcruxes, destroyed in synchronized devastation. And the 5th, the fragment in Harry's head, began to tear free. But something went wrong. The fragment didn't release cleanly. Instead of being pulled into oblivion, it clung to Harry's soul, refusing to let go. The cascade wasn't strong enough, or maybe Harry's connection to it was too deep, built over 16 years of coexistence. "Sev!" Harry's cry was desperate. "It's not working, it won't let go, hold on." His father's voice reached him from somewhere in the castle. "I'm coming." But Voldemort was already raising his wand, his face twisted with fury and something that might have been hope. "You failed, Harry. Just like everyone who's ever tried to defeat me." His voice was triumphant. "And now you die. Avada Kedavra." The green light flew toward Harry. And Harry, still struggling with the soul fragment that wouldn't release, couldn't move to dodge. Severus Snape arrived at the entrance hall in time to see his son die. The killing curse struck Harry full in the chest, lifting him off his feet, throwing him backward to crash against the stone floor. He lay motionless, his eyes open and empty, his wand fallen from nerveless fingers. Severus felt the world stop. 16 years. 16 years of raising this boy, teaching him, protecting him, loving him more than he'd ever loved anything. All of it ending in a flash of green light and a body crumpled on cold stone. "No!" The scream tore from his throat without conscious thought. He raised his wand, not knowing what spell to cast, not caring, just needing to do something, anything, to hurt the monster who had taken everything from him. But before he could act, something happened. Harry's body began to glow. Faint at first, then brighter, golden light pouring from his skin, his eyes, his scar. The light intensified until it was almost blinding, filling the entrance hall with warmth that drove back the darkness. And in that light, something moved. A shadow, separating from Harry's form. The soul fragment, finally released, not by destruction but by death itself. The killing curse had severed the connection that had bound it for 16 years, freeing both Harry and the piece of Voldemort that had lived inside him. The shadow dissolved into nothing. And Harry opened his eyes. "I'm not dead." His voice was hoarse, confused, but undeniably alive. Harry pushed himself upright, looking around at the stunned faces surrounding him. "I should be dead." The killing curse struck the Horcrux. Dumbledore's voice came from somewhere behind Severus, weak but certain. "It destroyed the soul fragment, not you. Your mother's protection, reinforced by 16 years of love and connection, shielded your own soul while the foreign piece was annihilated." Harry turned to find Voldemort still standing, but changed. The Dark Lord's face was a mask of shock and horror, his body trembling as if struck by invisible blows. "You felt it," Harry said. "Didn't you? The death of that piece of yourself." "This isn't possible," Voldemort's voice was barely a whisper. "It's happening." Harry rose to his feet, his wand finding his hand with the ease of long practice. 5 Horcruxes destroyed. Only you and Nagini left. And I have basilisk venom for the snake. As if summoned by the words, Nagini emerged from behind her master, massive, ancient, the last repository of Voldemort's shattered soul. She hissed in challenge, her eyes fixed on Harry with murderous intent. "Come to me, serpent," Harry hissed back in Parseltongue. "Face what your master cannot." The snake lunged. Harry was ready. The basilisk fang he'd concealed in his robes drove through Nagini's skull as she struck, venom meeting venom, dark magic canceling dark magic. The snake collapsed, dissolving into shadows that dissipated like smoke. And Voldemort screamed. It was the sound of a soul being torn apart, the final, terrible consequence of splitting oneself beyond all natural limits. 6 Horcruxes destroyed, 6 anchors to immortality severed, and now only the central fragment remained. Mortal. Vulnerable. Alone. This ends now. Harry raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The killing curse flew true. And Lord Voldemort, the most feared dark wizard in a century, crumpled to the ground and died. The aftermath was chaos. Death Eaters fled or surrendered as word spread that their master had fallen. Aurors arrived in waves, securing prisoners, treating the wounded, trying to make sense of what had happened. The Great Hall became a triage center, filled with the injured and the grieving and the jubilant. Harry stood apart from it all, watching, waiting, processing. You did it. Sev's voice came from beside him, rough with emotion. You actually did it. We did it. All of us. Harry turned to face his father. It wouldn't have worked without you. The timing of the cascade, the preparation, everything, I thought you were dead. The words came out broken. When the killing curse hit you, I thought, I know. Harry pulled him into a hug, something they rarely did in public, but this moment demanded it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I scared you. Never do that again. I'll try not to. Harry's laugh was weak but genuine. Though I'm not sure what other Dark Lords there are to defeat. Sev's arms tightened around him. Don't joke. Not about this. I'm not joking. I'm just. Harry pulled back slightly, meeting his father's eyes. I'm just tired. Incredibly tired. And relieved. And I don't know how to feel all of that at once. That's normal. After what you've been through, what we've been through. Harry's voice was firm. This was never just my war, Sev. It was always ours. Ours, Sev agreed. Always ours. The days that followed were a blur of ceremonies and celebrations. Harry gave statements to the ministry, accepted congratulations from people he'd never met, endured interviews and photographs and the endless demands of a world that had turned him into a symbol. Through it all, he felt strangely disconnected, as if the reality hadn't quite caught up with the fact that it was over. You're in shock, Hermione diagnosed, during one of the few quiet moments. It's a normal response to extreme trauma. I've been through extreme trauma before. Not like this. The killing curse, the Horcrux extraction, killing Voldemort, she shook her head. Anyone would need time to process. What about you? Are you processing? Slowly. Neville's been helping. A small smile crossed her face. We've been talking about what comes next. What we want to do with our lives, now that we're not constantly preparing for war. And what do you want? To learn. To grow. To use everything we've developed for something other than fighting. Hermione's eyes were bright. The DA proved that ordinary students could become extraordinary when properly trained. I want to expand that, create a program that teaches defense to everyone, not just the privileged few. That sounds like something worth doing. What about you? What do you want? Harry considered the question, really considered it, for the first time in years. I want peace. Quiet. Time to figure out who I am when I'm not the boy who lived or the chosen one or the weapon Dumbledore created. He paused. I want to be just Harry. You've never been just Harry. You're too exceptional for that. Maybe. But I'd like to try. The summer brought healing and recovery. Harry returned to Spinner's End with Sev, the familiar house feeling different now, lighter, somehow, as if the weight of their secrets had finally lifted. They spent long days in the laboratory, brewing potions that had nothing to do with war, discussing theory that had nothing to do with survival. You could take the NEWTS, Sev observed, one evening. Complete your formal education. The ministry would grant you any accommodation you wanted. I could. But I'm not sure I want to. Harry set down the stirring rod he'd been using. School was always about preparation. Now that there's nothing to prepare for. You need new purpose. I need time. Time to figure out what purpose even means, when it's not handed to you by prophecy. A luxury you've earned. A luxury that feels strange. Harry met his father's eyes. How do you do it? How do you decide what to care about when no one's telling you what matters? You start small. Find things that bring you satisfaction, relationships that bring you joy. Build from there. Sev's voice was gentle. You don't have to figure everything out at once. I know. I'm used to having a plan. A goal. Something to work toward. Then make a new plan. One that's entirely your own, shaped by what you want rather than what others need from you. Harry considered this. I want to understand soul magic better. Not because I need to, the Horcrux thread is gone, but because the knowledge shouldn't be lost. What we discovered, what we developed, it could help people. That's a worthy goal. I want to travel. See places I've only read about. Meet people who don't know my name or my history. Also achievable. And I want to spend time with you. Real time, not stolen moments between crises. Harry's voice softened. You've given me so much, Sev. Your knowledge, your protection, your love. I want to give something back. You've given me everything worth having. Sev reached out and gripped his shoulder. But I won't refuse more time together. I never could. Autumn brought an unexpected visitor. Albus Dumbledore appeared at the door of Spinner's End, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The curse from the ring had progressed despite all treatments, leaving him visibly diminished. I don't have much time left, he said, settling into a chair in the sitting room. Months, perhaps weeks. The curse has spread too far to stop. I'm sorry, Harry said, meaning it. Don't be. I've lived a long life, done some good, made many mistakes. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry's. But before I go, I wanted to tell you something. Something I should have said years ago. What? I'm proud of you. The words came out simply, directly. Not because you defeated Voldemort, though that was remarkable. But because of who you became in the process. The character you developed, the choices you made, the person you chose to be. I didn't have much choice. Circumstances provided the framework. You filled it with your own content. Dumbledore's smile was warm despite his obvious weakness. I tried to shape you into a weapon. You insisted on becoming a person instead. That's not a failure of my plans, it's your greatest triumph. Harry didn't know what to say. I've made arrangements, Dumbledore continued. My library, my research, my accumulated knowledge, it's all being transferred to you. The understanding of soul magic, the history of Horcruxes, everything I've learned about the darkest corners of our world. Why me? Because you've proven you can be trusted with it. Because you understand the dangers in ways I never did at your age. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. And because there will be other Dark Lords, eventually. Other threats that require someone who knows what they're facing. I'm not going to become you. A puppet master pulling strings from the shadows. I wouldn't want you to. You're capable of better, of leading openly, with honesty and integrity. Of building something I never could. Dumbledore rose slowly. Just promise me you'll use what I'm giving you wisely. That you'll protect others the way Severus protected you. I promise. Then I can die content. Dumbledore offered his hand, and Harry shook it. Goodbye, Harry. It's been an honor watching you grow. Goodbye, Professor. And, thank you. For everything, even the parts one disagreed with. Dumbledore smiled. Especially those parts. They made you who you are. Dumbledore died 3 weeks later, peacefully, surrounded by those who had loved him despite his flaws. Harry attended the funeral with Sev at his side, watching the white tomb seal around the man who had shaped so much of his life. He felt grief, yes, but also something like resolution, the closing of a chapter that had defined his entire existence. "What now?" Sev asked, as they walked away from the gathering. "Now we write the next chapter." Harry looked up at the sky, clear and bright with the promise of autumn. "Together. The way it's always been. The way it always will be." They walked home through falling leaves, father and son, survivors of a war that had consumed their lives. But also builders of something new. Something that belonged entirely to them. And for the first time in 16 years, Harry Snape felt truly free. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15, The Half-Blood Prince's Legacy. 10 years had passed since the fall of Lord Voldemort. The wizarding world had rebuilt itself in ways both expected and surprising. The ministry had been reformed, its corruption purged by officials who remembered what unchecked power could cost. Hogwarts had healed, its scars transformed into memorials, its halls once again filled with the sounds of learning and laughter. And Harry Snape had become something no one, least of all himself, had anticipated. He stood in the doorway of his classroom, watching the last students file out after the day's final lesson. 6th years, bright and eager, still buzzing with questions about the advanced soul magic theory he'd been teaching. None of them had lived through the war, but all of them understood its significance, and the importance of the knowledge that had ended it. "Professor Snape." Harry turned to find a young woman hovering in the corridor, her expression caught between nervousness and determination. "Miss Chen. What can I do for you?" "I wanted to ask about the reading you assigned. The section on Horcrux detection." She hesitated. "Is it true that you actually encountered them? The Dark Lord's soul fragments?" "I did more than encounter them. I destroyed several, and carried one inside my own head for 16 years. Her eyes went wide. "The textbooks mention that, but I thought it was exaggeration. Legend. History has a way of becoming legend. Doesn't make it less true." Harry leaned against the doorframe. "Why do you ask?" "Because I want to understand. How you survived. How you stayed yourself, with a piece of him inside you." Miss Chen's voice dropped. "My grandmother was in the war. She did things, had things done to her, that changed her. She says sometimes she doesn't recognize herself anymore." Harry was quiet for a moment, considering his response. "The soul is resilient," he said finally. "More resilient than most people believe. It can be damaged, fragmented, corrupted, but it can also heal. Given time, given support, given reasons to keep fighting." He met her eyes. "Tell your grandmother that the person she was isn't gone. It's just buried under everything that happened. And with the right help, she can find her way back." Miss Chen nodded slowly. "Thank you, Professor." "You're welcome. Now go, dinner starts in 20 minutes, and I have papers to grade." She hurried off, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts and the echoing corridors of Hogwarts. The walk to Sev's quarters had become a ritual over the years. His father had retired from active teaching 5 years ago, his energy finally depleted by decades of stress and the toll of dark magic exposure. But he remained at Hogwarts as a consultant, an advisor, a presence that students whispered about with mingled fear and fascination. The original Professor Snape, they called him, as if Harry were somehow a copy rather than an evolution. Harry found him in his study, surrounded by books and papers, looking much the same as he had when Harry was young, older, yes, more gray in his hair, more lines around his eyes, but fundamentally unchanged. Still sharp. Still formidable. Still the man who had shaped Harry into everything he'd become. "Long day?" Sev asked, without looking up. "They're all long days. But good ones." Harry settled into the chair he'd claimed as his own years ago. Miss Chen asked about Horcruxes. Her grandmother was in the war. Ah. The survivor's guilt generation. Sev set down his quill. We're seeing more of that, aren't we? Children and grandchildren trying to understand what their families went through. It's natural. Trauma echoes through generations. Better they ask questions than let the silence fester. Spoken like a true educator. Something that might have been pride flickered in Sev's expression. You've grown into this role. I had good teachers. One good teacher. The others were variable at best. Harry laughed. Don't sell yourself short. Flitwick was excellent, and McGonagall was terrified of you by the end. They all were. They were cautious. There's a difference. Is there? Sev's eyes met his, sharp and knowing. You changed, Harry. After the war, after everything that happened. You became something that made even your allies nervous. I became effective. You became hard. Controlled. Precisely calibrated in ways that unsettle people who don't understand you. Sev leaned forward. I'm not criticizing. I'm observing. You've spent 10 years building a version of yourself that can function in peacetime, but underneath it all, you're still the boy who walked into a graveyard and came out a warrior. Harry was quiet for a moment. Is that a problem? It's a reality. One you need to acknowledge, especially if you're going to teach the next generation. Sev's voice softened. The skills that kept you alive during the war aren't the same skills you need now. And the walls you built to protect yourself might also be keeping out things you need. Like what? Connection. Vulnerability. The capacity to let people see the real you, not just the competent professor or the war hero. I'm connected. I have you, and Hermione, and Neville, and people who knew you before. Who understand your history. Sev shook his head. But what about new connections? What about relationships that aren't built on shared trauma? Harry didn't have an answer for that. I'm not saying you need to change overnight, Sev continued. I'm saying you should be aware of the patterns you've developed. The walls you've built. Because someday, if you're not careful, you might look around and realize you've isolated yourself completely. Like you did. After my mother died. The words landed with more weight than Harry had intended. Sev flinched slightly, then nodded. Exactly like I did. And it took a crying toddler with her eyes to break through those walls. He reached out and gripped Harry's arm. I don't want you to need that kind of intervention. I want you to choose connection, deliberately, before the loneliness becomes unbearable. Harry covered his father's hand with his own. I'll try. That's all I ask. The Hogwarts Express had changed little in 25 years. Harry stood on the platform, watching the Scarlet engine prepare for departure, remembering his own first journey to the castle. He'd been 11 years old, carrying secrets that would have crushed most adults, walking into a world that wanted to worship or destroy him. Now he was watching his godson make the same journey. Teddy Lupin bounced on his heels, his hair cycling through colors in his excitement. At 11, he was a perfect blend of his parents, Tonks' enthusiasm and Remus' gentle thoughtfulness, with a wild streak that was entirely his own. You'll write, won't you? Harry asked. Let me know how you're settling in. Of course. And you'll send me the good chocolate? The stuff from that shop in Hogsmeade? I'll send you the good chocolate. But only if your grades stay up. They'll stay up. I'm brilliant, remember? Harry laughed, ruffling the boy's ever-changing hair. You're something, all right. Now get on the train before it leaves without you. Teddy hugged him fiercely, then bounded toward the nearest carriage. Harry watched him go, feeling an echo of what Sev must have felt all those years ago, pride, fear, love too large to contain. He'll be fine. Andromeda Tonks appeared at his elbow, her expression warm. You've raised him well. We've raised him well. And Remus and Tonks, before they, Harry stopped, the old grief still fresh despite the years. He's got good foundations. Better than most. Better than you had, if I'm being honest. I had Sev. You had a traumatized spy who was learning fatherhood through trial and error. Andromeda's smile took the sting from her words. What you've given Teddy is different. Stability. Openness. The knowledge that he's loved unconditionally. Sev gave me that too. In his way. I know. But you've had time to learn from his methods. To keep what worked and change what didn't. Andromeda squeezed his arm. That's what good parenting looks like. Taking the best of what you received and building on it. Harry watched the train pull away, Teddy's face pressed against the window, his hair bright blue with excitement. I hope I've done enough. You have. And you'll keep doing more, every day, for as long as you're able. Andromeda's eyes were bright. That's what love means. The staff meeting that evening was routine, scheduling, budgets, the usual beginning of term logistics. Harry sat in his customary seat, half listening to McGonagall's updates, his mind drifting to the lesson plans he'd been developing. Advanced soul magic for 7th years. Defensive theory for the younger students. And, for a select few who showed genuine aptitude, private instruction in the arts that had saved his life and the world. Professor Snape. He blinked, realizing McGonagall had addressed him directly. Sorry, headmistress. My attention wandered. Clearly. But her expression was amused rather than annoyed. I was asking about your proposed seminar series. The one on war magic history. It's still in development. I'm working with Hermione to compile appropriate materials, historical accounts, tactical analyses, survivor testimonies. We want it to be comprehensive but not traumatizing. A delicate balance. One I'm familiar with navigating. Indeed you are. McGonagall's gaze was sharp, assessing. You've done remarkable work here, Harry. In 10 years, you've transformed how we approach defense education. But I sometimes wonder if you're happy. Happy? Content. Fulfilled. Whatever word suits you. She leaned forward slightly. You teach, you research, you mentor. But you rarely seem to enjoy any of it. It's all duty. Obligation. I enjoy my work. Do you? Or do you simply do it well because doing things well is your nature? McGonagall shook her head. I've watched you for a decade, Harry. You're excellent at everything you attempt, but I've never seen you truly at peace. Harry didn't know how to respond. Consider it, McGonagall continued. Consider whether this life, teaching, routine, the predictable rhythms of academia, is actually what you want. Or whether you've simply chosen it because you didn't know what else to do with yourself after the war. What else would I do? That's exactly the question you should be asking yourself. Harry walked the castle that night, unable to sleep. The corridors were quiet, the students asleep, the portraits dozing in their frames. He passed familiar landmarks, the bathroom where he'd first faced the troll, the corridor where the DA had trained, the spot where he'd died and returned. So much history. So much weight. He ended up in the room of requirement, which obligingly provided a comfortable space with a fire and a view of the stars. He sat in the darkness, letting his mind wander through questions he'd avoided for years. Was he happy? He was productive. Useful. Respected. He'd built a career that mattered, relationships that sustained him, a reputation that opened doors wherever he went. But happy? The word felt foreign. Happiness implied something more than the absence of crisis, something more than competent execution of duty. It implied joy, spontaneity, the capacity to simply be without constantly evaluating and optimizing. He'd had moments of happiness. Teddy's birth, and every milestone of his growth. The day Sev had finally admitted, out loud, that he loved Harry. Small victories in the classroom, when a struggling student finally grasped a difficult concept. But sustained happiness? The baseline contentment that most people took for granted? That, he realized, had eluded him. Sev was right, he murmured to the empty room. I'm still fighting. Still in combat mode. Just without an enemy to fight. The room didn't answer. But the fire crackled, and the stars wheeled overhead, and Harry sat with his realizations until dawn began to lighten the sky. The change, when it came, was gradual. Harry started small. Saying yes to invitations he would normally decline. Spending time with colleagues outside of work contexts. Allowing himself to be surprised, to not have a plan, to simply experience things without analyzing them for threats or opportunities. It felt strange. Uncomfortable. Like wearing clothes that didn't quite fit. But slowly, imperceptibly, something began to shift. You're different, Hermione observed, during one of their monthly dinners. Lighter, somehow. Less. Less what? Less like you're carrying the weight of the world. She smiled. It's good to see. I'm trying something new. Letting go of control. You. Letting go of control. Her eyebrows rose. This I have to witness. It's a work in progress. Harry toyed with his wine glass. Sev pointed out that I've been operating in crisis mode for years. Even after the crisis ended. I think he was right. He usually is. Annoyingly so. I've been thinking about what I actually want. Not what I should want, or what others expect, but what would make me genuinely happy. And what's the answer? I don't know yet. But I'm starting to believe the question matters more than the answer. Harry met her eyes. Does that make sense? More than you know. Summer brought a journey Harry had been putting off for decades. He stood before the ruins of the Potter cottage in Godric's Hollow, looking at the memorial that marked the place where his parents had died. He'd visited before, of course, brief, purposeful visits to pay respects. But he'd never allowed himself to simply be here, to feel whatever needed to be felt. Sev waited nearby, silent, present. I used to dream about them, Harry said. When I was young, before I understood what had happened. I'd imagine them coming back, telling me it was all a mistake, taking me away to some perfect life where I was normal. That's a common fantasy for orphans. I know. But the thing is, I stopped dreaming about it. At some point, I accepted that they were gone, that the life I had was the only life I'd get. And I made peace with that. Did you? I thought I did. But being here. Harry touched the broken wall, feeling the residual magic that still clung to the stones. I'm realizing I never really grieved them. Not properly. I processed their deaths intellectually, used the emotion to fuel my purpose, but I never just sat with the loss. Grief is inefficient. You didn't have time for inefficiency. No. But I have time now. Harry turned to face his father. Thank you for bringing me here. For pushing me to confront things I was avoiding. I didn't push. I suggested. Same thing, with you. Sev almost smiled. Perhaps. But the choice to come was yours. The choice to feel is yours. I can only point the way, you have to walk the path yourself. Spoken like a true teacher. I learned from watching one develop. Sev stepped closer, gripping Harry's shoulder. I'm proud of you. Not for defeating Voldemort, not for building a successful career, but for this. For having the courage to examine yourself and grow. I'm still growing. We all are. Until the day we die. Sev's grip tightened. And if I'm very lucky, I'll get to watch you grow for many more years. Harry pulled him into a hug, something that still felt slightly awkward after all this time, but also necessary. Essential. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. For saving me, for raising me, for never giving up on me even when I was impossible. You were never impossible. Challenging, occasionally maddening, but never impossible. That's not what you said when I was 14. I say a lot of things when I'm frustrated. Most of them shouldn't be taken literally. Harry laughed, the sound echoing off the ruined walls. I love you, Sev. I love you too. The words came easier now than they had when Harry was young. More than you know. More than I can express. The autumn term brought new students, new challenges, new opportunities for growth. Harry threw himself into teaching with renewed energy, bringing a warmth to his instruction that his colleagues noticed immediately. He laughed more, smiled more, connected with students as people rather than just pupils. You've changed, Neville observed, during a joint class on defensive herbology. It's good. Really good. I'm learning to let go of things that don't serve me anymore. Like what? Fear. Control. The belief that I have to be perfect to be worthwhile. Harry watched his students practice shield charms, their forms improving with each attempt. I spent so long preparing for war that I forgot how to live in peace. That's a common problem. Soldiers returning from conflict, trying to adapt to civilian life. Except I never really returned. I just kept fighting. Different battles, different arenas, but the same mindset. And now? Now I'm trying to actually live. Not just survive, not just succeed, live. Harry turned to Neville with a smile. It's harder than it sounds. Everything worth doing is hard. Neville's expression was warm. But you've never backed down from hard before. I don't expect you'll start now. The years that followed were a gradual revelation. Harry learned to be present, truly present, in moments that mattered. Teddy's graduation, his engagement, his wedding. Sev's declining health and eventual acceptance of his own mortality. New friendships forming, old relationships deepening, the slow accumulation of a life lived deliberately. He continued teaching, but it was different now. Less about transferring knowledge and more about nurturing understanding. Less about preparing students for crisis and more about helping them develop the resilience to face whatever came. You've become wise, Hermione said, during one of their conversations. Genuinely wise, not just clever. I've become old. You're 47. That's not old. It feels old. Compared to the boy who thought he knew everything. That boy saved the world. That boy was running on desperation and trauma. This man has learned to walk. Harry gazed out the window of his study, watching students cross the grounds. I wish I'd learned sooner. You learned when you were ready. That's all anyone can do. Sev died on a quiet evening in spring. Harry was with him, as he'd been for weeks, holding his hand, talking about everything and nothing, keeping vigil as the man who had raised him slowly let go. I'm not afraid, Sev whispered, near the end. I thought I would be. Spent my whole life afraid of one thing or another. But now I'm just grateful. For the years we had. For the son I never expected. His grip tightened weakly. Promise me you'll keep living, Harry. Really living, not just existing. I promise. And promise me you'll remember that you were always enough. Never needed to be perfect, never needed to save the world. Just being you was always enough. Sev. I should have told you sooner. Should have said a lot of things sooner. His eyes, still sharp despite everything, found Harry's. But we had time. More time than either of us deserved. And I don't regret a moment of it. Neither do I. Sev smiled, a real smile, warm and unguarded. Good. Then I can go. He closed his eyes. And Harry sat with him until the end, holding the hand of the man who had been father, teacher, protector, friend. When it was over, he stayed for a long time. Memorizing the familiar features, now peaceful in a way they'd rarely been in life. Saying goodbye to the person who had shaped everything he'd become. Then he rose, walked to the window, and looked out at the world he'd helped save. "Thank you," he whispered. "For everything." The spring breeze carried his words away, into a future he would face alone but not lonely. Never lonely. Not anymore. 20 years later, Professor Harry Snape, still teaching, still growing, still learning to live, welcomed a new class of first years to Hogwarts. Among them was a small girl with dark hair and sharp eyes, carrying herself with a determination that reminded him of someone he'd known long ago. "Professor Snape." She approached after class, her expression earnest. "I've read about you. About everything you did." "Have you?" "The books say you defeated the Dark Lord. That you were the chosen one." "The books say a lot of things. Not all of them accurate." "What's the truth, then?" Harry considered the question, really considered it, as he'd learned to do over decades of reflection. "The truth is that I was a boy who was given impossible choices and did his best to make good ones. I had help, so much help, from people who believed in me even when I didn't believe in myself. And everything I accomplished was built on the foundation they provided. That's not what the books say. No. The books want heroes who succeed through their own brilliance. The truth is Messier." Harry smiled. "We succeed through connection. Through love. Through the simple, stubborn refusal to face our darkest moments alone." The girl absorbed this, her expression thoughtful. "Is that what you teach? Connection and love?" "I teach defense. But underneath the spells and strategies, yes. That's what I'm really teaching." Harry gestured toward the door. "Now go get dinner. You'll need energy for tomorrow's practical." She hurried off, leaving Harry alone in his classroom. He stood for a moment, thinking about everything that had led to this point. The baby who should have died. The boy who carried a monster in his head. The young man who walked into battle and emerged transformed. The man who had finally learned to live. "Thank you, Sev," he murmured, to the empty room. "For giving me the chance to become this." Somewhere, he liked to think, his father was listening. And was proud. Epilogue: the portrait hung in the headmaster's office, alongside all the others, but this one Harry had commissioned specially. Severus Snape looked out from the frame with his characteristic severity, though Harry knew the expression masked depths of feeling that few had ever been permitted to see. "You've done well," the portrait said, during one of Harry's visits. "Better than I expected, honestly. High praise, from you. I don't give praise lightly. You know that." "I do." Harry settled into the chair across from the portrait. "I've been thinking about legacy lately. What we leave behind. And what have you concluded? That it's not about the great deeds. The battles won, the enemies defeated. It's about the small things. The students we shaped. The people we loved. The choices we made when no one was watching. Profound." The portrait's voice carried a hint of its living counterpart's sardonic humor. "Have you been reading philosophy?" "I've been living life." "Same thing, really." "Perhaps." The painted eyes studied him with familiar intensity. "You found peace, haven't you? Real peace, not just the absence of conflict." "I'm working on it. Every day." "Good. That's all I ever wanted for you." The portrait paused. "Though I never knew how to say it. You said it in other ways. In everything you did." "Did I?" "You did." Harry rose, touching the frame gently. "Thank you for watching over me. Then and now." "Always," the portrait said. "I'll be here whenever you need me." "I know." Harry smiled. "That's what fathers are for." He left the office and walked out into the sunshine, leaving the past where it belonged and carrying its lessons into the future. A future he'd earned. A future he deserved. A future that was, finally and completely, his own.